Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner of stories. As the gentle embrace of spring renews the world around us, it's the perfect time to unwind and enjoy peaceful tales. We hope you've had a beautiful spring day filled with warmth and light. Now it's time to relax, curl up, and let our gentle narration carry you away. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. So settle in and prepare for delightful and calming stories that await. Story 1. The old forest whispered secrets only the wind understood, and young Marisol felt them in her bones as she traced the edge of the woods each twilight. Her cottage nestled against the ancient trees like a child clinging to a grandmother's skirts, smoke curling from its chimney in lazy spirals that vanished into the violet dusk. Tonight the air tasted of damp earth and impending rain, and Marisol shivered despite her thick woolen shawl. She clutched her most precious belonging, a smooth river stone veined with silver, gifted by her grandfather who'd called it a whisper stone. Hold it to your heart when you're lost, he'd said, and it'll show you the way home, but in all her 11 years it had remained cold and silent. Beyond the meadow, the forest's darkness deepened, swallowing the last amber streaks of sunset. A flicker of movement caught Marisol's eye, not fireflies, but something stranger, a cluster of floating lights, pale as moonglow, darting between the oaks. They pulsed in a rhythm that tugged at her curiosity, a silent melody only she seemed to hear. Ignoring the prickle of unease, she stepped off the path. Brambles snagged her skirt, and the canopy thickened until the sky disappeared. When she turned to retreat, the meadow had vanished. Panic seized her. Rain began to fall, icy needles on her skin. She fumbled for the whisper stone, pressing it to her chest. "Please," she breathed. A warmth bloomed beneath her palm, spreading through her fingertips. The stone glowed, a soft, silver radiance that spilled onto the forest floor, illuminating a path of mossy stones she'd never seen before. They glimmered like scattered stars. The stones led her deeper into the woods, where ancient trees twisted into archways hung with luminous vines. Raindrops sparkled as they fell, transformed into tiny crystals that chimed like bells upon landing. Marisol gasped as the forest shifted. One moment she was surrounded by damp bark and shadow, the next she stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight. Bioluminescent flowers carpeted the ground, their petals opening and closing like sleepy eyes. Trees bore fruits that glowed like captured sunsets, and streams flowed with liquid starlight. This was the Glimmering Vale, a hidden world folded within the ordinary forest like a secret in a book. A soft rustle came from a thicket of shimmering ferns. Marisol froze as a creature emerged, not a deer or fox, but a being woven from moss and moonlight. It stood on slender legs like birch saplings, its body covered in velvety green tendrils that shimmered with dew. Eyes like polished obsidian blinked at her from beneath a crown of blue mushrooms. It tilted its head, making a sound like wind through reeds. "Hello," Marisol whispered, her voice trembling. The creature extended a twig-like hand. A single glowing spore drifted from its palm, landing on Marisol's wrist. Warmth spread through her, and suddenly she understood its words, not in her ears, but in her mind. "Lost one. Why do you walk the whispering path?" "I followed the lights," she said, showing the stone. "And this showed me the way." "Ah." The creature's thoughts sighed like falling leaves. "A keeper's stone. I am Fernlight, guardian of the Vale." Fernlight explained that the floating lights were luminous sprites, protectors of the Vale's magic. But now they were vanishing. Each night their numbers dwindled, and with them the Vale's light faded. Flowers dimmed, streams ran sluggish and dark. Without them, Fernlight murmured, the Vale will unravel. The shadows grow hungry. Marisol touched a drooping flower. Its light flickered weakly. How can I help? Fernlight's mossy fingers brushed her hand. The sprites flee the shadow root, a blight spreading from the heart of the vale. It feeds on fear and loneliness. None dare go there. Fernlight hesitated, but the stone chose you, and you carry human courage, a light we lack. The journey began at dawn. Fernlight guided Marisol through meadows where grasses sang when trod upon, and over bridges spun from spider silk and stardust. They met others, thistlewing, a moth with wings like stained glass who warned of treacherous mists, and Boulderback, a tortoise whose shell glittered with embedded geodes, offering wisdom in rumbles that shook the ground. Shadowroot fears unity, he intoned. Alone you are a spark, together you are a flame. As they neared the vale's center, the air grew thick and cold. The vibrant flora gave way to twisted, leafless trees. Black vines choked the streams, and the luminous sprites they saw were dim, flitting nervously like dying embers. Marisol's whisper stone pulsed steadily against her chest, a tiny beacon in the gloom. They found the source in a sunken grove, a monstrous tree, its bark charred and oozing viscous shadow. Roots pulsed like black veins across the ground, spreading the blight. Above it, the last sprites huddled in a faint, flickering cluster. The Shadowroot's voice slithered into Marisol's mind, cold and mocking. Little human, your light is a guttering candle. Leave or become part of the dark. Marisol's knees shook, but Fernlight pressed close, its moss warm against her skin. Thistlewing landed on her shoulder, wings humming courage. Boulderback's low growl vibrated through the earth. Remember, Fernlight whispered, it feeds on loneliness. Marisol closed her eyes, clutching the stone. She thought of her grandfather's laugh, her mother's lullabies, the smell of baking bread in her cottage, all the ordinary, luminous moments of her life. She poured them into the stone. Its glow intensified, not blinding but profoundly warm, pushing back the shadows like a shield. Look at us, she called to the sprites, her voice clear in the suffocating silence. You're not alone, come to the light. The sprites trembled, then one brave orb darted toward her. Others followed, gathering around her like a constellation. The Shadowroot shrieked, lashing out with whip-like roots. Boulderback interposed his shell, deflecting the blow. Thistlewing scattered iridescent dust that made the roots recoil. Fernlight sang, a sound like rain on leaves, and new moss sprouted where the blight retreated. Marisol stepped forward, the sprites swirling around her. You're fed by fear, she said to the Shadowroot. But we offer something else. She pressed the whisper stone to the tree's blighted trunk. Friendship. A shudder ran through the Shadowroot. Where the stone touched, the charred bark flaked away, revealing healthy wood beneath. The sprites surged forward, their combined light washing over the tree like liquid dawn. The black roots withered, dissolving into harmless smoke. With a final groaning sigh, the Shadowroot transformed. Its branches straightened, budding with luminous silver leaves. The grove filled with light, clean, pure, and singing with renewed magic. The vale healed before their eyes. Flowers blazed anew, streams sparkled, and the air hummed with vitality. The luminous sprites danced joyously, their light now steady and strong. Fernlight bowed to Marisol, its mushroom crown glowing bright. You carried the light we lost. The vale remembers its friends. As the whisper stone guided Marisol home, the hidden path shimmered farewell. She emerged into her own forest just as true dawn painted the sky peach and gold. The meadow lay unchanged, yet everything felt different. The ordinary rustle of leaves held a secret melody. The scent of pine felt like an old friend's embrace. Years flowed like the vale's starlit streams. Marisol grew, but the forest remained her sanctuary. She became its fierce protector, rallying villagers to halt logging plans, teaching children the names of every wildflower and beetle. She never spoke of fernlight or the luminous sprites, but she planted silver-leafed saplings in her garden, trees that glowed faintly on moonless nights. When storms howled, she'd stand at the forest's edge, the whisper stone warm in her hand, and feel an answering pulse of calm from the depths of the woods. On her wedding day, she wove glowing veil flowers into her hair, a secret tribute. When her first child was born, she placed a tiny, moss-covered toy in the cradle, crafted with love and a hint of magic. And on quiet evenings, she'd walk the meadow, watching the tree line. Sometimes, just as twilight deepened, a cluster of pale lights would flicker between the oaks, not fireflies, but a familiar, gentle glow. She'd smile, press the stone to her heart, and whisper words only the wind and the hidden world could hear. "I remember you too." The whisper stone never grew cold again. It rested always in her pocket, a quiet hum against her skin, a reminder that the bravest journeys begin with a single step into the unknown, that darkness flees the combined light of kindness and companionship, and that the most magical worlds are often hidden just beside our own, waiting for a willing heart to find the path. And as she grew old, her hair silver as the vale's leaves, children would gather at her feet by the fire. "Tell us again, grandmother," they'd beg, "about the glowing forest and the friend made of moss." And she would, her voice a soft melody in the crackling silence, spinning tales where lost girls found wisdom, shadows were banished by unity, and every ending was a gentle, glowing beginning. Outside, the ancient trees sighed contentedly, their roots intertwined with a world of starlight just beyond the veil, forever holding the light she'd helped rekindle. Story 2. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and ancient pine, lived creatures, unseen by hurried human eyes. Here moss grew thicker than velvet, carpeting gnarled roots that snaked across the ground like sleeping dragons. Glowworms traced delicate paths on decaying logs after dusk, and the very leaves seemed to hold whispered conversations when the wind sighed through the canopy. In a cozy burrow tucked beneath the sprawling roots of a grandfather oak lived a young fox kit named Fern. Her fur was the russet brown of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the bright curiosity of a dew-kissed morning. Fern loved nothing more than exploring the hidden corners of the whispering woods, especially as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach. She'd watch, wide-eyed, as the fireflies emerged, their tiny lanterns blinking on one by one, transforming the clearing near the silver thread stream into 1,000 tiny constellations. But one evening, as the first chill whispers of autumn brushed the air, Fern noticed something unsettling. The fireflies, usually so plentiful, seemed fewer. Their lights flickered weakly, and they gathered not in joyous clouds, but in quiet, huddled groups near the oldest trees. A low hum, different from the usual nighttime chorus, a sound like distant, worried bees, seemed to vibrate through the roots beneath her paws. Worried, Fern sought out her wisest friend, Grandmother Willow. This wasn't a willow tree as humans knew it, but an ancient, benevolent spirit whose form was woven from shimmering bark, cascading silver leaves, and deep, knowing eyes that held the reflections of centuries. Grandmother Willow resided deep within the heart of the woods, beside a pool so clear it reflected the stars even by day. "Grandmother Willow," Fern whispered, her voice small against the vast quiet, "the fireflies are fading. The woods feel worried." The great spirit stirred, leaves rustling like soft laughter, yet tinged with concern. "Ah, little Fern," Grandmother Willow murmured, her voice like water flowing over smooth stones. "You sense true the balance shifts. The fireflies carry the last light of summer within them. As autumn deepens, their light must dim, their energy return to the roots to feed the sleep of the woods." Fern's nose twitched. "But they look so sad, Grandmother, and the hum, it feels heavy." "The hum," Grandmother Willow explained gently, "is the song of the mycorrhiza, the great unseen web that connects all life beneath the soil. It feels the weakening light, the coming cold. The fireflies are part of this web, little one. Their dance in summer fuels the joy of the forest. Their quiet return in autumn nourishes its rest. But sometimes, she added, her voice deepening, the transition falters. Fear takes hold, the connection weakens, and the light fades too soon. Fern felt a pang of understanding. How can we help the balance? Grandmother Willow's eyes glowed softly. Seek the keeper of the glimmer. She dwells where the moon kisses the water longest, near the singing stones. She remembers the oldest rhythms, but go gently, little fox. The path is woven with moon-petal flowers that bloom only for kindness. With newfound purpose warming her paws, Fern set off as the last light faded. The woods transformed under the rising moon. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through gaps in the canopy, illuminating patches of phosphorescent moss and turning spiderwebs into intricate silver lace. The air grew crisp, carrying the sweet, honeyed scent of night-blooming jasmine. Fern padded softly, mindful of the delicate moon-petal flowers unfurling like tiny silver cups along her path. Their fragrance was cool and clean, like frost on stone. She followed the silver thread stream, its water now a ribbon of liquid mercury under the moon. The worried hum of the mycorrhiza vibrated stronger here, a counterpoint to the stream's gentle babble. After a time, the stream widened into a moonlit pool, its surface mirror still. Around its edges stood tall, smooth stones, the singing stones. As Fern approached, a faint, crystalline melody arose, not from the stones themselves, but from the air vibrating between them, a sound like wind chimes crafted from ice. On the largest stone, perched as still as the moonlight itself, sat an owl. But this was no ordinary owl. Her feathers were the deep, velvety black of a moonless night, speckled with points of light like captured stars. Her eyes were vast and luminous, reflecting the entire moonlit pool and the star-strewn sky above. This was Lumina, the keeper of the glimmer. Fern bowed her head respectfully. "Keeper Lumina," she breathed, her voice barely disturbing the stillness. The fireflies fade too soon, the mycorrhiza hums with worry. Grandmother Willow sent me. Lumina swiveled her head slowly, her starry gaze settling on Fern. "The fear is thick tonight," Lumina hooted softly, her voice echoing the chime of the stones. "The little lights feel the coming cold and cling too tightly to their summer glow. They forget the cycle." She stretched one wing, pointing a primary feather towards the heart of the woods. Deep within the oldest grove grows the heartwood tree. Its roots drink deepest from the mycorrhiza's song. Its sap holds the memory of every season's turn. A single drop shared among the fireflies can remind them of their purpose, that fading is not ending but returning, that their light feeds the roots, which feeds the trees, which shelters the nests where next summer's lights will be born. "But how do I reach the heartwood?" Fern asked. "And how do I carry the sap?" Lumina blinked, and a single radiant feather drifted down from her wing, landing softly at Fern's paws. It felt cool and surprisingly light. "This feather holds starlight. It will guide you through the deepest shadows and carry the heartwood's essence without spilling a drop. Go swiftly, little guardian, the balance waits." Clutching the star feather gently in her mouth, Fern raced back into the woods. Lumina's feather cast a soft, guiding radiance, revealing paths Fern had never seen. She darted past enormous sleeping badgers whose breath fogged in the cool air, skirted a family of hedgehogs snuffling for fallen nuts under a hazel bush, and leaped over a crystal-clear spring where tiny, translucent salamanders basked in the moonbeams. The hum of the mycorrhiza grew louder, a deep, resonant thrumming beneath the earth, pulling her towards the oldest part of the forest. Finally, she reached a grove where the trees were giants, their bark deeply furrowed like ancient faces. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was the thickest, its trunk wider than 5 foxes side by side. Its bark was a mosaic of silver, deep brown, and mossy green, pulsing with a faint, golden light from within. At its base, nestled among roots as thick as Fern's body, glistened a small, clear pool of sap weeping from a knothole. It smelled indescribable, like sun-warmed honey, rich soil, and the first rain after a long drought. Fern carefully dipped the tip of Lumina's star feather into the sap. The golden liquid clung to it, glowing brighter, filling the air with its comforting, vital scent. As she withdrew it, a wave of profound peace washed over her, quieting the worried hum in her own heart. She turned and ran, the starfeather a beacon, retracing her path with the speed of concern. She found the fireflies huddled near Grandmother Willow, their lights dim and flickering erratically. They buzzed with nervous energy. Without hesitation, Fern held out the star feather. "Remember," she whispered, echoing Lumina's wisdom. "Remember the cycle. Your light feeds the roots feed the trees shelter the new lights, fading is returning." Gently, she brushed the glowing tip of the feather against the clustered fireflies. As the heartwood sap touched them, a visible ripple went through the group. Their faint lights pulsed, then steadied. The frantic buzzing softened into a contented hum, harmonizing with the deeper song of the mycorrhiza rising from the earth. One by one, then in small groups, the fireflies detached from their huddle. Instead of flying upwards, they drifted downwards, their lights dimming purposefully as they touched the moss, the roots, the rich soil. Where they landed, a tiny pulse of golden light sank into the earth, like a seed of pure starlight being planted. Fern watched, awestruck. She saw the golden light travel along the thick roots of the grandfather oak, of Grandmother Willow, of the ancient pines, infusing the trees with a soft, inner radiance. The worried hum transformed into a deep, resonant, soothing vibration, the sound of the forest sighing in contentment, settling into its autumnal rest. The air itself felt warmer, richer, filled with the scent of the heartwood sap and the promise of renewal. Grandmother Willow's leaves shimmered with reflected starlight and the fading golden glow. "Well done, little guardian," her voice resonated softly in Fern's mind. "You carried the wisdom and mended the thread, the balance is restored. The fireflies remember their purpose, their light now nourishes the sleep that brings spring." Exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, Fern curled up at the base of Grandmother Willow. Above, the true stars shone brilliantly in the velvet sky. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of decaying leaves, not decay as an end, but as the beginning of new life. The hum of the mycorrhiza was a gentle lullaby now, a steady heartbeat beneath the earth. The last fireflies, their purpose fulfilled, faded peacefully into the soil, their tiny lights winking out like distant stars yielding to the dawn. Fern watched the woods settle into peaceful slumber, understanding now the deep, interconnected magic, the hidden lives, the essential harmony, the wisdom woven into every root and leaf and fleeting light. The whispering wood sighed, content, wrapped in the quiet magic of balance, as Fern drifted into a dreamless sleep, safe within the ancient, living lullaby. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat, its thatched cottages wreathed in honeysuckle and chimney smoke that smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood ash. Magic here wasn't grand or loud, it was the way Mrs. Thistlebee's roses bloomed year-round, the way fireflies danced in complex constellations on summer nights, and how the bakery's bread always tasted faintly of sunshine, no matter the weather. Life was peaceful, predictable, and cozy. That is, until the week the little things began to vanish. It started subtly. Young Timothy Buttercup woke to find his favorite blue-striped sock missing, not just misplaced, but utterly gone from where he'd left it neatly folded. Old Mr. Gumble reported his prized brass pocket watch, which always chimed the hour with a sound like tiny silver bells, had disappeared from its hook above the hearth. Then Mrs. Appleby's prize-winning jar of lavender honey, shimmering like captured sunlight, vanished from her pantry shelf. Each disappearance was small, personal, and left no trace. No broken locks, no muddy footprints, just an empty space where a cherished object had been. A low hum of unease replaced the usual village chatter. Lily, a girl with eyes the color of moss after rain and hair like spun copper, noticed the worry clouding her neighbors' faces. She loved Willowbrook's gentle rhythm and felt a pang of sadness seeing its peace disturbed. Lily possessed a quiet wisdom beyond her years and a keen eye for detail, honed by hours spent sketching the intricate patterns of butterfly wings and the veins of fallen leaves. She decided, with gentle determination, to understand the mystery of the vanishing things. Her first step was observation. Instead of rushing about, she sat quietly on the worn oak bench in the village square, sipping chamomile tea from a steaming mug. She watched the comings and goings, noting the usual patterns: the baker delivering warm loaves, the milkmaid with her clinking pails, children chasing dust motes in the afternoon sun. Nothing seemed amiss. Yet the disappearances continued. Miss Pennyfeather lost a single pearl-buttoned glove. The blacksmith's apprentice couldn't find his lucky horseshoe nail. One crisp morning, Lily noticed something curious near the edge of the Whispering Woods, just beyond the last cottage. A patch of dewy grass held an imprint, not a footprint, but something small, delicate, and vaguely star-shaped, with faint shimmering dust clinging to the blades like powdered opal. It was unlike any track she'd ever seen in the woods. Intrigued, she followed the trail. It led deeper into the dappled shade, where sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid gold. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet rot of fallen leaves. The star-shaped impressions became fainter, harder to track, but Lily persisted, her senses alert. After a while, the trail seemed to vanish entirely near a giant, gnarled oak tree, its roots forming a mossy archway. Lily sat down on a velvety cushion of moss, perplexed. Just as she was about to turn back, a soft rustle came from the archway. Not a menacing sound, but a shy, hesitant one. Peering into the shadowy space beneath the roots, Lily saw two large, luminous eyes reflecting the filtered green light. They blinked slowly. "Hello," Lily whispered, her voice soft as falling snow. There was a pause, then a small, hesitant voice, like the chime of tiny bells muffled by velvet, replied, "Hello." A creature emerged. It stood no taller than Lily's knee, its body covered in soft, silvery fur that shimmered like moonlit water. It had large, translucent wings, currently folded tightly against its back, and delicate, star-shaped paws. Its face was gentle, with those large, intelligent eyes, now filled with apprehension. This was a star-wisp, creatures Lily had only heard about in Old Misses. Thistleby's fireside tales, shy, magical beings drawn to beautiful, well-loved things. Are you the one taking things from the village?" Lily asked, her voice filled with curiosity, not accusation. The star-wisp flinched, shrinking back. "Not taking," it chimed softly, its voice trembling. "Borrowing, only borrowing." It looked down at its star-shaped paws. "My name is Pip." "But why Pip?" Lily asked gently, settling more comfortably on the moss. "Those things mean a lot to the people in Willowbrook. They're worried and sad." Pip's large eyes welled with tears that sparkled like dewdrops. "The glimmering," it whispered. "It fades, our home, the heartstone deep in the woods, it grows dim. Without its light, the glimmering fades, and we grow weak, cold, we fade too." Pip shivered, its fur seeming less lustrous for a moment. "Beautiful things, things filled with happiness and care, they hold a little light, a little warmth. We borrow them just to feel it, to remember, to keep the glimmering alive a little longer. We always meant to put them back." Pip gestured weakly towards the shadowy hollow beneath the oak. Lily peered inside and gasped. There, carefully arranged on soft moss, were Timothy's sock, Mr. Gumbel's pocket watch, Mrs. Appleby's honey jar, Miss Pennyfeather's glove, and the apprentice's horseshoe nail. They seemed to glow faintly, infused with a soft, inner light. Lily understood. It wasn't theft born of malice, but a desperate act born of fading magic and fear. The star-wisps were borrowing warmth and light from cherished objects, like tiny, cold hands reaching towards a dwindling fire. The tension wasn't about danger, but about a hidden sadness threatening the gentle balance. We need to help them, Lily thought aloud. But how? She knew the village folk, while kind, might be frightened or upset if they saw the star-wisps or learned their things had been taken, even for a noble reason. They needed a wise perspective. Lily remembered Silas, the ancient badger who lived in a burrow beneath the old willow tree by the stream. Silas was known for his deep knowledge of the woods and its hidden inhabitants, a gentle soul who spoke rarely but listened well. Perhaps he would know what to do about the fading heartstone. She bid Pip a soft goodbye, promising to return, and made her way to the old willow. Its long branches trailed in the clear water, creating rippling patterns. Lily scratched softly on a smooth root near the burrow entrance. After a moment, a grizzled snout appeared, followed by wise, dark eyes. Lily Fernwood, Silas rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a deep brook. Trouble stirs the dust in Willowbrook, and a star-wisp seeks solace under the old oak. Come in, child. Inside Silas's burrow, it was surprisingly spacious and smelled of dried herbs and cool earth. Roots formed natural shelves holding polished stones and bundles of fragrant leaves. Lily explained everything: the disappearances, finding Pip, the fading glimmering, and the dimming heartstone. Silas listened intently, his claws gently tapping a smooth river stone. Ah, he sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The heartstone, it is the heart of the whispering woods magic, fed by harmony and the quiet joy of living things. But hearts can grow weary, Lily, especially when forgotten. He looked at her with his deep, knowing eyes. The star-wisps are its guardians, but their light is a reflection, not the source. The heartstone dims when the connection weakens, when the village forgets the magic isn't just in things, but between them. What can we do? Lily asked, feeling the weight of the problem. The heartstone needs to be remembered, Silas said simply. It needs to feel the warmth of shared joy, the light of simple gratitude. The star-wisps borrowed light because they felt the village had forgotten how to shine it towards the woods. You found the missing things because you looked with kindness, not suspicion. That is the key. An idea blossomed in Lily's mind, warm and bright. She thanked Silas and hurried back to Pip under the old oak. She explained Silas's words. We need to remind the heartstone of the village's light, Lily said. But we need to do it together, and we need everyone's help, without them knowing about the wisps just yet. They might be scared. Pip tilted its head, shimmering faintly. How? Lily smiled. A feast of remembering. The next evening, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, Lily knocked on every door in Willowbrook. She explained she'd been thinking about the strange happenings and felt the village needed a gathering, a simple feast to share stories and warmth, to remind everyone of the good things. Perhaps, she suggested gently, if we share our light, whatever shadow has crept in will fade. Her quiet sincerity touched them. Worry had made them feel isolated. The idea of shared comfort was irresistible. Villagers brought lanterns, baskets of Mrs. Thistleby's fragrant bread, pots of hearty stew, Miss Pennyfeather's famous berry tarts, and Mr. Gumbel's spiced cider. They built a large bonfire in the village square, its flames crackling merrily, casting dancing shadows. People shared stories, funny tales of mishaps, fond memories of days gone by, simple appreciations for the scent of rain or the taste of fresh milk. Laughter, genuine and warm, echoed under the stars. Children played gentle games, their delighted shrieks like music. Timothy Buttercup, missing his sock less now in the shared warmth, sat close to the fire, mesmerized by the flames. Unseen by the villagers, perched high in the oak trees bordering the square or clinging to the thatched roofs, the star-wisps gathered. Pip and its kin watched the gathering below. They felt the waves of warmth, the shared joy, the simple, powerful light of community washing over them. It was stronger, brighter, and far more nourishing than the borrowed glow from a single sock or a jar of honey. Pip closed its eyes, soaking it in, feeling the chill of fading recede, replaced by a gentle, spreading warmth. As the feast reached its peak, with villagers feeling a deep sense of contentment and reconnection, Lily slipped away towards the whispering woods. Pip met her at the edge. Together they walked silently through the moon-dappled trees, deeper than Lily had ever gone before. They reached a small, hidden glade. In its center, set into mossy earth, was a large, smooth stone. It was dull, its surface like tarnished silver. This was the Heartstone. But as Lily and Pip approached, something remarkable happened. Faint tendrils of light, like captured moonlight or the soft glow of dandelion seeds, began to drift from the direction of the village square, weaving through the trees. They were wisps of the shared warmth, the laughter, the simple gratitude emanating from Willowbrook. The tendrils touched the Heartstone. Slowly, gently, like a flower opening at dawn, the Heartstone began to glow. A soft, pulsing light, warm as candlelight, spread from its core, illuminating the glade. It grew brighter, steadier, bathing Pip's fur in a soft silver radiance that made its shimmer truly luminous. Pip let out a soft chime of pure joy, spreading its translucent wings, which now sparkled with captured starlight. The air in the glade hummed softly, a sound of deep contentment. "It remembers," Pip chimed, its voice clear and strong now. "It feels the light." The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a series of small, wonderful surprises. Timothy found his blue-striped sock neatly folded on his pillow. Mr. Gumble's pocket watch chimed softly from its hook above the hearth. Mrs. Appleby's honey jar sat gleaming on her pantry shelf, fuller than before. Miss Pennyfeather's glove lay paired with its mate on her dresser. The blacksmith's apprentice discovered his lucky horseshoe nail right on his anvil. Each returned object felt inexplicably warmer to the touch and seemed to hold a faint, comforting inner glow. No one could explain it, but the unease vanished, replaced by a deeper sense of wonder and contentment. The air in Willowbrook seemed sweeter, the colors brighter. People smiled more readily, held doors open longer, shared stories with renewed warmth. They didn't know about the star-wisps or the Heartstone, but they felt the shift. They felt remembered, connected. Lily kept the secret, a warm knowledge nestled in her heart like a glowing ember. Sometimes, sitting by her window at dusk, she'd see a faint, shimmering streak of silver dart through the trees at the edge of the whispering woods, or catch the faintest chime on the breeze. She knew Pip and its kin were thriving, their glimmering restored, guardians once more of the Heartstone that pulsed with the shared light of the village it neighbored. The mystery of the vanishing things had been solved not with force or fear, but with observation, kindness, and the gentle power of shared warmth. And as Lily drifted off to sleep each night, the faint, comforting glow of her own returned sketchbook, which had also briefly gone missing, on her bedside table, reminded her that even the smallest light, when shared, could banish the deepest shadows and rekindle the warmest magic. The village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, wrapped in a cozy enchantment woven from friendship, understanding, and the quiet, enduring light of home. Story 4. The old stone cottage nestled at the edge of Whisperwood Forest always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, especially when rain tapped against its leaded windows. Young Leo traced the whorls in the wooden tabletop, his brow furrowed. "Grandmother," he murmured, "why do I feel like there's a piece missing, like a story half told?" His grandmother smiled, her silver braid glinting in the firelight as she lifted a small wooden box from the mantel. "Some roots grow deep, child," she whispered, "deep enough to touch the stars." Inside the box lay 3 woven bracelets, each strung with a different charm, an acorn of tarnished bronze, a feather carved from moon-pale stone, and a tiny clay pot no bigger than a hazelnut. "These belong to your great-grandmother and hers before her," grandmother explained, fastening them gently around Leo's wrist. "They carry the whispers of our family's legacy, the keepers of Whisperwood, but their full story sleeps beneath the oldest oak where the forest remembers." The next morning, Leo ventured beneath Whisperwood's emerald canopy. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and wild thyme. As he walked, the acorn charm warmed against his skin. It pulsed softly when he neared a colossal oak, its trunk wide as a cottage door. Moss curtained a hollow at its base, and within it lay a leather-bound journal, its pages fragile as dried petals. Leo's fingers trembled as he opened it. Sketches of forest creatures danced alongside flowing script that told of the first keeper, a woman who'd spoken to trees and calmed storms with song. She'd woven harmony between villagers and woodland, teaching that strength flows not from dominion, but from listening. The feather charm stirred as Leo read, lifting like a compass needle toward a grove veiled in silver birches. There, beneath a waterfall that cascaded like liquid crystal, he found a stone basin carved with spirals. The journal spoke of its purpose, to catch starlight on the solstice, revealing hidden truths. But the basin was dry, its carvings choked by vines. Remembering the sketches, Leo cupped water from the falls in his hands. As droplets touched the basin, the feather charm glowed, and the vines retreated like shy serpents. Starlight from no visible source pooled in the basin, shimmering with visions, forests thriving, children planting acorns, elders sharing tales beneath moonlit boughs. The lesson echoed, traditions live not in relics alone, but in hands that tend them. Yet the clay pot charm remained cool and silent. Leo knew the legacy was incomplete. The journal's final page showed a hill crowned by standing stones, where the heart's song meets the sky. He climbed at twilight, the forest sighing around him. At the hill's crest, the standing stones arched like guardians against the lavender sky. In their center sat a simple pedestal, dusted with pollen. The clay pot on Leo's bracelet hummed, and he understood. Carefully, he scooped rich soil from the hill's base into the tiny pot. Instantly, warmth bloomed in his chest. The stones began to glow, soft gold like fireflies caught in amber. Whispers swirled on the breeze, not in words but in feelings. Belonging, patience, the quiet joy of roots entwined across generations. He saw his great-grandmother planting the oak sapling, his grandmother gathering herbs with the feather charm at her throat, his own small hands tending grandmother's garden. The artifacts hadn't just unlocked the past, they were keys to a living tapestry. The greatest legacy, the stones seemed to murmur, is knowing you're part of a story that began long before you and will bloom long after. Descending the hill, Leo felt lighter. The forest rustled in approval, a chorus of leaves and distant owl song. Back at the cottage, grandmother waited by the fire. Without a word, Leo placed the journal in her lap and held out his wrist, the charms gleaming. She touched the clay pot, now filled with sacred soil. "You've heard the forest's heartbeat," she said softly. "And now it beats within you." That night Leo slept deeply, the bracelets warm on his wrist. He dreamed of oak roots cradling starlight, of stones singing lullabies, and of 1,000 hands, past and future, tending the same earth. Outside, Whisperwood stood sentinel, its branches brushing the sky where new stars sparked to life, gentle as a promise kept. And in the silence between heartbeats, Leo knew he'd never be lost again, for he carried home in his bones and peace in the soil of his heritage. Story 5. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward the stars and moonbeams pooled like liquid silver on fern-carpeted earth, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here the seasons danced to an older rhythm, guided by the heartstone, a luminous crystal nestled in the roots of the elder tree that pulsed with the forest's breath. Its light waxed and waned with the solstices, painting autumn leaves crimson, coaxing spring buds to unfurl, and frosting winter pines in diamond dust. Young Fern, a fox kit with fur the color of cinnamon in twilight, often sat beside Thistle, a badger elder whose silver-streaked muzzle held generations of wisdom. One crisp autumn evening, as the heartstone's glow flickered weakly, casting shadows that trembled like nervous sprites, Fern noticed the forest's unease. The maple leaves, usually ablaze with gold by now, hung limp and dull. The brook's song grew thin, its waters sluggish, while the wind carried not the scent of ripening blackberries, but the sharp tang of decay. "It feels thirsty," Fern murmured, pressing a paw to the moss. The earth sighed beneath her, dry and brittle. Thistle nodded slowly, her dark eyes reflecting the fading stone. The heartstone weakens. When its light dims, the seasons forget their steps. Balance phrase. She explained how, centuries ago, a great storm had shattered a fragment of the heartstone, scattering it across the whisperwood. Only by returning the 4 seasonal shards, each tied to a solstice or equinox, could the stone heal. Spring's verdant dew, summer's ember gleam, autumn's amber leaf, and winter's frost bloom. They rest in places where the forest's magic runs deepest. Fern's ears perked with determination. "I'll find them." Thistle nuzzled her gently. "Such journeys require more than courage, little one. They need harmony, a chorus of hearts." So Fern sought her friends, Pip, a quick-witted sparrow whose wings hummed with starlight, and Moss, a sturdy young hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops. Together they set out beneath a sky streaked with the first hesitant stars. Their quest began at the spring vale, where weeping willows trailed fingers in emerald ponds. To find the verdant dew, they needed the song of dawn's first bird. Pip soared ahead, his feathers brushing clouds that smelled of rain and new grass. As sunrise painted the horizon peach and lavender, a nightingale's melody cascaded from a hawthorn tree. Where the notes fell, a dewdrop coalesced on a spider's web, glowing with the soft green light of unfurling ferns. Moss carefully gathered it in a hollow acorn, the dew cool and vibrant against his paws. Summer led them to the sunfire meadows, a grassland where heat shimmered like liquid gold and crickets sang symphonies. The ember gleam hid within a sunflower that turned its face only for the noonday sun. But the meadows lay parched, cracked earth gasping under a listless sky. "Without balance, summer forgets its joy," Pip chirped sadly. Remembering Thistle's words, "Seek help from the quiet ones," Fern bowed to a colony of ants tunneling below. The ants, sensing their purpose, cleared debris from a buried spring. Water bubbled forth, reviving the sunflowers. As noon blazed overhead, the tallest bloom unfurled, revealing a shard like captured sunlight, warm as a hearthstone. Fern tucked it into a pouch woven of milkweed silk. Autumn's quest brought them to the grove of whispers, where trees shed leaves like tears. The amber leaf rested high in a gnarled oak, guarded by sorrowful breezes that moaned of endings. Moss tried to climb, but the bark crumbled underfoot. "Endings are but pauses," Fern murmured, recalling Thistle's stories. She invited the wind to share its tales. As it rustled through the branches, the leaves danced in patterns, memories of spring buds, summer shade, and the promise of roots dreaming beneath snow. Touched, the wind lifted the amber leaf, a translucent shard the color of honey and firelight, into Moss's waiting spines. Winter's challenge arrived with the first snowflake. The frost bloom lay in the crystal caves, where icicles gleamed like dragons' teeth. Yet the caves wept, their frost melting into sad rivulets. "Cold without stillness is chaos," Pip observed. Deep inside they found the bloom, a crystalline flower, guarded by a lone snow hare shivering in the damp. "The heartstone's weakness chills my burrow," she whispered. Fern nuzzled her, sharing warmth, while Moss and Pip stacked stones to shield her from drafts. Grateful, the hare breathed upon the bloom. Her frosty sigh crystallized the air, and the shard glowed with the pure blue light of a frozen star. On the winter solstice, the friends returned to the elder tree. The heartstone's pulse was faint as a moth's wingbeat. Thistle waited, her breath puffing silver in the air. Place the shards where the seasons meet, she instructed. Fern laid the verdant dew where roots drank spring rains. Pip set the ember gleam where branches basked in summer sun. Moss nestled the amber leaf where autumn leaves fell, and the snow hare, who'd followed, touched the frost bloom to icy roots. As the solstice moon reached its zenith, Thistle began the song of binding, a low, resonant hum that vibrated in their bones. Fern, Pip, Moss, and the hare joined in, a harmony of chirps, rumbles, and breath. The shards dissolved into light, flowing into the heartstone like rivers returning to the sea. A sigh swept through the whisperwood. Snowflakes gentled into a lullaby of white. Icicles hardened, glittering. Beneath the snow, seeds dreamed of green. And the heartstone blazed, not with fury, but with the steady, comforting glow of a heartbeat restored. Seasons settled into their rightful rhythm. Spring came, washing the forest in cherry blossoms and the chatter of peepers. Summer followed, heavy with the perfume of honeysuckle. Autumn draped the woods in quilts of russet and gold. Winter wrapped it in silent, star-strewn peace. Fern, curled now beside Thistle under a blanket of new snow, watched the heartstone's light spill through the branches like melted starlight. "Balance isn't a thing we hold," Thistle murmured, her voice a contented rumble. "It's a song we choose to sing together, season by season, friend by friend." Outside, the wind hummed the tune against the pines, and deep in the earth, the forest dreamed on, cradled in harmony. Story 6. The first chill of autumn crept through the village of Willowbrook like a shy guest, painting the leaves in fiery hues of crimson and gold. It rustled the reeds by the river and whispered secrets through the chimneys. In a small cottage nestled beneath a great, gnarled oak tree lived a boy named Leo. Leo was quiet, with eyes the color of stormy seas, and a heart that felt the rhythms of the world a little too deeply. While other children chased frogs or built forts, Leo often sat by the ancient stone bridge, listening. He wasn't sure what he listened for, only that the wind carried fragments of something more. Something hidden. One crisp afternoon, drawn by the particularly mournful sigh of the wind through the willows, Leo wandered further upstream than usual. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, illuminating dust motes dancing in the cool air. Near the moss-covered roots of a colossal, lightning-struck cedar, something gleamed. It wasn't the sharp glint of metal, but a soft, pearly luminescence, like moonlight captured in water. Brushing away damp leaves and earth, Leo uncovered a stone. It was smooth and cool, about the size of his palm, shaped like a teardrop. Its surface wasn't opaque. Deep within its milky depths, swirls of silver and pale blue pulsed faintly, like the slow beat of a sleeping heart. As Leo held it, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, and a soft, musical hum vibrated in his bones, a sound only he could hear. It felt like recognition. That night, under a quilt heavy with dreams, Leo placed the stone on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, bathing the stone in an ethereal glow. The swirling lights within it brightened, and the soft hum intensified. It seemed to pull at him, a gentle, insistent tug. Then the impossible happened. The moonlight where it touched the stone seemed to thicken and flow, pooling onto the floorboards like liquid silver. The pool shimmered, deepening, revealing not the wood beneath, but a glimpse of a path paved with luminous moss, winding between towering ferns that shimmered with dew like scattered diamonds. The stone was a key. The hidden world he'd always sensed was calling. Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped into the pool of moonlight. It felt like stepping into cool, silken water, but without wetness. A sensation of falling and floating simultaneously washed over him, and then his feet touched soft, yielding moss. He stood in the heart of the whispering woods, but transformed. The trees were colossal pillars of ancient wisdom, their bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and tell stories. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms cast soft glows of violet and emerald, illuminating the path. The air hummed with life, not just insects, but a vibrant energy that tingled on his skin. It smelled of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something sweet and unfamiliar, like starlight distilled. This was Sylvania, the hidden heart of the forest. Leo followed the glowing moss path, the warm pulse of the moonstone guiding him like a silent compass. He felt watched but not threatened. Eyes gleamed from hollows curious, ancient eyes belonging to creatures both strange and familiar. A fox with fur like spun moonlight paused to regard him before melting into the undergrowth. Tiny winged beings, no larger than his thumb, flitted past, leaving trails of sparkling dust. The forest breathed around him, a vast, living entity. The path led him to a small, crystal-clear pool, fed by a waterfall that tumbled down mossy rocks like liquid silver. Beside the pool, hunched and trembling, was a creature Leo had only seen in faded illustrations in the village elder's book, a forest wisp. It was small, barely reaching his knee, its form woven from living vines, shimmering leaves, and soft, dappled fur the color of sun-dappled forest floor. Large, luminous eyes, currently filled with deep sorrow, dominated its delicate face. But something was terribly wrong. One of its leaf-like hands was withered and gray, and the vibrant green light that should have pulsed within its core was dim and flickering erratically. A faint, discordant buzzing, like angry hornets, emanated from its injured limb. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet of the glade. The wisp startled, whirling around. Fear flashed in its large eyes, but as its gaze fell on the moonstone glowing softly in Leo's hand, the fear softened into wary curiosity. It made a sound like rustling leaves and tinkling water, a language Leo couldn't understand, but the meaning was clear in the slump of its small shoulders and the pain in its eyes. It pointed a trembling, healthy finger towards its withered hand, and then towards the waterfall. Leo knelt cautiously. "You're hurt?" he asked gently. The wisp nodded, its large eyes welling with silvery tears that fell like dewdrops onto the moss. It gestured again towards the waterfall, then pointed emphatically at Leo's moonstone, its light pulsing brighter in response. The buzzing from the wisp's hand intensified, a jarring counterpoint to the forest's serene hum. Leo understood. The stone was reacting to the wisp's distress, and the waterfall held a clue. He looked closer at the injured hand. Embedded deep within the withered vines was a shard of something dark and jagged, like obsidian, pulsing with a sickly purple light. It was the source of the buzzing, the corruption spreading through the wisp. The wisp, whom Leo learned was named Flicker through gestures and soft sounds mimicking its name, explained in its rustling language, aided by the moonstone's empathetic resonance. The dark shard was a fragment of shadow stone, a substance of pure negativity that drained life energy. It had fallen from a higher realm during a violent storm, piercing Flicker while she tended the moonpetal flower's rare blooms that absorbed moonlight and purified the heart of Sylvania's magic. The corruption was spreading not just through Flicker, but through the very roots she was connected to, poisoning the forest's vitality. The source of the shadow stone lay deeper within Sylvania, near the ancient moonpetal grove. Only by removing the source could Flicker be healed and Sylvania saved. Flicker couldn't journey far, the corruption weakened her too much. She needed Leo's help. The moonstone she conveyed with hopeful urgency was the key, a piece of Sylvania's own heart, attuned to its rhythms and capable of countering the shadow stone's blight. Their unexpected friendship, born of vulnerability and a shared moonstone's call, was Sylvania's only hope. Thus began their perilous journey into the deeper, wilder heart of Sylvania. Leo carried Flicker gently in a sling of soft moss he fashioned, the moonstone a warm beacon against his chest. The forest changed as they ventured further. The luminous moss grew sparse, replaced by twisted roots that clawed at the path. The vibrant colors muted, leaves hung limp, and the sweet scent soured into damp decay. The comforting hum of life grew faint, replaced by unsettling whispers in the wind and the distant, chilling screech of unseen creatures drawn to the spreading blight. The moonstone guided them, its light flaring brighter when they chose the right fork in a path obscured by thorny vines, or pulsing a warning warmth when danger neared, like the time they narrowly avoided a patch of ground that shimmered with an oily rainbow sheen, a trap set by corrupted earth spirits. They relied on each other utterly. Flicker, weakened but still connected to the fading forest consciousness, could sense shifts in the land, warning Leo of unstable ground or hidden crevices with soft, urgent clicks. Leo, with his human strength and the moonstone's protection, navigated the physical dangers, cleared paths with a sturdy branch, and shared his simple provisions of nuts and berries, which Flicker nibbled gratefully. One moonless night, beneath a canopy of unnaturally dark leaves, they faced their first true trial. A creature of shadow and thorn, shaped like a skeletal badger but larger, its eyes glowing with the same sickly purple as the shard, stalked them. It moved silently, drawn by the potent life force of the moonstone and the lingering corruption in Flicker. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped Leo. He stumbled, Flicker whimpering in his sling. The shadow beast lunged. Acting purely on instinct, Leo held the moonstone aloft. Its light, usually soft, flared into a brilliant, pure white radiance. The beast shrieked, recoiling as if burned, the purple light in its eyes flickering wildly. It hissed, melting back into the oppressive darkness, but the encounter left them both trembling, a stark reminder of the Shadowstone's growing power. The journey tested Leo's spirit. He faced moments of crushing doubt, wondering if a village boy could truly heal a magical forest. He missed the familiar sounds of Willowbrook, the warmth of his hearth. He worried constantly about Flicker, whose light grew dimmer each day, her rustling voice weaker. Yet seeing her unwavering trust, her large eyes filled with hope whenever she looked at him or the moonstone, strengthened his resolve. He learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the forest's fading song, guided by the moonstone's pulse. He discovered a quiet courage he never knew he possessed, not the roar of a warrior, but the steady persistence of a root seeking water deep underground. After days of arduous travel, marked by dwindling light and growing despair, they reached the source. The Moonpetal Grove was a scene of heartbreaking desolation. Where magnificent, silver-veined flowers should have bloomed under the open sky, drinking moonlight, there was only twisted, blackened stalks. The air hung heavy and silent, devoid of the forest's hum. In the center of the grove, embedded in a cracked altar stone that once pulsed with Sylvania's heartlight, lay the Shadowstone's core. It was a jagged, fist-sized crystal radiating waves of chilling purple-black energy. Tendrils of corruption snaked out from it, choking the life from the grove and feeding the blight spreading through the forest. The buzzing was deafening here, a physical pressure against Leo's skin. Flicker moaned weakly, curling in on herself in the sling, her light guttering like a dying candle. The moonstone in Leo's hand blazed with an almost painful intensity, its warmth a fierce counterpoint to the Shadowstone's icy malevolence. He felt its urgent pull, its need to counteract the darkness. But approaching the core felt like wading through thick, freezing tar. Each step was a battle against despair and crushing weight. The Shadowstone seemed to whisper doubts directly into his mind. Foolish child. Too weak. The forest is doomed. Leave now. Flicker's faint rustle of encouragement was his anchor. He focused on her trust, on the memory of the vibrant forest he'd first entered, on the warm pulse of the moonstone fighting against the cold. Reaching the altar felt like climbing a mountain. He knelt, placing Flicker gently on the moss beside him. Her large eyes met his, filled with pain, but also an unwavering belief. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Leo raised the moonstone. Its light poured forth, a lance of pure, white-silver radiance aimed directly at the Shadowstone core. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The purple-black energy lashed out like dark lightning, meeting the moonstone's beam. A silent, titanic struggle ensued. Leo felt the impact surge through his arm, jarring his bones. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his will, all his hope, all his newfound courage into the stone. He thought of Flicker's friendship, of the wind sighing through the willows, of the luminous mushrooms and the wise old trees. He thought of home not as an escape, but as part of the world he was fighting to protect. The moonstone's light intensified, fueled by Leo's resolve and the deep, ancient magic it embodied. It began to push back the dark tendrils. The Shadowstone's buzzing rose to a shriek of rage and despair. Leo felt a wave of cold fury, a final, desperate assault on his mind. "You cannot win," it seemed to scream. But Leo held firm, anchoring himself in the warmth of the stone and the fragile light still flickering in Flicker's eyes beside him. With a final, silent cry of effort, he pushed. There was a sound like 1,000 panes of glass shattering, utterly silent yet profoundly felt. The Shadowstone core exploded into 1,000,000 dark shards that instantly vaporized into wisps of harmless smoke. The oppressive weight lifted. The deafening buzzing ceased, replaced by a profound, ringing silence. Then slowly, like the first breath after drowning, the forest sighed. Life surged back with visible force. Color bled back into the twisted stalks of the moon petals. They straightened, unfurling pristine silver-white petals that glowed with an inner light. The corruption receded from the grove like a dark tide, revealing healthy moss and vibrant ferns. Overhead, the unnatural canopy thinned, allowing real starlight to filter through, mingling with the newly restored glow of the moon petals. The air filled with the sweet, clean scent of renewal and the soft, harmonious hum of Sylvania's restored heart song. Leo slumped, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet joy. He turned to Flicker. The withered grayness was receding from her small hand like melting frost, replaced by healthy, vibrant green vines and soft fur. The sickly purple shard was gone, dissolved with the core. Her large eyes, now clear and bright as forest pools, shone with tears of pure relief and gratitude. The soft green light within her core pulsed strong and steady, casting a gentle, healthy glow on Leo's face. She reached out her now-healed hand, placing it gently over Leo's where he still held the moonstone. It pulsed warmly, its mission fulfilled. A wave of pure, benevolent energy flowed from Flicker, through the stone, and into Leo a silent thank you, a blessing of the forest. The journey back was a celebration. Sylvania, healed and grateful, welcomed them. The path was easier, bathed in restored moonlight and starlight filtering through the rejuvenated canopy. Luminous creatures emerged, no longer hiding, chirping and flitting around them in displays of dazzling light. The giant trees seemed to bow gently as they passed, their bark patterns shifting into images of gratitude, a boy holding a stone, a small wisp, a blooming moon petal. Flicker, restored to her full vitality, chattered happily in her rustling language, pointing out hidden wonders Leo had missed on the way in a spring bubbling with crystal water, a glade filled with flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. Their bond, forged in shared peril and purpose, was now a deep, wordless understanding. When they reached the moonlit pool near the cedar tree, the gateway, Leo felt a pang. He looked at Flicker, then at the moonstone, still warm in his hand. Sylvania was her home. He couldn't stay, but he also couldn't imagine leaving her forever. As if sensing his thoughts, Flicker gently took the moonstone from his hand. She held it between her small palms, closed her luminous eyes, and hummed a soft, complex melody. The stone pulsed brightly, then its light dimmed slightly, settling back into its original, gentle pearly glow. She pressed it back into Leo's hand, and then pointed firmly towards the shimmering gateway pool, then back towards his cottage. "Keep it. Remember." Then with surprising strength for her small form, she hugged his leg tightly, a rustling, leafy embrace filled with affection. She pointed to the ground near the great cedar, then to herself, then to the sky. "I am here. Always. You can return." Leo understood. The moonstone was his connection, his key. Sylvania would always be there, hidden but accessible, and Flicker would be his friend within its depths. He stepped through the pool of moonlight, the cool silkiness enveloping him once more. He emerged in his own room, the familiar scent of wood smoke and baking bread replacing the forest's perfume. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pinks and oranges. The moonstone sat warm and comforting in his palm, its inner swirls pulsing softly. Leo was changed. The quiet boy remained, but within him bloomed a quiet confidence, a deep-rooted peace, and an unshakable knowledge of hidden wonders. He knew the wind's secrets now. He understood the sighing of the willows, the language of the rustling leaves. He carried Sylvania's heart within his own, and the enduring warmth of an impossible friendship. He placed the moonstone back on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the rising sun. Outside, the village of Willowbrook stirred, oblivious to the magical world breathing beside it, saved by the courage of a quiet boy and a tiny wisp. That night, and every night after, Leo slept soundly. The moonstone glowed softly on his sill, a silent guardian, a promise. And sometimes, on nights when the wind sighed just so through the willows, he would hear a faint, familiar rustling melody, like leaves dancing in a gentle breeze, a lullaby from a hidden world, singing of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. The journey had ended, but the story, the connection, the quiet magic, it had only just begun. Leo knew he was never truly alone, for he carried the heart of the forest, and the bond of a friend who defied the very boundaries of worlds, deep within his soul, a warm, comforting light to guide him through all his days. Story 7. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward the sky, and moss carpeted the earth in velvet emerald, the boundary between the seen and unseen thinned like morning mist. Here the rustle of leaves held secrets, and the creek's babble murmured lullabies older than time. Autumn had arrived, painting the canopy in fiery hues of amber, crimson, and gold. The air carried the scent of damp earth, ripe blackberries, and wood smoke from distant hearths, a symphony of coziness that wrapped around every creature like a knitted shawl. In a hollow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak, a young squirrel named Pip trembled with excitement. His fluffy tail twitched as he watched maple leaves pirouette to the forest floor. "Why do the leaves dance so, grandmother?" he whispered to Alara, a silver-furred squirrel whose eyes held the depth of centuries. She smoothed his russet fur with a paw, her voice as soft as falling petals. "They follow the wind whispers, child. Those gentle spirits sing the seasons into being. Without their autumn song, the woods couldn't sleep beneath winter's snow." Nearby, a family of hedgehogs, Mother Hazel and her 3 little ones, bustled through a thicket of ferns, gathering acorns. Their tiny snouts sniffed the air, detecting the faintest tang of frost yet to come. Hazel paused, her quills shimmering with dew. "Listen," she murmured. The forest had fallen unnaturally silent. No rustle of wings, no sigh of wind through pines. Even the brook's chuckle seemed hushed. "The wind whispers are late," she fretted. Without their melody, the leaves won't fall gently. They'll wither and crumble, leaving the earth bare too soon. The imbalance rippled through the whispering woods. Mushrooms, usually vibrant crowns of purple and gold, grew dull and listless. Spiderwebs, meant to glisten with dawn's first light, sagged like torn lace. Deep in his burrow, old Thuron, the tortoise, felt the shift in his bones. His shell, etched with patterns like frost on glass, hummed with the forest's unease. When Pip scurried to him, breathless with worry, Thuron's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a stream. The wind whispers are lost in the high crags, little one. A mountain storm scattered their song. If they don't return by the equinox moon, autumn's balance will shatter. Pip's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. But how do we find them? Thuron nudged a dried leaf with his snout, revealing a hidden path of luminescent lichen. Follow the earth singers, they remember all trails. The earth singers were ancient stones that pulsed with warmth, humming melodies only the pure of heart could hear. Their song flowed through roots and rivulets, guiding lost travelers. Gathering courage, Pip sought help. Bramble the badger, whose fur held the twilight's indigo sheen, joined without hesitation. "Strength I lend, little friend," he grunted, claws digging into soft soil. Rowan the stag, antlers crowned with ivy, bowed his noble head. "My legs know every glen," he vowed. Even Hazel's hedgehogs offered their keen noses to sniff out the earth singer's trail. Their journey wove through wonders, groves where willows wept silver tears into mirrored pools, and meadows where fireflies painted the dusk in liquid gold. They passed the glimmering glade, where mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns, casting cozy light on velvety moss. Pip tasted the air, crisp apples, pine resin, and the sweet decay of fallen logs. He touched petals frost-kissed at dawn, their edges delicate as lace. All the while, the earth singer's hum vibrated beneath their paws, a low, soothing thrum that led them higher into the mist-cloaked mountains. At the storm-ravaged crags, they found the wind whispers, ethereal beings woven from zephyrs and starlight, huddled in a cave. Their song had been stolen by the tempest, leaving them frail as dandelion fluff. "We cannot sing autumn's lullaby without our harmonies," sighed the eldest whisper, her voice like chimes in a breeze. Bramble dug footholds in the scree. Rowan cleared fallen boulders with his antlers. Pip scampered up icy rocks, placing acorns like stepping stones. Yet the whispers remained too weak to fly. It was Hazel who remembered the wisdom of generations. "The forest's breath sustains all," she said softly. "Breathe with us as one." The creatures formed a circle, squirrels, hedgehogs, badger, stag. Even Thuron, slow but steady, arrived as the moon rose. They breathed deeply, inhaling the scent of pine and cold stone, exhaling warmth into the cave. The earth singer's hum swelled, weaving with their shared breath. Slowly the wind whispers brightened, drawing strength from the harmony below. As the equinox moon bathed the peaks in pearl light, the whispers soared. Their song cascaded down the mountains, a melody of rustling leaves, distant geese, and crackling hearths. Autumn's magic rippled through the whispering woods. Leaves drifted down in graceful spirals, carpeting the earth in a quilt of gold. Mushrooms perked up, glowing anew. Spiderwebs glistened, strung with dewdrop jewels. Back in the clearing, the creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak. Thuron smiled as Pip nestled into Alara's fur. "Balance isn't kept by one, but by many threads woven together," the tortoise mused. "Even the smallest breath matters." The wind whispers curled around them like a gentle breeze, their song now a soft hum in the branches. Pip yawned, lulled by the creek's restored chuckle and the scent of wood smoke mingling with fallen leaves. Above, the stars blinked like friendly eyes, and the forest sighed in perfect, peaceful harmony, ready to dream beneath autumn's tender touch. Story 8. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns, resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer Folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders, or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. Why me? Tobin's luminous eyes softened. Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely. A shiver ran through Layla, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. Fades, how? What can I do? The heart tree is weakening, Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants. He fluttered his wings nervously. We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela? Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oak Haven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmer folk depending on her. Yes, she whispered, her voice gaining strength. I will help. A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled vale. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the vale was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside, where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The Glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the Glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the veil she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows. His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. The song is not something you hold, Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence. The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. Too high, too hard, you'll fall, but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the crystal falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. The sentinels test worthiness, Tobin said. They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it. Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadow struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child. Your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged, Tobin's unwavering trust, the glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. "I choose light," she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. "I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders." With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled vale pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper. You saved the heart. You saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled vale remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled vale humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like Glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a lullaby for the night. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the warmth carry you away to the edge of a sleepy village, where the ordinary world brushed against something extraordinary. Young Finn lived in a cottage nestled where the cobbled streets of Meadowbrook met the ancient, sprawling expanse known as the Whispering Woods. Finn was a quiet child, thoughtful beyond his years, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that often felt too big for the bustling village life. He found solace not in the marketplace games, but in the quiet corners of his garden, tending to his grandmother's cherished moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms only unfurled fully under the starlight. Yet even that quiet joy was dimming. The moonpetals had begun to droop, their luminescence fading, and a strange, grayish mist had started to creep from the edges of the whispering woods towards the village, carrying with it an unnerving silence where birdsong used to be. One crisp autumn afternoon, while digging near the old oak stump at the very boundary of the woods, Finn's spade struck something hard and smooth. Brushing away the damp earth, he unearthed a curious object. It wasn't metal nor stone, but seemed carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch. It was shaped like a compass, but instead of cardinal points, its face held intricate, swirling carvings that seemed to shift subtly when looked at directly. At its center, nestled in a small depression, was a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a faint, internal light. As Finn held it, a low hum vibrated through his palm, and a single word echoed softly in his mind, clear as a bell: Whisperwood. That night, under a sky thick with stars, the compass glowed more brightly, the stone pulsing like a captured heartbeat. It tugged gently in Finn's hand, its wooden needle pointing insistently towards the dark line of the whispering woods. The fading moon petals seemed to sigh towards the woods, their remaining light flickering weakly. Finn felt a pull deeper than curiosity, a sense of responsibility, a whisper that he needed to go. Tucking the warm compass into his pocket, its hum a comforting presence, he slipped quietly out of the cottage, the damp grass cool beneath his bare feet. Crossing the boundary felt like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air changed instantly, becoming richer, cooler, and laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something ancient and green. The mist was thicker here, swirling around the gnarled roots of immense trees whose branches wove a dense canopy overhead, blocking out most of the starlight. Yet the compass glowed steadily, casting a soft, pearly radiance that pushed back the gloom, illuminating moss-covered boulders and intricate spiderwebs beaded with moisture. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from leaves and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Finn's heart skip. He followed the compass's pull deeper into the woods. The path, if it could be called that, was overgrown and treacherous. Roots snaked across the forest floor, rocks lurked beneath carpets of moss, and the mist coiled around his ankles like cold fingers. The compass guided him unerringly, its needle shifting minutely, leading him around impassable thickets and treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. It felt less like an object and more like a patient, silent companion. After what felt like hours, the compass suddenly grew warmer. Its light flared, illuminating a small clearing. In the center stood a creature unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, let alone seen. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but covered in short, dense fur, the color of storm clouds shot through with streaks of iridescent blue. It had large, round eyes like polished amber, currently wide with surprise and suspicion, and long, tufted ears that twitched nervously. Its most striking feature was a pair of large, delicate wings, like those of a dragonfly but shimmering with the same iridescent blue as its fur, currently folded tightly against its back. It was perched on a toadstool, nibbling mournfully on a gray, withered mushroom. The creature froze, its amber eyes locking onto Finn and the glowing compass. A low growl rumbled in its chest. "HSSSD, what are you doing here, soft skin, trespassing, thieving?" Its voice was surprisingly deep and gravelly for its size, like stones tumbling in a brook. Finn stopped, holding up his hands slowly, the compass pulsing warmly in one palm. I didn't mean to trespass. My name is Finn. I found this compass. It led me here." He gestured with the glowing object. "The woods, they feel sick, and the mist is spreading to my village. My moon petals are dying." The creature's ears flattened against its head. "Sick HMPH, the woods are grieving, and why shouldn't they? Forgotten, abandoned, choked by silence and shadow." It puffed out its chest. "I am Thistle, keeper of the glimmering glade, or I was." Its defiance faltered, replaced by a profound weariness. It looked down at the withered mushroom. "The glade, the heart, it fades, the weave unravels, and I cannot mend it. A tremor ran through its small frame. Finn took a tentative step closer. The heart, what heart, what's the weave? Maybe I can help, the compass brought me. Thistle eyed the compass warily. The Whisperwood compass, lost for generations, it senses the weave, the living magic that binds the woods. The heart is the source, the glimmering glade, but it is hidden, protected, and now weakened. It looked at Finn, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. Why would it lead you? Soft skins bring noise and axes, not healing. Not me, Finn said softly, thinking of his quiet garden, his drooping moon petals. I just want to understand, to help if I can. My grandmother said the woods and the village used to be friends. Maybe they can be again. Thistle studied Finn for a long moment, the silence stretching. Finally it gave a curt nod, a flicker of reluctant acceptance in its amber eyes. The compass leads, Thistle follows for the glade, but no tricks, soft skin. It fluttered down from the toadstool, landing lightly on the moss beside Finn. Call me Thistle, keeper titles seem hollow now. Thus began an unlikely partnership. Finn, guided by the warm pulse of the Whisperwood compass, and Thistle, navigating the deeper, older paths with an innate knowledge of the forest, moved deeper into the whispering woods. The journey was a revelation. The compass didn't just point the way, it reacted to the forest's ailment. When they passed a cluster of trees whose leaves were turning brittle and gray, the milky stone dimmed, and a faint, discordant chime echoed from it. Near a sluggish, murky stream choked with slime, the compass grew cold, its light flickering erratically. Thistle explained in his gruff way. The weave is the song of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of streamlets, the buzz of insects, the memories held in ancient roots all woven together. The glimmering glade is the loom, the heart where the song is strongest, but the song is fading. Silence grows, shadows deepen, the mist is the wood's sorrow made visible. They encountered wonders, groves where luminescent fungi painted the ground in soft blues and greens, trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light, clear pools reflecting star patterns unseen in the sky above. But each wonder was marred by the encroaching grayness patches of dead, silent ground, streams running sluggish and dark, trees groaning as if in pain. The discordant chimes from the compass became more frequent. One evening, as they sheltered under a giant, hollowed-out willow, its once vibrant leaves now hanging limp, Finn shared his own quiet sorrow, the fading moon petals, the feeling of not quite belonging in the village, his grandmother's stories about the wood's old magic. Thistle, nibbling a slightly less withered mushroom Finn had found, listened intently. Then, hesitantly, Thistle spoke of his own burden. The glimmering glade wasn't just a place. It was sustained by joy, by connection, by the shared memories of all who lived within the woods and those who respected it. As the village grew distant, forgetting the old ways, and as fear replaced wonder, the connection frayed. Thistle felt every fraying thread as a physical ache. He'd tried everything ancient chants, tending the oldest trees, even attempting to sing the weave back into strength, but his own heart was heavy with loneliness and failure. The song needs many voices, Thistle murmured, his voice softer than Finn had ever heard it. One keeper's voice is not enough. The compass pulsed warmly against Finn's chest. He looked at Thistle, truly seeing the weariness beneath the bristly exterior, the deep love for the woods masked by grumpiness. Maybe it led me because I can hear the silence too, and maybe we can find more voices together. He offered Thistle a small, slightly squashed berry he'd saved. Thistle took the berry, a flicker of something like surprise crossing his face. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps, Finn, perhaps. Days blurred into nights. They forded streams turned sluggish and cold, climbed moss-slicked ridges where the mist clung thickest, and navigated valleys choked with gray, brittle ferns. The compass guided them through illusion's paths that doubled back, walls of thorn that seemed solid until the compass light touched them, revealing an opening. Thistle's knowledge saved them from hidden sinkholes and patches of quicksand disguised as ordinary moss. They shared meager rations, Finn's dried bread and cheese, Thistle's knowledge of which forest grubs were surprisingly edible and which berries wouldn't make you see dancing badgers. Slowly, a grudging respect, then a tentative friendship, bloomed between the quiet boy and the gruff keeper. Finn learned to move with the forest's rhythm, to listen beyond the silence. Thistle, in turn, found himself sharing stories of the woods past glory of great gatherings under the moon, of trees that sang, of starlight distilled in dewdrops. Finally, after a particularly arduous climb up a sheer rock face guided by the compass's insistent light, they emerged onto a high plateau. Before them lay the glimmering glade. It was a sight that stole Finn's breath, even in its faded state. A vast natural amphitheater ringed by ancient, towering trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the mist. At the very center stood an enormous, ancient oak, its gnarled trunk wider than Finn's cottage, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. But the crystals were dull, their light feeble. The great oak's leaves were sparse and tinged with gray. Moss that should have been emerald green was patchy and brown. A shallow pool at the oak's base, which Thistle called the memory pool, was murky and still, reflecting only the oppressive gray sky. The air hummed not with vibrant life, but with a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in Finn's bones, the sound of the weave unraveling. The mist here was thickest, swirling like smoke. The heart, Thistle whispered, his voice thick with despair. He fluttered weakly to the base of the great oak, landing on a root. See, the loom tree weakens, the pool remembers only sorrow, the song, it's almost gone. He slumped, his iridescent wings drooping. The compass led you, Finn, but what can we do? The silence is too deep. Finn stood at the edge of the glade, the whisperwood compass burning warmly against his palm, its light a defiant beacon in the gloom. He felt the immense sadness of the place, the weight of forgotten connections. He thought of his drooping moon petals, of the village elders dismissing the mist as just weather, of Thistle's loneliness. He thought of his grandmother's stories filled with laughter shared under these very trees, of offerings of song and gratitude, of the woods and village woven together. Suddenly, the compass pulsed intensely. Its light flared not outwards but inwards, bathing Finn in its pearly radiance. An image filled his mind, not a spell or a chant, but a feeling. A memory. The pure, simple joy he felt when his moon petals bloomed under the stars, the connection he felt to the tiny plants. He remembered Thistle's face when he'd accepted the berry, the flicker of surprise and connection. The answer wasn't force. It wasn't just Thistle's duty. It was connection. It was sharing the light inside, the small joys, the memories. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked slowly towards the murky memory pool. He knelt beside it, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through his trousers. He placed his hands on the compass, its warmth flowing into him. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to sing a grand song. Instead, he focused on a single, quiet memory. He pictured his grandmother's face, kind and lined, as she showed him how to plant the first moonpetal seed. He felt the cool earth under his small fingers, the anticipation, the shared wonder when the first silver shoot emerged. He poured that feeling, the warmth, the love, the simple joy of growth and connection into the compass. The milky stone blazed. A beam of pure, soft light, warm like starlight, shot from the compass and touched the surface of the murky memory pool. Where the light touched, the murkiness cleared, like ink dispersing in clean water. For a moment, the image of Finn's grandmother smiling, holding the tiny seedling, shimmered on the pool's surface. A soft gasp came from Thistle. Finn opened his eyes. The cleared patch of water glowed faintly. The discordant thrumming lessened just a fraction. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Thistle's amber eyes. Thistle, Finn called softly. Your turn. Think of something good, something joyful you remember here. Thistle hesitated, then fluttered closer to the pool. He looked uncertain, then closed his eyes. He thought Finn imagined of sunbeams dappling the glade, of the crystal trees ablaze with light, perhaps of a time when other voices filled the air. A low, hesitant hum started in Thistle's chest, rough at first, then smoothing into a deep, resonant tone. It wasn't a song with words, but a pure note of remembrance and belonging. As he hummed, a tiny spark of iridescent blue light, like a captured firefly, drifted from him and touched the pool beside Finn's clearing patch. The water there cleared too, showing a fleeting image of the glade bathed in golden sunlight. Encouraged, Finn focused again. He thought of the first time he saw a shooting star, the awe that filled him. Another beam of light, another patch of the pool cleared, shimmering with starry reflections. Thistle, gaining confidence, hummed louder, recalling the scent of rain on hot earth in the glade, releasing another spark of blue light. Finn remembered the taste of wild strawberries Thistle had shown him, the burst of sweetness. Light. Thistle remembered the feeling of the wind under his wings on a clear day. Light. They worked together, boy and keeper, kneeling by the pool. Finn shared quiet human joys, the comfort of a warm hearth on a rainy night, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his grandmother's laughter. Thistle poured in the deep, ancient joys of the forest, the unfurling of a fern, the chatter of squirrels at dawn, the silent strength of the oldest trees. Each memory, each spark of joy, each moment of connection, channeled through the Whisperwood compass, became a beam of light or a spark of blue energy that touched the memory pool, clearing the murkiness patch by patch. The discordant thrumming faded, replaced by a soft, harmonious hum that rose from the pool itself, weaving together their disparate melodies. As the pool cleared, reflecting not sorrow but the shared tapestry of their memories and joys, the change rippled outward. The crystals embedded in the surrounding trees began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in time with the hum. The gray tinge receded from the loom tree's leaves, replaced by a vibrant, healthy green. The moss at its base turned emerald and plush. The mist within the glade didn't vanish, but it thinned dramatically, becoming a soft, luminous haze that diffused the growing light beautifully. The air itself felt lighter, warmer, alive with the returning song of the weave, a complex, beautiful melody woven from rustling leaves, trickling water, insect buzz, bird calls tentatively starting again in the distance, and the deep, resonant hum of the loom tree itself, strengthened by their offering. Finn and Thistle sat back, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet awe. The glimmering glade was still regaining its strength, but the heart was beating again, strong and steady. The Whisperwood compass in Finn's hand was warm but calm, its light soft and constant, the milky stone glowing with a serene inner light. The needle pointed steadily towards the great oak. We did it, Finn breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Thistle looked around, his amber eyes wide, reflecting the burgeoning light. He looked at Finn, the suspicion gone, replaced by a depth of gratitude and newfound respect. We did, he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. The song, it remembers, the connection, it lives. He fluttered up and landed gently on Finn's shoulder, a surprising but comforting weight. You brought the lost voice, Finn, the voice of remembering, the voice of the heart. The journey back felt different. The whispering woods were still healing, but the oppressive silence was gone. Birds tentatively sang melodies. Streams chuckled over stones, clearer now. The mist had receded to the deepest hollows, no longer threatening the village boundary. The gray, dead patches were smaller, showing signs of green shoots pushing through. The compass guided them, but its pull was gentle, content. Finn carried it not just as a guide, but as a symbol of the bond forged. When they finally emerged from the tree line near Finn's cottage, dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Finn's grandmother stood in the garden, her face lined with worry that melted into disbelief, and then radiant joy. For there in Finn's moonpetal patch, every single flower had unfurled fully, their silvery petals glowing with an ethereal light even in the dawn, healthier and more luminous than they had been in years. The creeping gray mist was gone from the village edge. Finn ran to her, Thistle fluttering discreetly to perch on the garden fence, watching. Finn poured out the tale, the compass, the sick woods, Thistle, the fading glade, the journey, the memory pool, the sharing of memories and light. His grandmother listened, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slowly. "The old bond," she whispered. "We forgot to listen, we forgot to share our song." News spread through Meadowbrook, not with alarm, but with wonder. Finn, once the quiet boy, became a bridge. He showed the elders the Whisperwood compass, though it only glowed warmly for him and his grandmother, and he spoke of Thistle and the glimmering glade. Hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, villagers began to visit the edge of the whispering woods. Not to take, but to listen. To leave simple offerings of song or stories, or well wishes whispered to the wind. Children left drawings of the woods. The blacksmith, inspired, forged a small wind chime with leaves and acorns, and hung it where the breeze caught it, adding its gentle melody to the forest's edge. Finn visited Thistle often. Sometimes Thistle would grumble about soft-skin noise, but he always met Finn by the old oak stump, and sometimes he'd even venture closer to the village, hidden in the twilight, listening to the laughter and songs drifting out. The keeper was no longer alone. The weave grew stronger, fed by the renewed connection. Finn kept the Whisperwood compass on his windowsill. It no longer tugged him into the deep woods, but it often glowed softly, especially on nights when the moon petals bloomed, or when he sat quietly, remembering his journey. It was a reminder that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells or hidden powers, but in the quiet courage to listen, the willingness to reach out to the unexpected, and the simple, profound power of sharing joy and memory. It reminded him that even the smallest voice, when woven together with others in kindness and understanding, could mend a broken song and light the way home. The mist never returned to Meadowbrook's edge. The whispering woods thrived, a symphony of life once more, its song a gentle counterpoint to the village sounds. And on quiet nights, if you listened very carefully near the old oak stump, you might hear the deep, contented hum of a keeper, and the soft, answering laughter of a boy who had discovered that friendship and understanding could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that every heart, no matter how small or seemingly different, holds a light that can help heal the world. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. The fire crackles low, the rain whispers on the roof, and the world is full of quiet, interconnected magic. Dream well. Story 10. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the night deepens. Settle in, dear listener, and let me spin a tale of quiet transformation, a story that blooms as slowly and surely as a flower in the springtime sun. It's about Linden, a gentle soul who lived in the village, nestled beside the whispering woods. Linden loved the familiar rhythms of Maple Hollow. He knew the exact creak of the bakery door, the scent of pine needles after summer rain, and the comforting murmur of the brook that wound past his cottage. Change, however, fluttered at the edges of his heart like a trapped moth. The thought of it made his palms sweat and his breath catch. When his best friend, Rue, decided to learn pottery, Linden admired her courage but couldn't imagine trying something new himself. When the old miller retired and a young family moved in, bringing laughter and unfamiliar songs, Linden felt a pang of loss for the comfortable silence he'd known. He felt stuck, rooted in place while the world gently shifted around him. Linden's grandmother, a woman with eyes the color of storm clouds and hands etched with kindness, lived in a cottage draped in honeysuckle at the wood's edge. She noticed Linden's quiet unease. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves spiraled down, she pressed a small, worn velvet pouch into his palm. It felt warm, humming with a faint energy like a sleeping bee. "Grandmother," Linden murmured, turning the pouch over. "What is it?" "Seeds, my dear," she replied, her voice soft as falling snow. "But not ordinary ones. These are moon-petal seeds. They only bloom under the light of a full moon, and they reflect the gardener." Linden frowned. "Reflect." "Patience, Linden. Plant them in your little garden patch, tend them, watch them. And remember," she added, placing a weathered hand on his cheek, "growth isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the quietest thing in the world." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linden obeyed. He cleared a small, sunny corner beside his cottage, feeling the cool, damp earth crumble between his fingers. He carefully planted the tiny, opalescent seeds, patting the soil gently over them like tucking in a child. That night, under the first full moon since planting, he crept outside. His breath caught. Tiny, silvery green shoots had pushed through the soil, glowing faintly with an inner light like captured moonlight. They were beautiful, but they trembled. A faint shimmer of anxiety seemed to ripple through their delicate leaves whenever a breeze stirred, mirroring the flutter in Linden's own chest whenever he thought of stepping beyond his well-worn path. Weeks passed. Linden watered the moon petals faithfully, talked to them softly about the day's small happenings, the baker's new rye loaf, the antics of the neighbor's tabby cat. Yet the plants seemed hesitant. Their silvery stems grew taller, but their leaves remained tightly furled, refusing to unfurl into the promised blooms. They stood like shy sentinels, beautiful but closed off, reflecting Linden's own reluctance to unfurl his spirit to new possibilities. Frustration prickled at him. Was he doing something wrong? The magic felt fragile, tied to his own uncertain heart. One misty morning, Rue bounded over, her apron smudged with clay. "Linden, come see, I finally threw a pot that doesn't look like a sad lump." Her enthusiasm was infectious. Linden hesitated, glancing at his closed moon petals. The thought of Rue's messy, vibrant pottery shed, so different from his quiet garden, made his stomach clench. But Rue's bright, expectant eyes were hard to refuse. Taking a deep breath, he followed her. The pottery shed was a delightful chaos of spinning wheels, buckets of slip, and shelves filled with lopsided but charming creations. The earthy smell of clay filled the air. Rue thrust a slightly wobbly but perfectly functional mug into his hands. "For you, first successful piece." Linden's initial stiffness melted away as he admired her clumsy pride. Hesitantly, he touched a lump of cool, wet clay on her wheel. Rue grinned. "Want to try? It's just mud, can't hurt." His fingers sank into the yielding coolness. It was strange, messy, utterly unfamiliar. He pushed too hard, the clay slumped. He pulled too lightly, nothing happened. He felt clumsy, exposed. But Rue just laughed, a warm, bubbling sound. "That's it, feel it, don't fight it, just listen to it." Slowly, under Rue's patient guidance, Linden stopped trying to control the clay and started to feel its rhythm. He created a small, lopsided bowl, far from perfect, but undeniably his. A spark of something new, not fear, but curiosity, flickered within him. That evening he noticed one moon-petal bud had loosened its tight clasp, revealing a sliver of luminous, pearly white petal beneath. Another source of quiet support came from Bramble, the old woodsman who lived deep in the whispering woods. Bramble moved through the forest with a silent grace, understanding its ancient language. Linden often found him mending fences or sharing stories on his porch. One afternoon, as Linden fretted aloud about the stubbornly closed moon petals, Bramble simply pointed a gnarled finger towards a towering oak. "See that scar?" Bramble asked, his voice a low rumble. "Lightning strike years back looked like the end of it, but see how the wood grew around it, made it stronger, shaped it unique. Change ain't always gentle, Linden. Sometimes it cracks you open, but that's where the light gets in and where you grow something new. Linden looked at the oak's magnificent, twisted strength, born from trauma. He thought of his own small fears. They felt less like insurmountable walls and more like knots in wood, something that could be incorporated, made part of his own unique shape. That night another moonpetal bud unfurled slightly, its inner light glowing a touch brighter. The turning point arrived unexpectedly. A late spring storm, fiercer than predicted, lashed Maple Hollow. Wind howled, rain drummed on the roof like frantic fingers. Linden huddled inside, worrying about his fragile moonpetals exposed in the garden. As dawn broke, gray and dripping, he rushed outside. His heart sank. The moonpetals were battered. Their luminous stems were bent, leaves torn, and the precious, partially opened blooms were bruised and drooping. They looked defeated, reflecting the crushing disappointment and helplessness Linden felt welling up inside him. He sank to his knees in the muddy earth, tears mingling with the rain on his cheeks. Had he failed them? Had his own resistance doomed them? Now, lad, came a gruff, kind voice. Bramble stood at the garden gate, his hat dripping. Looks rough, doesn't it? He knelt beside Linden, not shying away from the mud. But look closer. Through blurred eyes, Linden looked. Bramble gently lifted a drooping stem. At its base, where the stem met the earth, tiny new shoots, vibrant and green, were pushing through the mud. They shone with an intense, hopeful light. See, Bramble murmured. The storm knocked him down, but it watered the roots deep. Sometimes getting knocked about is what makes the strongest growth happen underneath. They ain't done, Linden. They're just starting again, wiser. Rue arrived then, carrying a steaming mug of spiced cider. Heard the wind last night, she said, handing it to Linden. The warmth seeped into his cold hands. Brought reinforcements. She knelt too, carefully brushing mud from a bruised petal. Remember my first vase, the one that exploded in the kiln? I cried buckets, but I learned why it exploded, made the next one better. She smiled, her eyes warm. Maybe the storm was just the kiln for your flowers. Sitting there in the damp garden, surrounded by the evidence of damage, but also by the quiet strength of friendship and the undeniable promise of new shoots, something shifted within Linden. The fear of change hadn't vanished, but it was no longer a cage. It was simply weather, part of life's landscape. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for Rue's unwavering enthusiasm, for Bramble's grounded wisdom, and for his grandmother's quiet faith. He understood that growth wasn't about avoiding the storm, but about learning to bend with the wind, trusting the roots you'd nurtured, and knowing you weren't weathering it alone. He tended the moon petals with renewed tenderness, not demanding blooms, but nurturing the resilient new growth. He accepted Rue's invitation to help glaze her pots, finding joy in the swirls of color. He even asked the new family at the mill about their songs, humming along hesitantly at first. With each small step beyond his old boundaries, Linden felt a little less rigid, a little more alive. He wasn't becoming someone else. He was discovering more layers of who he always was. The next full moon arrived, bathing Maple Hollow in a silvery radiance. Linden stood in his garden, Rue and Bramble beside him. His grandmother watched from her porch, a gentle smile on her lips. The moon petals were transformed. From the sturdy new shoots, magnificent blooms had unfurled. They weren't just pearly white, they shimmered with shifting colors, deep blues like twilight, soft golds like dawn, gentle greens like new leaves. Each petal seemed woven from moonlight and resilience. They glowed with a powerful, serene light, illuminating the garden with a peaceful, ethereal beauty. The blooms were open wide, strong and confident, yet exquisitely delicate. They reflected not fear but quiet courage, not resistance but graceful acceptance, not isolation but the deep, warm hues of friendship and hard-won wisdom. Linden reached out not to touch, but simply to feel the gentle warmth radiating from them. It wasn't the heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of life persisting, of beauty forged through challenge. He looked at his friends, their faces bathed in the magical light, and then at the resilient, radiant flowers, a perfect mirror to the transformation within his own heart. He hadn't been broken by the storm, he had been deepened, strengthened, and opened. He learned that personal growth wasn't a sudden, dazzling explosion, but a slow, tender unfurling, like a moon petal under the patient moon. It required the nourishing soil of kindness both to oneself and from others. It needed the gentle rain of new experiences, even the uncomfortable ones, and sometimes the fierce storm that tested your roots. Most importantly, it thrived in the warm sunlight of connection. Linden realized that change wasn't the enemy of comfort. It was the very process through which comfort deepened into true contentment, and familiarity blossomed into a richer, more vibrant understanding of oneself and the world. He was still Linden of Maple Hollow, lover of quiet brooks and bakery smells, but now his heart held more colors, more light, and a profound peace that came from knowing he could weather any season. The garden remained a place of magic, the moon petals blooming faithfully every full moon, a constant, gentle reminder of the beauty found in embracing one's own unfolding story. And Linden, tending his luminous flowers or shaping a lump of clay beside Rue, or listening to Bramble's forest tales, carried within him the quiet, enduring magic of transformation, the kind that starts with a single seed of courage, nurtured by love, and blossoms slowly, surely, into the radiant light of becoming. The fire has burned low now, casting long, comforting shadows. Remember Linden's garden, dear listener, and the quiet strength found in simply being open to the light. May your own changes be gentle, your roots deep, and your heart always open to the warmth of your own unfolding. Sleep peacefully. Story 11. The old grandfather clock in the hall had just chimed 9, and outside the window, the world of Maplewood Grove was bathed in the deep indigo of twilight. Stars pricked the velvet sky like scattered diamonds, and a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine, whispered through the leaves. In a cozy room warmed by the soft glow of a nightlight shaped like a crescent moon, a young child named Arlo, known for their quiet thoughtfulness and keen observation of the world's small wonders, lay tucked beneath a patchwork quilt. Tonight, however, sleep felt elusive. A peculiar restlessness hummed beneath their skin, a feeling like the air before a summer storm, charged with unseen possibility. Earlier that day, while exploring the mossy banks of Willow Creek behind their cottage, Arlo had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Half buried in the damp earth near the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, something had glinted with an unnatural light. Brushing away the clinging soil, Arlo discovered a small, impossibly smooth object. It was an acorn, but unlike any they had ever seen. Crafted from what appeared to be pure, cool moonlight solidified into silver, it pulsed with a faint, rhythmic inner light, like a captured heartbeat. Tiny, intricate swirls etched its surface, seeming to shift and shimmer when viewed from different angles. A sense of profound calm washed over Arlo as they held it, the restless feeling momentarily stilled. They had slipped the silver acorn into their pocket, its presence a comforting, secret weight against their leg. Now, lying awake, Arlo couldn't stop thinking about it. They fished it out from under their pillow, where they'd hidden it. In the dim light, the acorn's glow intensified, casting dancing silver patterns on the ceiling. As Arlo traced the swirling patterns with a fingertip, a strange thing happened. The patterns seemed to move, flowing like liquid silver across the acorn's surface, coalescing into a miniature, shimmering map. It depicted a path leading deep into the heart of the Whispering Woods, a dense, ancient forest bordering Maplewood Grove that adults often spoke of with hushed voices and warnings about getting lost. The map pulsed gently, beckoning. A thrill, both exhilarating and terrifying, shot through Arlo. The silver acorn wasn't just a beautiful trinket, it was a key, a guide. The hidden world adults whispered about, was it real? Was this the entrance? The restlessness transformed into a determined curiosity. Quietly, Arlo slipped out of bed, pulled on sturdy trousers and a warm sweater, and pocketed the glowing acorn. They crept downstairs, the old wooden floorboards sighing softly beneath their bare feet. Pausing only to pull on worn boots and grab a small canvas bag with a crust of bread and an apple, Arlo slipped out the back door into the cool, fragrant night. The familiar path to Willow Creek felt different under the moonlight. Shadows stretched long and deep, turning ordinary bushes into crouching beasts. Crickets chirped a rhythmic chorus, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed through the stillness. Guided by the increasingly warm pulse of the silver acorn in their pocket, Arlo followed the creek deeper into the woods than they had ever dared venture alone. The air grew thicker, cooler, and carried the rich, decaying scent of centuries-old leaves and damp bark. The trees here were giants, their branches intertwining high above like the vaulted ceiling of a vast, natural cathedral. Moonlight filtered through in fractured beams, illuminating patches of luminous moss and strange, phosphorescent fungi clinging to trunks. Suddenly, the silver acorn flared brightly, its light illuminating a section of the creek bank that seemed indistinct. The air shimmered like heat haze over a summer road. Heart pounding, Arlo stepped towards the shimmering patch. There was no dramatic portal, no thunderclap. Instead, it felt like walking through a curtain of cool, silken water. The sounds of the familiar forest, the crickets, the rustling leaves faded instantly, replaced by an absolute, profound silence. Arlo gasped. They stood on the edge of a breathtaking world bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms, taller than Arlo, glowed softly in shades of amethyst, emerald, and sapphire, casting an ethereal light. Trees with bark like polished obsidian rose towards a sky that wasn't sky, but a swirling tapestry of nebulae, constellations Arlo didn't recognize, and shimmering ribbons of light. The air hummed with a low, resonant energy that vibrated in Arlo's bones. Strange, luminous flowers drifted gently on unseen currents like underwater plants. This was the Whisperwood Grove, a hidden world nestled within the heart of the ordinary woods. The silver acorn pulsed warmly again, its light now projecting the map onto the luminous moss at Arlo's feet. The path led deeper into the grove, towards a colossal tree visible in the distance, its branches seeming to cradle entire galaxies. But before Arlo could take a step, a voice rasped from the shadows above. Lost are we, or just terribly, terribly foolish? Arlo jumped, whirling around. Perched on a low, glowing branch of an amethyst-hued mushroom was a large owl. But this was no ordinary owl. Its feathers were a deep, iridescent charcoal that seemed to absorb the ambient light, while its enormous eyes, the size of saucers, glowed with an intelligent, piercing amber light. Its beak looked sharp enough to carve stone. I have a map," Arlo stammered, holding out the glowing acorn, their voice small in the vast silence. The owl tilted its head, one great eye fixed unblinkingly on the acorn. The heartseed, it murmured, its voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little bones have been walking." It ruffled its feathers, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone. "Name's Oliver, and you small lost thing, what brings you trespassing into the Whisperwood?" "I'm Arlo, I found the heartseed by the creek, it showed me the way." Arlo explained their restlessness, the discovery, the shimmering map. "It feels like it wants me to go somewhere, to that big tree." Oliver hooted softly, a sound that held a surprising note of melancholy. "The memory tree, where the grove's heart beats and its memories sleep." He studied Arlo intently. The heartseed doesn't call just anyone child. It senses a need, a resonance. Perhaps you carry a quietness the tree understands. He paused, then added almost grudgingly, the paths here twist. What seems straight leads in circles. The whisperwood guards its secrets fiercely. You'd be lost within minutes without guidance. Arlo looked from the imposing owl to the mesmerizing, alien landscape. Fear warred with the insistent pull of the heartseed. Will you help me?" they asked quietly. Oliver remained silent for a long moment, his amber gaze distant. "I haven't approached the memory tree since." He trailed off, ruffling his feathers again, a gesture that suddenly seemed less imposing and more uncertain. "Let's just say its memories aren't always gentle, but—" He looked back at Arlo, at the earnest hope in their eyes. "The heartseed chose you, and it hasn't been wrong before. Very well, Arlo, consider me your reluctant guide through the tangles of time and moss. But mind you, step where I step and touch nothing without asking. The whisperwood bites." And so began an unlikely journey. Oliver, gruff and world-weary, glided silently from branch to branch of the glowing fungi and obsidian trees, while Arlo scrambled below, their eyes wide with wonder. The whisperwood was a place of breathtaking beauty and subtle peril. They crossed bridges woven from strands of solidified moonlight that hummed beneath their feet. They skirted pools of liquid starlight where ghostly, translucent fish darted, their silent movements creating ripples of pure color. They passed fields of whispering silver grass that chimed like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a breeze Arlo couldn't feel. Oliver proved an invaluable, if prickly, companion. He warned Arlo away from a patch of innocuous-looking blue moss that exhaled sleeping spores. He identified the safe path across a meadow of glowing flowers whose petals snapped shut like hungry mouths. He spoke of the grove's history in his rumbling voice, of the luminous moths that carried messages written in light, of the stone sentinels who slumbered deep beneath the roots, of the weeping willows whose tears held the memories of rain. As they journeyed deeper, the heartseed's glow intensified, and Arlo felt a growing sense of connection. They noticed things Oliver missed, a subtle shift in the hum of the air indicating a hidden spring of crystal-clear water, the faint, distressed shimmer of a trapped luminous moth tangled in a vine of shadow thorns. Arlo carefully freed the moth, its wings brushing their fingers with a sensation like warm light. It pulsed gratefully before flitting away, leaving a trail of shimmering dust. Oliver watched, his amber eyes thoughtful. "HMPH, observant little thing, aren't you useful?" The trials began subtly. The path vanished, replaced by a dense thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe with malicious intent. Oliver soared above, scouting. "Dead end," he called down. "We need to go around, but that way leads perilously close to the echo canyons. Dangerous echoes there can drive a mind mad." Arlo, however, stood very still, holding the heartseed. Its light pulsed onto the thorns, revealing not a solid wall, but a pattern. The thorns weren't random, they formed a labyrinthine puzzle, shifting slightly with the grove's breath. Focusing on the heartseed's guidance, Arlo saw a sequence, a safe path woven through the seeming chaos. "Oliver," Arlo whispered. "Look, it's not a wall, it's a door. We need to step through, but only where the light shows the thorns are sleeping." They pointed to faintly glowing points within the thicket. Oliver landed beside them, peering intently. "By the shifting stars, you're right." He sounded impressed. "The heartseed shows you its secrets. Laid on, small guide." Heart-pounding, Arlo stepped forward, trusting the acorn's light. They moved with careful precision, Oliver following their exact path. Thorny tendrils recoiled slightly from the heartseed's glow where Arlo stepped. It was slow, nerve-wracking progress, but they emerged unscathed on the other side. Oliver hooted softly, a sound that was almost approving. Next came the Bridge of Sighs. A fragile-looking span of woven moonlight stretched over a chasm filled not with darkness, but with swirling, chaotic colors, raw, untamed memories leaking from the memory tree's roots. The bridge swayed alarmingly, and mournful whispers seemed to emanate from the chasm below, tugging at Arlo's own feelings of loneliness, the times they felt overlooked or misunderstood. "Focus on the heartseed, Arlo," Oliver urged, his voice unusually gentle. "Its light is clarity. The sighs are just echoes, old pains. They have no power unless you lend them yours." Arlo clutched the warm silver acorn, focusing on its steady, calming pulse. The whispers faded, becoming a distant murmur. Taking a deep breath, they stepped onto the bridge. It felt solid beneath their feet, humming with contained energy. Halfway across, a particularly strong wave of sorrow washed up from the chasm, a feeling of profound abandonment. Arlo faltered, tears pricking their eyes. Oliver, flying beside them, dipped close. "Remember freeing the moth, Arlo. Remember the map on your ceiling. The whisperwood sees your quiet strength. The tree needs that clarity now. Don't let the echoes drown it." Buoyed by Oliver's unexpected faith and the heartseed's warmth, Arlo pushed forward, reaching the solid ground on the far side. The final challenge stood before the towering majesty of the memory tree itself. It wasn't wood, but seemed carved from solidified night sky, its bark swirling with captured nebulae and embedded stars. Its roots plunged deep into the luminous earth, and its vast canopy shimmered with countless points of light, each one a memory. But the tree was distressed. Great cracks marred its surface, leaking streams of that same chaotic, colorful energy they'd seen in the chasm. The light within its canopy flickered erratically, and a low, pained groan vibrated through the ground. "The heartseed," Oliver murmured, landing heavily beside Arlo, his gaze fixed on the cracks with deep sorrow. "It is a shard of the tree itself, cast out when the tree becomes overwhelmed. It seeks a bearer who can bring it back, who can help mend the fractures by sharing their own quiet strength, their clarity." Arlo understood. The heartseed hadn't just guided them, it had been testing them, preparing them. The whisperwood's pain was a tumult of unprocessed memories, echoing sorrows and fears growing too loud, threatening to fracture the grove's heart. The tree needed balance, the kind Arlo carried within them, the ability to observe, to listen deeply, to find calm amidst chaos. "Oliver," Arlo said softly, looking at their companion. "The heartseed showed me the way through the thorns. You guided me past the echoes. But this feels like it needs both of us. The tree groans with old pain. Maybe it needs someone who understands holding on to pain too." They glanced meaningfully at Oliver's wing, which he always held slightly stiffly, a detail Arlo had quietly noted days ago. Oliver flinched, his amber eyes widening. He looked from Arlo to the cracked tree, then down at his own wing. A deep sadness, long buried, surfaced in his gaze. "You see too much, small one," he rasped, but there was no anger, only a weary resignation. "Yes, long ago I witnessed a fracture, a sorrow so deep it shook the grove. I tried to stop it." He gestured with his beak towards the stiff wing. "I failed, the pain I flew from it, stayed away. Perhaps the tree holds echoes of that pain too, tangled with others." Arlo placed a small, comforting hand on Oliver's feathered shoulder. "Maybe it's time to stop flying away. Maybe the tree needs to remember, but gently, with someone who understands." Oliver closed his enormous eyes for a moment. When he opened them, there was a new resolve, mixed with old pain. "Wisdom from the bearer of the heartseed," he murmured. "Very well, together." Holding the pulsating silver acorn tightly, Arlo approached the base of the memory tree. They placed their free hand against the cool, star-studded bark near a crack leaking chaotic color. Instantly a torrent of emotions flooded them: fear, loss, loneliness, confusion, not just their own, but a chorus of countless whispers from the grove itself. It was overwhelming, threatening to sweep Arlo away. They focused desperately on the heartseed, channeling their own quiet strength, their ability to observe without judgment, to find the calm center. The heartseed flared brilliantly, its silver light flowing from Arlo's hand into the crack. The chaotic stream slowed, its colors softening, becoming less jagged. "Now, Oliver," Arlo whispered, their voice strained but clear. Oliver stepped forward. He didn't touch the tree. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to speak. Not in his usual gruff tone, but in a low, resonant hoot that vibrated with ancient power and profound sorrow. He spoke of the fracture he witnessed, the loss he couldn't prevent, the guilt and grief that had made him flee. He spoke his pain aloud, not as an echo, but as a truth acknowledged, a memory shared with compassion for himself and the grove. His voice wove through the chaotic energies, a thread of amber light mingling with Arlo's silver stream. As Oliver spoke his truth, and Arlo held space with their quiet strength, channeling the heartseed's calming power, a miracle unfolded. The chaotic streams leaking from the cracks slowed, then stilled. The colors softened, merging into gentle, swirling hues. The cracks themselves began to knit together, the starry bark mending seamlessly, leaving only faint, silvery scars. The flickering lights in the canopy steadied, glowing with a warm, unified radiance. The pained groan subsided, replaced by a deep, contented hum that resonated through the entire Whisperwood grove. The bioluminescent plants glowed brighter, the air hummed with peaceful energy, and a sense of profound tranquility settled over the hidden world. Arlo stepped back, exhausted but filled with an incredible warmth. The silver acorn in their hand had dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. Oliver stood beside them, his head held higher, the weight of centuries seeming lighter on his broad shoulders. The stiffness in his wing was still there, but it no longer looked like a burden, merely a part of his story. He looked at Arlo, his amber eyes soft. "You brought the heartseed home, Arlo, and you helped an old owl face a ghost he'd flown from for too long. The grove is healed. Its memories can rest peacefully now." The journey back through the Whisperwood felt different. The air was sweeter, the light warmer. The Whisperwood seemed to embrace them, the paths clearer, the dangers calmed. Luminous moths flitted around them, forming gentle guides. They reached the shimmering boundary. Arlo turned for one last look at the memory tree, now standing tall and serene, its canopy a peaceful constellation. "Will I ever see it again?" they asked softly. Oliver perched on a glowing mushroom nearby. "The Whisperwood is always there, Arlo, nestled within the heart of your own woods. You carry its peace within you now and the heartseed's clarity. You found it once, you'll always know the way should you need it. But remember," he added, his voice regaining a hint of his old gruffness, "adventures are best followed by a good sleep." Stepping through the shimmering curtain felt like shedding a coat of starlight. Arlo was back by Willow Creek, the familiar sounds of crickets and rustling leaves a comforting blanket. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the world in soft pinks and golds. Oliver landed silently on a branch overhead. "Home you go, small bearer, sleep well, you've earned it." Arlo walked back to the cottage, the silver acorn now cool and inert in their pocket, a simple, beautiful silver acorn. They felt different, not just tired, but profoundly settled. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep well of calm and a quiet confidence they hadn't known before. They had journeyed into the unknown, faced trials, forged an unlikely friendship with a wise, grumpy owl, and helped heal a hidden heart. They had learned that quiet observation was a strength, that facing pain, whether your own or another's, brought healing, and that true friendship could be found in the most unexpected places. Creeping back into their room, Arlo placed the silver acorn carefully on the windowsill, where the first rays of the rising sun caught it, making it gleam. As they snuggled back under the patchwork quilt, the scent of jasmine still faint on the air, sleep finally claimed them. Their dreams were filled with swirling nebulae, glowing mushrooms, the deep hum of a contented tree, and the comforting shadow of a great owl soaring through a sky woven from peace and starlight. Outside, the world of Maplewood Grove woke to a perfectly ordinary day, unaware of the extraordinary adventure that had unfolded in its hidden heart, leaving the young dreamer forever changed, carrying a secret peace as deep and enduring as the roots of the ancient woods. The silver acorn on the sill caught the morning light, a silent promise of hidden worlds and quiet courage, waiting for the next restless heart ready to listen. And as Arlo drifted into a deep, restful sleep, a single, contented sigh escaped their lips, mingling with the gentle morning breeze. Story 12. The distant stars glittered like scattered salt across the velvet blackness of the Nebula expanse. Aboard the aging freighter Stardust Drifter, 2 passengers occupied adjacent cabins, separated by more than just a bulkhead. In cabin 3, Kale, a slender being from the crystalline forests of Lyra, perched thoughtfully on a gel-cushioned seat. His form was delicate, covered in fine, iridescent scales that shimmered faintly like captured moonlight. Large, multifaceted eyes, the color of deep amethyst, observed the swirling hyperspace vortex outside the viewport. Kale communicated through soft chimes and subtle shifts in the light patterns on his scales, a language of gentle luminescence. He found space travel unnerving. The constant hum of engines was a harsh contrast to the whispering winds of his home. In cabin 4, Rur rumbled softly. A sturdy, broad-shouldered inhabitant of the gravity-heavy world Grondar, Rur was covered in thick, moss-like fur that shifted between earthy greens and browns. His wide face featured kind, deep-set eyes like polished obsidian, and small, sensitive ears that twitched at every unfamiliar sound. Rur communicated through resonant hums, tactile gestures with his large, padded hands, and expressive movements of his fur. The sterile, quiet ship felt oppressively empty to him, a stark contrast to the bustling communal burrows of Grondar. He missed the comforting press of his kin. Their journey to the galactic way station, Serenity Point, was uneventful until disaster struck. A micrometeor shower, undetected by the Stardust Drifter's aging sensors, peppered the hull. Alarms shrieked, lights flickered violently, and the ship lurched. Kale emitted a high-pitched chime of pure terror, his scales flashing frantic reds and oranges. Rur bellowed a deep, concerned hum, bracing himself against the wall as the floor shuddered. Emergency protocol activated. Abandoned ship. Proceed to escape pods. The ship's AI intoned, its voice unnervingly calm. Panic surged through both passengers. They scrambled into the corridor just as the lights failed completely, replaced by the eerie red glow of emergency strips. Kale, agile but terrified in the sudden darkness, darted towards the nearest pod bay. Rur, moving with surprising speed for his bulk but disoriented by the flashing lights, followed the same path. They collided in the narrow passageway. Kale, startled by the sudden warm contact and Rur's loud, distressed hum, instinctively flared his scales defensively, emitting a sharp, warning pulse of bright light. Rur, blinded by the flash and interpreting the light as aggression, stumbled back with a confused, wounded rumble. He saw only a small, flashing creature blocking his way to safety. Kale saw only a large, dark shape looming over him, making alarming noises. Another violent tremor shook the ship. A support beam groaned overhead. Without conscious thought, Rur lunged forward, not at Kale, but past him, shoving the smaller being aside just as the beam crashed down where Kale had stood. Debris showered them. Kale, sprawled on the floor, saw the beam pinning Rur's leg. The Grundarian let out a pained grunt but focused his obsidian eyes on Kale, humming a low, questioning note. It wasn't anger Kale saw, but concern. For him, the misunderstanding shattered. That protective instinct, that selfless act cutting through the fear and confusion, changed everything. Kale's scales softened to a worried lavender. He chimed gently, a sound of apology and thanks, and cautiously approached. Rumbled reassurance, a deep, vibrating sound that Kale felt more than heard. Together, they managed to shift the beam enough for to pull his leg free, though he limped badly. Kale supported him as best he could, his surprisingly strong limbs bracing Rur's weight. Wordlessly, they helped each other the remaining distance to their escape pod bay. They tumbled into the last functioning pod just as the Stardust Drifter groaned its final protest. The pod ejected with a jolt, leaving the dying ship behind. Silence descended, broken only by the hum of the pod's life support and Rur's pained breathing. Outside the small viewport, the vast, indifferent expanse of space stretched endlessly. They were utterly alone, adrift in the Nebula expanse. The initial hours were tense. Kale, his scales flickering with nervous energy, tried to assess the pod's systems using the control panel. His delicate fingers traced symbols he didn't fully understand. Sat heavily, tending to his injured leg with large, gentle hands, humming softly to himself a Grindarian lullaby for pain. He watched Kale struggle, then rumbled and pointed a thick finger at a specific sequence on the panel. Kale tilted his head, chiming a questioning note. Repeated the gesture, then mimed pressing the sequence. Kale cautiously complied. A secondary navigation screen flickered to life. A shared look of dawning comprehension passed between them. Understood mechanics, Kale understood patterns. Together, they could navigate. Their journey towards the faint signal of Serenity Point became a slow dance of cooperation and growing trust. Strength was invaluable for repairs and moving heavy components within the cramped pod. Kale's agility and keen eyesight spotted critical microfractures in the hull plating and identified safe paths through asteroid fields. Kale learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Rur's fur, a bristle indicating unease, a smooth ripple signaling calm. He started to understand the emotional depth within Rur's hums. In turn, learned to read Kale's luminous language, the calming blues that meant safety, the warm golds that signaled discovery. He found the gentle chimes soothing, a counterpoint to the ship's sterile noises. They shared meager rations. Kale offered nutrient gels from his homeworld, which sampled cautiously, his fur ruffling in surprise at the sweet, floral taste. Shared dense protein bricks, which Kale found strangely comforting in their earthy solidity. They learned each other's needs. Kale needed periods of near darkness to rest properly, his scales dimming to a soft pearl glow. Needed tactile comfort. Kale learned to gently pat Rur's thick forearm with his small hand, a gesture responded to with a deep, contented purr. One critical challenge tested their fledgling bond to its core. They entered a dense cloud of ionized particles that scrambled the pod's long-range communications and navigation. The comforting signal of Serenity Point vanished. Panic threatened to resurface. Kale's scales flickered erratically. Rumbled a low, steadying tone, placing a large, warm hand flat against the console, a gesture of solidarity. We face this together. Kale remembered the star charts he'd studied. He began chiming complex sequences, describing the relative positions of nearby pulsars by their unique light signatures, something his multifaceted eyes could perceive with incredible clarity. Understanding the spatial relationships, painstakingly translated Kale's descriptions into manual coordinates using the pod's backup astrogation system, his thick fingers surprisingly deft on the delicate controls. It took hours. Kale grew weary, his chimes fading. Gently nudged a nutrient gel towards him, humming a Grindarian encouragement song. Kale ate, then continued, his scales glowing with renewed determination. Worked tirelessly, his fur matted with effort, but his eyes never lost their kind focus. Finally, after a tense silence filled only by the hum of systems and their own breathing, a single, steady beacon signal appeared on the screen. Serenity Point. A shared wave of relief washed over them. Kale chimed a bright, triumphant melody. Rur rumbled a deep, joyful bass note that vibrated through the pod's deck plating. Without thinking, Rur reached out and gently clasped Kale's small shoulder. Kale leaned into the touch, his scales radiating a warm, golden light that filled the small space like sunshine. When the rescue shuttle from Serenity Point docked with their pod days later, the crew found an unusual sight. The large Grindarian was carefully polishing a section of the viewport with a soft cloth, humming softly. Perched on his broad shoulder, the delicate Lyran was tracing patterns of light on the console, his gentle chimes weaving seamlessly with Rur's hum, creating a unique, harmonious sound. They moved with an easy synchronicity, a quiet understanding passing between them that needed no translation. At Serenity Point, they were offered separate quarters. Kale looked at Rur, his scales pulsing a soft, questioning blue. Rur rumbled a gentle affirmative and patted the space beside him on the large, moss-covered sleeping mat the station provided for Grindarians. That night, in a quiet corner of the bustling way station, Kale rested within the comforting circle of Rur's protective arm, his scales emitting a soft, steady pearl glow. Rur's deep, rhythmic breathing was a lullaby, a sound Kale now associated with safety and profound connection. Rur felt the gentle warmth radiating from his small friend, a warmth that seeped deeper than fur, warming a place inside him that the vastness of space had once chilled. They had arrived as strangers, adrift and afraid. They had survived not just the perils of space, but the greater challenge of their own preconceptions. Through shared vulnerability, acts of unexpected kindness, and the patient weaving of understanding across the vast gulf of their differences, they had discovered a truth as vast and enduring as the starfield itself. That friendship is the most powerful gravity well in the universe, pulling disparate souls into an orbit of mutual support, quiet understanding, and unwavering warmth. And as they drifted into sleep, safe and together beneath the artificial stars of Serenity Point, the gentle hum and the soft chime blended into a single, peaceful song of home. Story 13. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. In this quiet corner of the world lived a young gardener named Finn, whose hands could coax shy seedlings from the earth, but whose heart clung stubbornly to familiarity. Finn tended the same plots his grandmother once nurtured, rows of practical cabbages, sturdy carrots, and reliable potatoes. Yet beyond his tidy beds lay the whispering garden, overgrown and wild since grandmother's passing. Its tangled vines frightened Finn, for they shifted overnight, their leaves murmuring secrets he couldn't understand. Change felt like a storm threatening his orderly world. One crisp autumn morning, the village elder, a kind-faced woman named Agnes, placed a small velvet pouch in Finn's soil-stained palm. Inside lay 3 luminescent seeds, pulsing with soft blue light like captured starlight. "These are Munchado seeds," Agnes explained, her voice as soothing as rainfall. "Plant them in the whispering garden before the harvest moon. They'll only thrive if the gardener welcomes transformation." Finn's stomach nodded. The garden's wildness mirrored his own fear, the fear of losing himself in the unknown. For days Finn paced his cottage, the seeds glowing brighter each night, as if impatient. The garden's whispers grew louder, rustling through his dreams like wind through dry grass. It was his friend, Mara the baker, who finally intervened. Finding Finn staring blankly at his untouched tea, she slid a warm honey almond cake across his table. "You're wilting like my rosemary in winter," she said gently. "What scares you about those seeds?" Finn confessed his terror, that tending the wild garden might erase the careful, predictable life he'd built. Mara simply smiled. Growth isn't loss, Finn, it's the tree adding rings. Even my sourdough must change to rise. Encouraged, Finn ventured into the whispering garden at twilight. Thorny roses snagged his sleeves, and silver ferns trembled at his touch. As he knelt to plant the first seed, the ground shimmered beneath his fingers. To his dismay, the seedling sprouted into a frail, gray shoot that drooped instantly. "It's dying because of me," he whispered, despair thick as fog. That's when Silas, the elderly librarian, appeared beneath the willow tree, his lantern casting dancing shadows. "Ah," Silas murmured, examining the wilted sprout. "The moon shadow reflects the gardener's heart. Show it courage, not certainty." Finn returned daily, often joined by Mara with fresh bread or Silas with stories of gardens that bloomed in impossible places. Slowly, Finn began experimenting, pruning not with rigid precision but with curious intuition, singing to the vines as grandmother once did. One afternoon, after freeing a trapped butterfly from a spider's web, he noticed the second seedling had unfurled into a sapphire-blue bloom. Its petals emitted a soft chime, harmonizing with the garden's whispers. "It's learning your voice," Mara observed, her eyes crinkling. But the third seed remained dormant. Finn's old doubts resurfaced as the harvest moon neared, fat and orange on the horizon. "What if I fail?" he asked Silas, watching fireflies blink over the silent seed. The librarian placed a weathered hand on Finn's shoulder. "Transformation isn't perfection, it's the willingness to be reshaped." That night Finn sat alone in the garden, admitting aloud his fear of becoming unrecognizable to himself. As tears fell, the final seed absorbed them, glowing fiercely. It burst forth not as a flower but as a tree, slender and strong, its bark swirling with constellations. Where Finn's tears had watered the earth, roots spread like liquid light, weaving through the overgrowth. Thorns softened into jasmine, nettles transformed into velvety lamb's ear. The chaotic garden reshaped itself into winding paths of moonlit moss and ponds reflecting starry skies. Each plant now pulsed in time with Finn's heartbeat, ferns curling when he laughed, night blooming serious opening when he sighed in contentment. The magic hadn't erased his old self. It had woven his courage, doubts, and kindness into something new. On harvest moon night, the village gathered in awe. Lanterns bobbed like earthbound stars, as children chased luminous moths among blossoms that hummed lullabies. Agnes clasped Finn's hands, her eyes misty. "You gave it your truth," she said. Finn realized the garden's whispers were now clear, a chorus celebrating resilience, sung in rustling leaves and trickling water. He'd feared becoming lost, but instead he'd found deeper roots. Years later, travelers would seek the whispering garden, drawn by tales of its enchanted keeper. They'd find Finn guiding them through starlit glades, Mara's cakes warming their hands, and Silas recounting how the greatest magic blooms when we dare to tend our own wildness. And every night, as the garden sighed into peaceful darkness, Finn would whisper to the moonshadow tree, now tall and wise, "Thank you for teaching me to grow." Its branches would sway gently, scattering light like blessings, and the valley would dream, cradled in the quiet beauty of change embraced. Story 14. The village of Mosglin always felt like a warm hug at the edge of autumn. Nestled between hills draped in quilts of amber and crimson leaves, its cobblestone paths glistened after gentle rains, and chimney smoke curled into skies painted peach by the setting sun. At its heart stood the whispering library, where stories hummed from the pages, and the air smelled perpetually of vanilla and old parchment. Here lived young Finn, a boy with eyes like polished river stones and a curiosity as deep as the library's cellars. His best friend was a hedgehog named Bramble, whose spines shimmered with dewdrops even on dry days. For weeks, a peculiar mystery had tickled Mosglin's peace. Every evening, just as the clock tower chimed 7, the village's famed glowing lilies would flicker out. These flowers, which usually bathed gardens in soft silver light, dimmed as if sighing, leaving lanes in shadow. Stranger still, the library's enchanted inkwell, which never ran dry, began producing only faint, watery streaks. And worst of all, the village cats, usually dignified and aloof, took to yowling mournful tunes at the moon. Finn noticed it all. He'd sit by his window, Bramble snuffling in his lap, watching the lilies gutter like dying candles. "It's as if something's stealing the magic," he murmured to Bramble one twilight, stroking the hedgehog's moss-soft belly. But what? His grandmother, a woman with hair like spun moonlight and knuckles gnarled from tending herb gardens, offered wisdom over chamomile tea. "Magic flows like a river, child," she said, her voice a crackle of autumn leaves. "When it falters, listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. Seek Old Thistle." Old Thistle was the village's reclusive star watcher, living high in the hills where the wind carried secrets. Finn packed a satchel with honey cakes and a woolen blanket, tucked Bramble into his pocket, and trekked up fern-slicked paths. Crickets sang him onward, and fireflies winked like scattered embers. At Thistle's crooked cottage, the door creaked open before Finn could knock. Inside, shelves groaned with star charts and jars of captured starlight. Thistle himself resembled a kindly badger, spectacles perched on his nose, a cloak of owl feathers draped over his shoulders. "Ah," Thistle wheezed, peering at Bramble. "A hedgehog who collects dew, clever fellow. He's been sensing the imbalance, hasn't he?" Bramble chirruped, puffing his spines proudly. Thistle nodded. "The lilies dim because their light is being borrowed. The ink fades because stories are being muffled, and the cats, well, they're grieving for silence." "Borrowed by what?" Finn asked, breathless. Thistle pointed a bony finger westward, toward the silent grove, a patch of forest even birds avoided. "Something there is hungry for warmth, not malice, mind you. Loneliness, perhaps. Go at dawn, take kindness with you." He pressed a smooth moonstone into Finn's palm. "This will remember the light." The next morning, Finn and Bramble ventured into the grove. It was unnervingly quiet, no rustle of squirrels, no trill of wrens. Even Bramble curled tight, his nose twitching anxiously. They found clues, a trail of faint, shimmering footprints no larger than acorns, and patches of moss that glowed weakly where the prints paused. Finn's heart hammered, but he recalled his grandmother's words, "Listen with your heart." He sat on a lichen-covered log, unwrapped a honey cake, and broke off a crumb. "Whoever you are," he whispered, "you can share this. We don't mind." A soft whimper echoed. From behind a birch tree emerged a creature, no taller than Finn's knee. It had translucent, moth-like wings, fur like dandelion fluff, and eyes like liquid twilight, enormous and shimmering with unshed tears. It shivered, clutching a tiny sack woven from spider silk. Inside pulsed the stolen light of the lilies, dim and flickering. "I'm sorry," it piped, voice like a dewdrop falling into a pond. "I'm Lumen. My family's lantern moth clan lives deep underground. Our cave's heart crystal cracked, and our home went cold and dark. I took your light to warm them." Tears splashed onto the moss, sizzling like tiny stars. Finn's chest ached. Here was the thief, a frightened child, not a villain. Bramble nudged Lumen gently with his nose, offering a crumb. "You don't need to steal," Finn said softly. "Mosklin shares, but magic fades when it's forced." He showed Lumen the moonstone. "This holds light without hurting the source. Maybe we can mend your crystal." Lumen's wings fluttered hopefully. She led them through a hidden root door into an underground cavern. It was breathtaking. Crystals studded the walls like frozen constellations, but at its center, a pillar of quartz lay fractured, leaking cold blue shadows. Moth folk huddled nearby, their own glow dimmed, wings drooping. Finn studied the crack. The inkwell faded because stories were trapped here, he realized. Sadness mutes magic. He placed Thistle's moonstone against the fracture. Stories need to be told, Lumen, even the hard ones. So Lumen whispered her tale, of the cave-in that shattered the crystal, of her fear for her family, of sneaking into Mosclin hoping to save them. As she spoke, the moonstone brightened, its light flowing into the crack like liquid gold. Finn added his own stories, of library adventures, Bramble's antics, grandmother's garden. The moth folk gathered, adding their whispers, memories of star dances and wind songs. The crystal shivered. With a sound like ice melting in spring sunshine, the fracture sealed. Warm, buttery light flooded the cavern, setting the crystals ablaze. Lumen's sack burst open, releasing the lily's light in a shower of silver sparks that soared homeward through tunnels. Back in Mosclin, the glowing lilies blazed brighter than ever that evening. The inkwell flowed rich and dark, cats purred contentedly on windowsills, and the village breathed a sigh of relief. At the Harvest Moon Festival days later, lanterns glowed under a sky dusted with stars. Finn sat with his grandmother, Bramble dozing in his lap as Lumen and her family, visible only as glimmers of light, danced above the crowd, weaving patterns of joy. Old Thistle joined them, chuckling. "Well done, lad, you saw a cry for help where others saw a theft." Finn smiled, watching Lumen's light pirouette. "Magic isn't just in flowers or ink, is it? It's in listening." His grandmother squeezed his hand. "And in kindness, child, always kindness." As the clock tower chimed 7, the lilies didn't flicker. They shone steadily, casting long, warm shadows, a reminder that even the deepest loneliness could be healed by a shared crumb of honey cake, a whispered story, and a friend who listens with his heart. And high above, the lantern moths danced on, their light now a gift freely given, forever part of Mosclin's gentle, glowing night. Story 15. The village of Pebblebrook nestled in the valley like a drowsy cat curled beside a warm hearth. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs dusted with perpetual autumn leaves, their windows glowing with the soft light of enchanted lanterns. Mist clung to the ground most mornings, smelling of damp earth and sweet wood smoke, and the air always carried the faintest hint of cinnamon, as if a giant baker lived just beyond the hills. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the quiet hum of bees gathering nectar from moonlit blossoms, the way dew formed perfect, tiny rainbows on spiderwebs, and how the stream running through the village center sang a different, soothing melody each night. Sam, a curious child with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually muddy hem on their trousers, lived in the cottage beside the baker's, where the scent of warm bread was thickest. Sam loved Pebblebrook, especially the little mysteries that sometimes popped up a trail of glowing footprints one morning, a flower blooming out of season. But lately a new, slightly unsettling mystery had begun. It started small. Old Man Hemlock's favorite whittling knife, always kept on his windowsill, vanished overnight. He grumbled, blaming forgetfulness. Then Mrs. Nettle's prize-winning jar of cloudberry jam, cooling on her porch, disappeared without a trace. She tutted, suggesting perhaps a particularly clever squirrel. But when the polished river stones Sam had carefully collected from Whispering Creek, each one smooth and cool and uniquely patterned, vanished from their special box under their bed, a ripple of genuine puzzlement spread through the cozy village. Things weren't just misplaced, they were vanishing cleanly, leaving no crumbs, no muddy paw prints, nothing. "Strange doings," murmured the baker, kneading dough with strong, flowery hands. "Pebblebrook hasn't had strange doings like this since the moon moth migration got confused that one summer." Sam felt a prickle of unease mixed with fierce curiosity. Their precious stones were gone. They decided to investigate, armed with a notebook made of birch bark and a stubby pencil, and a heart full of determination. They They started where the stones vanished, their own room. Kneeling, they peered under the bed. Nothing but dust bunnies. Then by the window-sill where the stone's box sat, Sam noticed something tiny and easily missed. A single, perfect pine needle, and clinging to it, the faintest speck of iridescent green moss. Not the kind that grew near their cottage. They visited Old Man Hemlock next. He welcomed them in, his cottage smelling of pipe smoke and cedar shavings. "Lost my best whittler, Sam," he sighed, pointing to the empty windowsill. Sam examined the spot carefully. On the worn wooden sill, beside a faint scratch mark, was another tiny pine needle, and another speck of that same, unusual green moss. Mrs. Nettle, when Sam visited her jam-scented kitchen, confirmed the same near her missing jar, a pine needle near the porch step, and a whisper of moss on the railing. The clues pointed towards the Whispering Woods, the ancient forest that bordered Pebblebrook on its eastern side. The woods were generally peaceful, home to shy tree sprites and industrious badgers, but villagers didn't venture deep without good reason, especially after dusk when the shadows grew long and velvety. Sam knew just who to ask. Deep in the woods, near the roots of the old grandfather oak, lived Bramble, a wise old badger. Bramble wasn't magical in the spell-casting sense, but he knew the woods, its paths, its secrets, and its inhabitants like the lines on his own paws. He was a patient listener and a gentle soul. Following the familiar path lined with ferns that unfurled like green scrolls, Sam found Bramble outside his set, basking in a patch of dappled sunlight. He opened one wise, dark eye as Sam approached, breathing in the rich scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. "Trouble in the village, young Sam." Bramble rumbled, his voice like stones rolling gently in a stream. "The wind carries whispers of vanishing things." Sam poured out the story, the missing knife, the jam, their precious stones, and the curious clues, the pine needles and the iridescent moss. "It feels purposeful, Bramble, but not mean, just strange." Bramble nodded slowly, his silver-tipped muzzle twitching. "Purposeful indeed, pine needles and star moss. That moss only grows deep in the woods, near the crystal spring, high up on the rocky outcrop. It's a long way for a simple thief, and the choice of items, a sharp tool, sweet preserve, smooth stones, an unusual collection." He heaved himself up. "Come, let us see what the woods can tell us. Observation, young one, is the key to any mystery. Look closely, listen softly." They walked deeper into the Whispering Woods. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and green. The air grew cooler, filled with the chirping of unseen crickets and the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth. Bramble moved with surprising quietness for his size, his keen nose twitching. Sam tried to mimic him, stepping carefully on soft moss, their eyes scanning the ground, the trees, the shafts of light. Near the base of a large holly bush, Bramble paused. He nudged a patch of soft earth with his snout. "Look here." Sam knelt. There, pressed into the damp soil, was a tiny, perfect footprint. It was almost like a very small bird's track, but with delicate, clawed toes. And beside it, another speck of the iridescent green moss. They followed the faint trail of broken fern here, a disturbed patch of moss there winding uphill towards the rocky outcrop Bramble had mentioned. The air grew fresher, carrying the clean scent of water and stone. Suddenly Bramble stopped again, his ears pricked forward. He gestured with his head towards a crevice hidden behind a curtain of thick ivy, draping down a large, mossy boulder. From within the crevice came a faint, rhythmic tink-tink-tink sound, like tiny stones being tapped together, and a soft, murmuring hum. Sam's heart beat a little faster. Bramble gave a low, reassuring grunt. "Patience," he whispered. "Watch." They waited, still as the ancient stones around them. After a few moments, the ivy rustled. Out scurried the smallest creature Sam had ever seen up close. It was a hedgehog, but unlike any hedgehog in Pebblebrook. Its spines weren't brown, but a shimmering, deep emerald green, glinting with captured light. And tucked among its spines, held precariously but carefully, was one of Sam's smooth river stones. The creature paused, sniffed the air with its tiny pink nose, then scurried back into the crevice with its prize. Sam gasped. A moss big. Bramble nodded, a hint of amusement in his dark eyes. Indeed, a crystal spring moss big, very rare, very shy. They usually only gather moss and lichen for their nests, but this one seems to have developed a taste for collecting. Understanding dawned on Sam. The knife for digging moss, the jam maybe it smelled sweet, and the stones, they are smooth and pretty. Exactly, Bramble rumbled softly. Not malice but curiosity, and perhaps a touch of loneliness leading it further from its spring than usual. The star moss it loves grows sparsely this season up here. It saw shiny, useful, or sweet things and collected them for its nest. The mystery was solved not with fear, but with gentle discovery. The tension melted away, replaced by warmth and a touch of wonder. Sam and Bramble carefully approached the crevice. Sam spoke softly, "Hello, little moss big, we found your trail." A tiny emerald green snout poked out, followed by bright, beady black eyes filled with apprehension. "We don't mind you borrowing things," Sam said gently, kneeling. "But old man Hemlock misses his whittling, Mrs. Nettle misses her jam, and I miss my stones. Maybe we can help you find better things that aren't missed." Bramble added, "The valley below has meadows full of soft, sweet clover. Pebblebrook's gardens have fallen leaves perfect for lining a nest. And Sam here knows all the best places for smooth pebbles that aren't already collected." The mossbig emerged fully, tilting its head. It made a soft, questioning chirp. Sam carefully took out their birch bark notebook and tore off a clean page. "We could leave gifts near the edge of the woods, things you might like." They quickly sketched a picture of a shiny button, a particularly fluffy dandelion head, and a smooth, round pebble from the creek bed, not one of their special ones, but just as nice. The moss big seemed to ponder this. Then it shuffled back into its crevice. Moments later it returned, nudging Sam's missing river stones, one by one, out into the open. It chirped again, a hopeful sound. The next day, Sam, with Bramble watching from the tree line, placed a small basket woven from reeds at the very edge of the Whispering Woods, right where the village path began. Inside were a shiny brass button from Sam's coat, a handful of fluffy thistledown, 3 beautifully smooth pebbles Sam had found that morning, a tiny pod of honey, a gift from the relieved Mrs. Nettle, and a small, blunt-ended wooden tool old man Hemlock had whittled specially perfect for gently prying moss without harm. By dusk, the basket was empty. In its place was old man Hemlock's knife, polished and gleaming, Mrs. Nettle's empty jam jar, rinsed clean, and a single, perfect sprig of the iridescent star moss. The strange vanishings stopped. But a new, gentle ritual began. Every few days a little basket would appear at the wood's edge, filled with offerings from the villagers, a particularly bright autumn leaf, a snippet of soft wool, a fragrant sprig of lavender, a smooth acorn cap. And in return, sometimes left beside the empty basket, would be a gift from the woods, a perfectly round mushroom, a feather from a songbird, or a tiny, intricate pattern woven from blades of grass. The moss big, it seemed, had found friendship, not just trinkets. Sam learned that sometimes mysteries aren't scary, but simply misunderstandings waiting for kindness and careful observation to solve. The village learned that even the shyest creatures appreciate a thoughtful gift. And Pebblebrook settled back into its cozy rhythm, the gentle mystery replaced by a warm thread of connection, the faint scent of cinnamon mixing with the green perfume of the woods, and the quiet tink-tink sound from the rocky outcrop, now a comforting reminder of a friendship forged not through grand magic, but through quiet understanding and a basket left in the soft, misty light of dawn. The lanterns glowed a little brighter, the stream's song seemed sweeter, and as Sam curled up in bed, the smooth river stone back in its box under the bed felt extra comforting, a tiny, cool promise of harmony restored. Sleep drifted in, soft as thistledown, wrapping the village in peaceful, starlit quiet. Story 16. Deep within the whisper-shade forest, where sunlight dappled the mossy floor like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and ancient pine, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the forest's own quiet magic. Seasons weren't merely marked by changing leaves or falling snow. They pulsed through the very roots and branches, woven into the fabric of life by the ancient entity known as the root whisper. Among the moss-cushioned hollows and beneath gnarled roots lived Thistle, a young hedgehog with quills the color of twilight and eyes bright with curiosity. Her mentor was Birch, a venerable badger whose silver-tipped fur held the wisdom of countless turnings of the seasons. Birch spoke in a voice like rustling autumn leaves, sharing tales passed down through generations of forest dwellers. "Listen, little Thistle," Birch murmured one crisp evening as the first true chill of approaching winter kissed the air, carrying the faint scent of distant frost. The root whisper breathes with the forest, its song shifts with the moon and the sun, with the warm sigh of summer and the deep slumber of winter. Its magic keeps the balance, ensuring the sap rises in spring, the berries ripen in summer, the leaves blaze in autumn, and the seeds dream safe beneath the snow. Thistle snuffled at a cluster of late-blooming star moss, its tiny white flowers glowing faintly in the gathering dusk. "But how, Birch, how does it work?" Birch nudged her gently towards a clearing, bathed in the silvery light of the rising moon. "Observe the glimmer ponds." Before them, small, perfectly circular pools of water shimmered, not reflecting the moon, but emanating their own soft, ethereal light. Tiny, luminous fish, no bigger than Thistle's claw-tip, darted beneath the surface, leaving trails of shimmering blue and green. These pools are the root whisper's tears of joy or sorrow, depending on the forest's health. See how brightly they glow. The air tastes clean, the earth feels rich. All is in harmony. The air did taste clean, Thistle realized, crisp with pine, sweet with decaying leaves, and cool like a drink from a mountain spring. She felt the soft moss yield beneath her paws, thick and vibrant. High above, an owl hooted softly, a sound as comforting as a lullaby in the vast stillness. Fireflies, like drifting embers, began their nightly dance, weaving patterns of warm gold light through the ferns. But as the days grew shorter and the cold deepened, a subtle unease began to thread through the whisper shade. The glimmer ponds dimmed, their light flickering weakly. The air lost its crisp sweetness, gaining a stale, metallic tang that made Thistle's nose wrinkle. The moss underfoot felt brittle, and the usual comforting chorus of crickets and nightjars grew thin and strained. Birch grew solemn, his dark eyes clouded with concern. "The balance wavers," he rumbled, his voice low and troubled. He pressed his broad head to the trunk of the great sentinel, an oak so ancient its bark resembled storm-carved stone. The root whispers song it falters. The cold bites too deep too soon, the frost blooms haven't fully formed. Thistle knew the frost blooms, delicate crystalline flowers that bloomed only on the coldest nights, drawing excess chill from the air and storing it deep within the earth, releasing it slowly as gentle coolness throughout the warmer months. Their absence meant the unseasonable harsh cold would linger, starving plants and freezing burrows. The forest's rhythm was breaking. "What can we do?" Thistle asked, her small voice trembling despite her resolve. "We listen," Birch instructed. "We remember the old ways. The root whisper speaks through the land, through the creatures, through the patterns woven over time." He led Thistle deep into the heartwood, where the air grew still and thick with the scent of loam and sleeping stone. Here enormous roots, thicker than Birch himself, twisted through the earth like petrified serpents. A faint, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the ground, the root whisperer's heartbeat, slow and labored. They were joined by others drawn by the disturbance. Willow, a swift and clever squirrel with a memory like a map. Fern, a patient mole whose sensitive paws could feel the finest tremor in the earth. And a shimmering constellation of fireflies known collectively as the luminaries, whose combined light could illuminate the deepest shadows. "The frostbloom seeds sleep too deeply," Fern murmured, his velvety nose twitching against a massive root. "The cold came too fast. They haven't heard the root whisperer's winter call." "The glimmer ponds are choked," sighed a cluster of luminaries, their light flickering anxiously. "Something bitter flows near their source springs." "I remember," Willow chattered, leaping onto a mossy root. "From the great Acorn story, when the frostblooms slept too long in Elder Wood, the wise owls sang the Sunthaw song to the moonstone at the Starlight Falls. The moonlight reflected off the stone warmed the seeds." Birch nodded slowly. "Yes, child, the memory of the forest lives in us all. The starlight falls, but they lie beyond the frozen rill, and the rill is treacherous now, slick with unnatural ice." Thistle felt a spark ignite within her. "We can help each other. Willow, you know the swiftest paths, even over ice. Fern, you can feel the safest places to step beneath the snow. Luminaries, you can light our way, and Birch, you know the Sunthaw song. I can carry the warmth." She puffed out her chest, her quills catching the faint glow of the luminaries. Hedgehogs, though small, held a natural, gentle warmth in their core. A ripple of hope passed through the small gathering. The forest's harmony relied on cooperation, each creature playing its part. They set out under a sky brilliant with icy stars. The cold was biting, a sharpness that stole their breath and made the snow crunch like broken glass. Willow scouted ahead, her bushy tail a banner against the moonlit snow, finding hidden branches and rock ledges Fern declared safe. The mole moved surprisingly swiftly, his powerful forepaws tunneling briefly through deep drifts or testing the ice over the frozen rill with delicate taps. The luminaries flew in a swirling, golden cloud, casting their collective light on treacherous patches and painting the snow with shifting patterns of warmth. Thistle focused on the small, warm core inside her, picturing it as a tiny, glowing ember. She nestled close to Birch as they traversed the most perilous stretch along the frozen rill. His steady presence and deep, rumbling hum of the beginnings of the Sunthaw song helped her hold onto her warmth. The song wasn't loud. It was a series of low, resonant tones that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the stars above, a lullaby for the frozen earth. Finally, they reached Starlight Falls. Even frozen, it was breathtaking. Cascades of ice, like solidified moonlight, draped over dark rocks. At its base lay the moonstone, a smooth, pale rock as large as birch, usually gleaming, now dulled by frost. The air here tasted sharp and sterile. Birch positioned himself before the moonstone. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the frigid air, and began the Sunthaw song in earnest. It started low, a grounding hum that made the snow at their paws tremble. Then it rose, weaving complex, ancient melodies that spoke of hidden suns and the promise of returning light. Willow added high-pitched counterpoints, chittering rhythms remembered from squirrel lore. Fern tapped a steady, deep beat against the frozen ground with his strong claws, resonating with the earth. The luminaries danced above the moonstone, their light intensifying, focusing into a beam of pure golden radiance that bathed the frost-covered rock. Thistle pressed her warm belly against the cold base of the moonstone. She poured every ounce of her focused warmth into it, picturing the ember inside her growing, spreading. She thought of sun-drenched moss, of ripe blackberries, of the soft sigh of summer wind through the pines. Slowly, miraculously, the frost on the moonstone began to melt. Tiny rivulets of water traced glistening paths down its smooth surface. As Birch's song swelled, filled with the combined hope and effort of his friends, the moonstone began to glow. It absorbed the luminary's golden light and Thistle's gentle warmth, transforming it. It pulsed once, twice, then shone with a pure, silvery radiance captured moonlight, warm and alive. The beam shot upwards, striking the highest, thinnest cascade of the frozen falls. The ice there began to glow, then melt, releasing a trickle, then a stream of water that sparkled with captured starlight. This liquid light flowed down, melting more ice as it went, until Starlight Falls sang again, not with the roar of summer, but with a gentle, luminous chime. The water, imbued with the moonstone's thawing magic, seeped into the ground, flowing back towards the heartwood along hidden channels known only to the earth itself. The journey back was lighter. The biting edge had gone from the cold. The air tasted cleaner, carrying the fresh scent of melting snow and awakened earth. When they reached the glimmer ponds near the heartwood, they saw their light returning, flickering stronger, washing away the unseen bitterness. And deep within the root chamber, the root whisper's thrumming grew steadier, stronger, a deep, contented sigh resonating through the soil. Days later, on the coldest, clearest night, Thistle and Birch stood again in the moonlit clearing. The air was still frigid, but it was a clean, expectant cold. And there, pushing up through the snow around the bases of the oldest trees, were the frost blooms. Tiny, intricate blossoms sculpted from pure ice, they caught the moonlight and fractured it into 1,000 glittering rainbows. They pulsed with a soft, internal light, breathing out visible puffs of crystalline mist as they gently drew their excess, harsh cold from the air, storing it deep within their crystalline structures and the welcoming earth below. The balance was restored. Birch nudged Thistle gently. "See, little one, the forest's wisdom is held by all who live within it. No one creature knows the whole song, but together, listening, remembering, and sharing our gifts, we weave the harmony. The root whisper breathes through us." Thistle gazed at the shimmering frost blooms, their delicate beauty a testament to cooperation and the deep magic of balance. She felt the gentle warmth of the earth beneath the snow, heard the stronger, sweeter song of the glimmer ponds, and smelled the pure, cold scent of pine and starlight. The owl hooted again, a soft, reassuring sound in the vast, peaceful night. The fireflies drifted lazily, their golden light mingling with the frost bloom's icy radiance. She nestled closer to Birch, the ancient badger's warmth a comforting anchor, knowing she was part of something vast, interconnected, and deeply, peacefully magical. As sleep began to claim her, the forest whispered its lullaby, the rustle of leaves, the chime of distant water, the deep, steady thrum of the earth, a symphony of harmony, sung softly beneath the watchful, star-strewn sky. All was well, all was balanced, and the whisper-shade forest dreamed its ancient, protective dream. Story 17. The twin moons of Veridia cast soft silver beams through the crystal canopy as Pip trembled beneath a giant fern. His velvety blue fur stood on end, each whisker twitching at the unfamiliar jungle sounds. Just yesterday he'd been safely tucked in his moss-lined bunk aboard the starship Stardust Weaver, dreaming of his forest homeworld Sylvaner. Now, stranded on this alien planet after the catastrophic engine failure, the little squirrel-like navigator clutched his broken compass, its cracked screen flickering uselessly. A sharp click-clack echoed nearby. Pip froze as angular shadows fractured the moonlight. Krista emerged, her multifaceted body refracting moonlight into prismatic patterns across the ferns. The crystalline geologist from Xiron Prime moved with precise, geometric motions, scanning the foliage with light beams from her fingertips. Pip shrank back, remembering how her sharp edges had accidentally torn a supply crate during the evacuation. "Stay away," he chirped, voice trembling. "Your points could scratch me." Krista's internal lights dimmed to a soft amber. "Scratching is not my intention," she resonated, her voice like wind chimes in a cavern. "I simply seek stable ground. Your organic fluids make me apprehensive. They might corrode my lattice." Their first campfire was a silent ordeal. Pip nibbled purple berries while Krista absorbed solar radiation through her translucent palms. When Pip offered a berry, Krista recoiled. Organics disrupt my energy matrix. Pip's ears drooped. On Sylvaner, sharing food means friendship. Krista tilted her head, facets glittering. On Xiron, friendship is shared data streams. That night the monsoons came. Icy rain lashed through the canopy, drenching Pip's fur. He whimpered as his nest flooded, tiny paws slipping on mud. Suddenly, a warm, amber glow enveloped him. Krista had unfolded her body into a hexagonal shelter, internal heat radiating like a hearthstone. "Enter," she chimed softly. "My crystalline structure is waterproof. Your trembling creates inefficient energy loss." Gratefully, Pip scurried inside. Her warmth dried his fur, and for the first time he noticed how her light pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat. "Your glow, it's beautiful," he whispered. Krista's lights flickered in surprise. "It is merely thermodynamics." Dawn revealed devastation. Landslides had blocked the river they'd followed. Worse, Pip's allergy to Viridian pollen triggered violent sneezes, leaving him dizzy. Krista studied him with analytical beams. "Your respiratory inefficiency endangers us both." She extended a faceted hand. "Temporary symbiosis required. Mount my shoulder platform." Reluctantly, Pip climbed up. As Krista traversed slippery rocks with perfect balance, Pip's keen eyes spotted dangers she couldn't perceive: quicksand disguised as solid ground, venomous flutterbirds camouflaged as flowers. "Left, sharp left," he'd squeak, and Krista would pivot instantly. When Krista's light beams detected edible roots beneath the soil, Pip's nimble claws dug them up. A satisfactory exchange of skills, Krista hummed as they shared roasted tubers. Pip grinned. "You're less scary when you're not calling me inefficient." Krista emitted a soft chime, her version of laughter. Their fragile trust shattered near the Whispering Canyons. Krista detected metal readings, possibly their ship's emergency beacon. Racing ahead, she didn't notice the crumbling ledge until it gave way. Pip lunged, grabbing her faceted arm just as she slid toward the abyss. "Hold on," he cried, tiny claws scrabbling against her smooth surface. Krista's panic vibrated through him. "Release me. My density will pull you down." Pip dug his heels into the moss, muscles burning. "Never. Friends don't let friends shatter." With a final heave, he hauled her up. They collapsed together, Pip's fur matted with effort, Krista's facets clouded with shock. "Why risk termination for me?" she pulsed. Pip nuzzled her warm surface. "Because your glow kept me alive last night. And you're my friend." A new light, deep rose gold, bloomed within Krista's core. "Friend," she echoed, the word tasting strange yet sweet. Days blended into shared purpose. Pip taught Krista to read cloud formations. She taught him crystallography to navigate quartz caves. When Pip's paw got infected from a thorn, Krista used precise light beams to sterilize the wound. "Thermal scalpel mode," she explained as Pip marveled at the painless warmth. When acidic fog threatened Krista's integrity, Pip wove her a cloak from waterproof fern fibers. "Protective sheathing," Krista chimed gratefully. They discovered the beacon wasn't the Stardust Weaver's, it belonged to a crashed escape pod with a functional transmitter. But the activation console required both delicate dexterity and complex coding. Pip's claws danced over the keys, while Krista interfaced her crystalline mind with the circuitry. "Synchro wavelength established," she hummed. Pip added the final command. Message sent. Together they built a signal fire with Krista's internal light amplifying the smoke. Rescue came at twilight. As the hovercraft descended, Pip pressed his furry forehead to Krista's warmest facet. I'll miss your glow, he whispered. Krista enveloped him in a gentle light beam, projecting holographic sylvaner forests across his fur. And I your softness. The Zyronian geologist hesitated, then resonated softly. Friendship is not shared data or food. It is shared light in the darkness. Pip nuzzled her one last time. And shared warmth in the cold. Years later, aboard the deep space research vessel Harmony, Captain Pip adjusts his command cap, a tiny crystalline pendant glowing softly at his collar. On the view screen, Ambassador Krista of Zyron Prime appears, her facets shimmering with affectionate rose-gold light. They exchange reports, Pip describing nebulae like Sylvaner's meadows, Krista analyzing asteroid compositions, but always ending transmissions the same way. Krista pulses, shared light, little friend. Pip touches his pendant, warmth spreading through his fur. Shared warmth, Krista. Across the light years, their friendship remains a beacon proof that even between stardust and crystal, between logic and intuition, the strongest bonds are forged not in similarity, but in the gentle courage to embrace each other's light. And somewhere in the quiet between galaxies, that warmth still glows, a silent promise that no soul is ever truly stranded when friendship lights the way home. Story 18. The old oak tree at the edge of the meadow had always fascinated Silas. Its gnarled roots twisted like ancient serpents into the earth, and its canopy, thick with summer leaves, whispered secrets to the breeze. Most villagers hurried past it, heads down, preoccupied with chores and chatter. But Silas, a quiet boy with eyes the color of moss and a heart that listened more than it spoke, often lingered. He'd trace the bark's deep grooves, feeling the thrum of unseen life beneath his fingertips, and wonder what stories the old giant could tell if only it had a voice. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Silas sat beneath the oak, sketching its intricate form in his worn notebook. The air was warm and heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth. A firefly blinked lazily nearby. As he shaded the rough texture of a particularly knotted root, his pencil slipped. It rolled away, disappearing into a thick curtain of ivy clinging to the oak's massive trunk. Sighing, Silas knelt, pushing aside the cool, waxy leaves. His fingers brushed not just rough bark, but something smoother, colder. Intrigued, he pushed further, peeling back the ivy like unwrapping a long-forgotten gift. His breath caught. Set deep within the trunk, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look, was a door. Not a grand carved door, but a small, perfectly formed one made of polished wood that shimmered with a faint, silvery light, like moonlight trapped in grain. It had no knob, only a simple keyhole shaped like an acorn. Silas's heart hammered against his ribs. He glanced around, half expecting someone to appear and explain this impossible thing. But the meadow was empty, bathed in the deepening hush of dusk. He reached out, his finger trembling slightly. The wood felt surprisingly warm beneath his touch, humming with a quiet energy. He pressed gently. Nothing happened. Remembering the keyhole, he scanned the ground. Nestled amongst the roots, half buried in soft moss, lay a single, perfect acorn. It felt heavy, warm, and pulsed with the same faint light as the door. Holding his breath, Silas fitted the acorn into the acorn-shaped hole. It slid in with a soft click. The silvery light flared, bathing the roots in an ethereal glow, and the tiny door swung silently inwards, revealing not darkness, but a soft, golden radiance and the overwhelming scent of rain-washed earth and blooming flowers. Without hesitation, driven by a yearning he couldn't name, Silas ducked his head and stepped through. The world that unfolded before him stole his voice. He stood not within a hollow tree, but on the edge of a vast, hidden forest bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic trees, their trunks wider than cottages and draped in luminous moss that glowed with soft greens, blues, and violets, soared upwards, their crowns lost in a canopy that shimmered like a million captured stars. The air was alive, warm, sweet, and spiced with the scent of cinnamon bark and unseen blossoms. Strange, beautiful flowers pulsed with gentle light along winding paths of soft, springy moss. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any he'd ever seen, drifted like living lanterns. The very air hummed with a deep, resonant music, like the harmonious vibration of the earth itself. Silas took a step forward, the moss yielding silently underfoot. He felt a profound sense of peace, yet also a thrilling sense of discovery. This was the Whispering Woods, a place whispered about in half-forgotten village tales, spoken of only as a dream or a myth. He hadn't walked far when a soft, melodic voice spoke from beside him. "You found the door of roots." Startled, Silas turned. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than his hand. She had delicate, moth-like wings of iridescent blue and silver, shimmering skin the color of moonlight on water, and large, luminous eyes that held the wisdom of ancient trees. Her hair was spun from silver spider silk, adorned with tiny, glowing petals. I found an acorn," Silas managed, his voice barely a whisper. The creature tilted her head, a smile playing on her lips. "The key of Heartwood finds those who listen with more than their ears. I am Willow." "I'm Silas," he replied, feeling a strange ease settle over him. "This place, it's incredible." "It is," Willow agreed, fluttering gently into the air. "But it is also fading." Her voice held a note of deep sorrow. "The Heartwood glimmer dims." Silas looked around at the magnificent, glowing forest. "Fading, it looks so alive." "The light you see is memory," Willow explained sadly. "The true source, the Heartwood seed, weakens. Its song grows faint." She gestured towards the center of the woods where the trees seemed densest, the light strongest yet somehow strained. Without its full song, the balance falters. The moss dims, the fireflies grow weary, the music loses its harmony. Soon the door of roots may seal forever, and the Whispering Woods will sleep, perhaps never to wake. Silas felt a pang of loss for this magical place he'd only just found. What weakens it? Can it be healed? Willow landed softly on his shoulder, her wings brushing his cheek like cool silk. Long ago the seed thrived on the quiet courage and deep connection of those who tended it, but the paths to the door have grown overgrown with human haste and noise. Few remember how to listen to the deep earth song. The seed hungers for stillness, for patient tending, for a heart that understands growth takes time. She looked directly into his eyes. "You found the key, Silas. Perhaps you carry the quiet it needs." A journey lay before him, Silas realized, not just through this hidden world, but into something deeper within himself. "Will you show me the way?" he asked. Willow smiled, a brighter light flickering in her eyes. "Gladly, but the path is not without its shadows. The fading glimmer troubles others, stirs unease." They set off along a winding path of glowing moss, deeper into the luminous heart of the Whispering Woods. Silas marveled at everything, trees that sang soft harmonies as the breeze passed through leaves shaped like tiny harps, streams that flowed with liquid light, chuckling over stones, shy, furry creatures with eyes like polished amber peeking from hollows. Willow introduced him to others, a ponderous, moss-covered badger named Thistle who spoke in rumbling proverbs, and a family of luminous rabbits who tended glowing mushroom gardens. Yet the signs of fading were there, subtle but undeniable. Patches of moss were dull and gray, their light extinguished. Some flowers hung limp, their petals losing their luminescence. The harmonious hum in the air occasionally stuttered, replaced by a discordant whisper of unease. Silas saw worry in the eyes of the forest folk they passed. As they neared the forest center, the trees formed a majestic circle around a small, clear pool. In the center of the pool, resting on a pedestal of smooth, water-worn stone, was the source of the forest's light, the Heartwood seed. It wasn't a seed as Silas knew it, but a softly pulsing sphere of pure, golden light about the size of his fist. Tendrils of radiance like liquid sunshine flowed from it, feeding the moss, the flowers, the very air. But the light pulsed weakly, like a weary heartbeat, and the tendrils seemed thinner, less vibrant than Silas imagined they should be. The golden glow was beautiful, yet fragile, flickering occasionally as if buffeted by an unseen wind. Beside the pool, pacing restlessly, was a creature unlike any Silas had yet encountered. Taller than Willow, with sleek, obsidian-black fur that seemed to absorb the seed's light, and eyes that burned like molten gold, he radiated an aura of fierce energy. He had powerful haunches like a great cat and horns that curved like polished ebony. He snapped his head towards them as they approached, his tail lashing. "Willow," he growled, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in Silas's chest. "You bring a human to the Glimmering Well. Now, when the seed weakens by the hour." "Thorn," Willow said calmly, fluttering down to land on the stone rim of the pool. "This is Silas." He found the key of heartwood. He passed through the door of roots. Thorn narrowed his burning eyes, scrutinizing Silas with intense suspicion. He sniffed the air. "He smells of haste and sharp metal and surface dust. What can he know of the deep songs? What can he offer but noise?" Thorn gestured dismissively with a clawed paw. "The seed needs strength, action. We should be seeking the storm stones, shaking the mountains for their power, not waiting for some quiet boy." Silas felt small under Thorn's intense gaze. The creature's energy was overwhelming, crackling with impatience and fear. He instinctively wanted to shrink back. But then he remembered the warm pulse of the Acorn key in his pocket, the feeling of rightness when he'd stepped through the door. He remembered Willow's words about quiet courage. He took a steadying breath. "I don't know about storm stones," Silas said, his voice surprisingly steady. "But I know stillness. I know about listening." He looked past Thorn at the flickering seed. "It sounds tired, like my grandmother's music box when the spring wind's down." Thorn snorted, a puff of dark smoke curling from his nostrils. "Tired, it's dying, boy, and your listening won't wind it back up." "Strength without understanding can be a hammer, Thorn," rumbled Thistle the badger, emerging slowly from behind a glowing fern. He blinked his deep, dark eyes. "The old tales speak of tending, not taking. The seed responds to the heart's quiet hum, not the fist's loud thump." Willow fluttered closer to the seed. "Thorn's heart burns bright with worry for the woods," she said gently, her voice carrying over the seed's faint pulse. "But Silas is right. The seed's song is one of deep roots and patient growth. It needs the calm water, not the crashing wave." She turned her luminous gaze to Silas. "Will you try? Will you tend the seed?" Thorn growled low in his throat but said nothing, watching intently, his golden eyes narrowed. Silas approached the edge of the pool. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the weak golden light. He knelt on the soft moss. What did tending mean? He thought of his grandmother's garden, how she would hum softly to her seedlings, her touch gentle and knowing. He thought of sitting under the old oak, simply listening to the wind. Closing his eyes, Silas tried to push Thorn's intimidating presence, his own nervousness, away. He focused on the feel of the cool moss beneath his knees, the sweet, earthy scent of the air, the faint, weary pulse of light against his closed eyelids. He breathed slowly, deeply, matching his rhythm to the seed's faltering beat. He didn't try to do anything. He simply tried to be there, fully present, quiet inside and out. He imagined his own quietness flowing out towards the seed, like a gentle stream meeting the sea. For long moments, nothing happened. Thorn shifted impatiently. Silas heard the badger's slow, steady breathing. He felt the delicate brush of Willow's wing near his ear. He kept breathing, kept listening, kept offering his stillness. Then a subtle change. The seed's flickering pulse seemed to steady slightly. The faint golden light bathing his closed eyelids grew infinitesimally warmer. A single pure note, like a tiny silver bell, chimed softly from the seed, resonating through the pool and into the moss beneath Silas's knees. It wasn't loud, but it was clear and strong, cutting through the previous discordant whispers. Silas opened his eyes. The seed glowed with a slightly more constant light. One thin, new tendril of gold had unfurled, reaching tentatively towards the water. Thorn's fierce expression had shifted to one of stunned disbelief. He stared at the seed, then at Silas. It responded, he murmured, the anger momentarily gone from his voice, replaced by awe. It heard the quiet, Willow whispered, her own light glowing brighter. It felt the deep listening. But it's so little, Silas said, feeling a mix of relief and new anxiety. The seed still looked fragile. Is it enough? It is a beginning, Thistle rumbled, shuffling closer. A single note sung true can rebuild a song, but the seed is deeply weary. It will need more than one moment of stillness. It needs constancy. It needs your quiet courage, Silas, over time. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, shimmered in the air. Thorn paced again, but slower now, less agitated, more thoughtful. So, we wait, we rely on stillness. It was clear the concept was foreign, almost frustrating to his fiery nature. We tend, Willow corrected gently. With patience, with presence, Silas has shown the way, but the seed needs connection, not just from him, but remembered by the woods themselves. The glimmer fades partly because the woods have forgotten the strength found in quiet. Silas understood. His journey wasn't just to the seed. It was to help reawaken the memory of stillness in this hidden world. He looked at Thorn, whose fierce energy now seemed tinged with uncertainty. Maybe, Silas ventured, it needs different kinds of courage. Thorn's strength could protect the well while the quiet work is done. Thorn stopped pacing, his molten eyes fixing on Silas. A flicker of something like surprise, then consideration, crossed his face. He gave a curt nod. HMPH, the well should be guarded. Shadows gather where light weakens. He seemed to stand taller, his protective instincts finding a purpose he understood. I will watch the paths. Let no discord touch this place while the quiet boy works. He didn't say it with disdain this time, but a begrudging acceptance. A partnership unexpected and fragile was born. Thorn took up a watchful position at the edge of the clearing, his obsidian form blending with the deeper shadows beneath the giant trees, his golden eyes scanning the luminous gloom. Thistle settled near the pool, a comforting, mossy presence radiating earthy calm. Willow remained near Silas, a gentle guide. The tending began. Silas spent hours each day, though time felt different, fluid, in the whispering woods, by the glimmering well. He didn't perform rituals or speak magic words. He simply sat. He breathed. He listened to the seed's faint pulse, to the subtle music of the woods, to the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the light stream feeding the pool. He watched the play of light on the water. He learned the rhythms of the forest when the luminous butterflies danced, when the star moss dimmed slightly for its rest, when the air hummed with a particular deep note. He shared his own quiet thoughts, not aloud, but feeling them flow towards the seed stories of the old oak, the smell of rain on dry earth, the comfort of his grandmother's kitchen, the simple joy of watching a ladybird climb a blade of grass. Sometimes Thorn would grumble about the lack of action, pacing a restless circle. Silas learned not to be intimidated. He'd simply meet Thorn's gaze calmly, sometimes offering a quiet observation about a shift in the light or a new note in the forest song. Gradually, Thorn's grumbles lessened. He began to notice things too, a patch of moss regaining its glow near the pool, a firefly burning brighter than before. Once Silas saw him sitting very still, head tilted, as if trying to catch a faint melody on the breeze. Willow taught Silas the language of the light tendrils, how their strength and color spoke of the seed's state. Thistle shared ancient lore about the deep roots that connected all things in the whispering woods, roots that drew strength from the seed's song. Silas learned that his quiet presence, his focused attention, was like water to a parched root, feeding the seed not with force, but with connection. The work was slow. There were days when the seed's light seemed to dim alarmingly, its pulse faltering, sending shivers of gray through nearby moss. Thorn would growl deep in his chest, his protective instincts flaring. On those days, doubt would creep into Silas's heart. Was his quiet enough? Was he failing this magical place? He missed the sun on his face, the familiar sounds of home. It was during one such low ebb, as Silas sat despondently by the pool, that Willow landed softly on his knee. "The deepest roots," she whispered, "grow in darkness, Silas. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to tend the light even when the shadows press close. The seed feels your doubt, but it also feels your choice to stay." Thistle rumbled nearby, "Patience, young sapling. Growth is measured in heartbeats, not sunrises." Even Thorn from his sentinel post offered a gruff, "The shadows haven't won yet, boy, keep tending." Their faith, their unexpected friendship bolstered him. He took a deep breath, centering himself again. He thought not of the fading light, but of the tiny acorn key, the wonder of finding the door, the beauty of the luminous rabbits, the deep rumble of Thistle's voice. He poured that gratitude, that love for the whispering woods, into his quiet presence. Slowly, painstakingly, the tide turned. The periods of stronger light grew longer. The flickering steadied into a resilient glow. New, thicker tendrils of golden light unfurled from the seed, stretching further, feeding the moss until the gray patches vanished, replaced by vibrant carpets of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst light. Flowers lifted their heads, petals glowing with renewed vigor. The air hummed stronger, sweeter, the discordant whispers silenced. Fireflies danced in jubilant constellations. One evening, as Silas sat in his now familiar spot, the harmony in the air swelled into a profound, resonant chord that vibrated through the stones, the water, the very soles of his feet. The heartwood seed pulsed once powerfully, and then blazed forth with a light so pure, so strong, so golden, that it filled the entire clearing, banishing every shadow. It wasn't harsh, but warm, welcoming, like the first true sunrise after a long winter. The light flowed out in radiant waves, washing over the trees, making the moss shine like gemstones, causing the stream to laugh with liquid gold. Thorn threw back his head and let out a roar that wasn't of anger, but of pure, fierce joy, a sound that echoed through the trees. Thistle chuckled, a deep, contented rumble. Willow danced in the air, her wings shedding showers of iridescent sparks. It sings, the heartwood glimmer sings true again. The transformation rippled outward. Silas could feel it, a surge of vitality, a strengthening of the deep roots, a joy resonating through every leaf and blade of luminous grass. The whispering woods was awake, truly awake, and singing with full voice. Silas felt tears prick his eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming relief and profound happiness. He had done it. Through quietness, patience, and the strength of unexpected friendship, he had helped heal the heart of this hidden world. Later, as the triumphant glow settled into a strong, steady radiance, Silas stood with his friends by the glimmering well. Thorn approached him, no longer bristling with suspicion, but with a new respect. "Human," he said, his voice less of a growl, more of a deep purr. "You wielded a quiet strength I did not understand. The woods owe you a debt." He dipped his great, horned head in a gesture of acknowledgement. "You helped too, Thorn," Silas said sincerely. "Your strength guarded the well so the quiet could work. We needed both." Thorn huffed, but a flicker of something like pride warmed his molten eyes. Perhaps there is wisdom in different songs. Willow fluttered down. The door of roots will remain open, Silas, she said softly. You are forever a friend to the whispering woods. Come when your heart seeks quiet, or when the woods wish to share their song with you. It was time to return. Saying goodbye was bittersweet. Thistle nudged Silas's hand with his damp nose. Remember the deep roots, young sapling. They hold you fast, even when the winds blow strong above. Silas walked back through the glowing forest, the path brighter than ever, the air thrumming with vibrant life. The creatures they passed bowed their heads or chirped greetings. He reached the door of roots, shimmering with robust silvery light. He turned for one last look, imprinting the radiant beauty of the whispering woods onto his heart. With a final wave to Willow, Thistle, and Thorn watching from the edge of the luminous trees, he stepped through the small door. He emerged back under the old oak tree in the meadow. Night had fully fallen, the real moon a silver coin in the sky. Crickets chirped, and the air smelled of dew and grass. He looked back. The ivy hung undisturbed over the trunk. He touched the bark where the door had been. It felt warm, alive, and he could swear he felt a faint, contented hum beneath his palm. Silas picked up his forgotten sketchbook and pencil. He looked different. His eyes held a deeper quiet, a stillness that hadn't been there before. He felt older, yet lighter, filled with the golden warmth of the seed and the profound peace of the deep woods. He walked home slowly, savoring the ordinary night. He saw the world differently now. The rustle of leaves in the hedgerow sounded like distant music. The scent of the earth after rain spoke of deep, hidden roots. The fireflies blinking in the long grass were tiny echoes of the great lanterns in the hidden forest. He carried the whispering woods within him. That night, as he lay in his familiar bed, the window open to the summer night, Silas closed his eyes. He breathed deeply, finding the quiet center he'd learned to nurture. He listened. And beneath the chirp of crickets and the sigh of the wind, he heard it a faint, golden hum, a deep, resonant harmony, the song of the heartwood seed, strong and true, resonating across the boundary between worlds, a lullaby of restored magic and enduring friendship. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, comforting, a promise whispered on the edge of sleep. A promise that quiet courage was real, that patience held profound power, that friendship could bridge any divide, and that magic, true magic, grew strongest in the deep, still places of the heart. And with that golden song gently filling the quiet of his room, Silas drifted into the deepest, most peaceful sleep he had ever known. Story 19. Deep in the heart of the elder grove, where sunlight dripped like honey through a canopy older than memory, the world hummed with a secret life. Moss, thick and emerald soft, muffled every footfall. Ancient oaks, their bark etched with spirals only the rain could read, stood as silent sentinels. Here the air shimmered with the faint scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else of the quiet magic woven into the very roots and stones. This was the domain of the forest folk. Not grand elves or towering ents, but the small, bright souls who tended the unseen rhythms. Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines held dewdrops like tiny diamonds. Bramble, a watchful badger whose deep-set eyes held the patience of centuries. Fern, a swift-footed pine marten with fur the color of twilight shadows. And Silas, the eldest, a great gray owl whose feathers seemed dusted with starlight, perched high in his hollow oak. They lived in harmony, governed by the ancient pact of the elder grove. Tend the balance, honor the seasons, listen to the whispers of wind and root. The magic here was as natural as breath. In spring, the verdant pulse flowed a soft, green luminescence that made seedlings push through the soil with astonishing speed, guided by the gentle nudges of earthworms humming deep below. Summer brought the silverleaf rain, showers that didn't wet fur or feather but fell as shimmering strands, nourishing the forest's spirit, collected by industrious spiders in dewdrop-sized lanterns made of silk. Autumn saw the amber drift when falling leaves carried not just decay, but whispered memories of the year past, settling into the moss to be read by patient beetles. Winter was ruled by the starlight frost, a delicate lacework of ice crystals that bloomed on branches and stones, sparkling with captured constellations, holding the forest's dreams safe until spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the amber drift painted the air with hues of copper and gold, a tremor ran through the elder grove. It wasn't felt in the earth, but in the magic. Thistle, gathering moonberries near a cluster of luminous toadstools, felt a sudden chill seep into her paws, deeper than the autumn air warranted. High above, Silas ruffled his feathers, a low, troubled hoot escaping him. "The rhythm falters," he murmured, his voice like wind through dry reeds. Bramble, emerging from his set beneath a gnarled hawthorn root, sniffed the air. "The silverleaf rain came late this year," he rumbled, his voice thick with concern. "And the starlight frost, it feels thin, distant." Fern scampered down a mossy trunk, her usual grace replaced by agitation. "I saw it near the whispering stones. The frost isn't forming right. It's patchy, like moth-eaten cloth, and the air near the stones, it tastes stale, like forgotten water." They gathered at the Heartstone, a large, flat rock warmed by the sun and smoothed by generations of paws and wings. It pulsed faintly with the forest's own slow heartbeat. Silas alighted silently. "This is not the gentle turn of seasons," he declared, his large eyes reflecting the worry in the others. "This feels like a fraying, a fading." The elder grove's magic was deeply tied to its health. The silverleaf rain depended on the deep, healthy roots drawing pure water. The starlight frost required the clear, unpolluted song of the winter stars reaching the forest floor. Something was disrupting the harmony. "We must seek the whispering stones," Silas decided. "They remember the oldest songs, the deepest currents. Perhaps they can tell us where the balance is broken." Their journey took them deeper into the ancient heart of the grove, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. The air grew thick with the scent of loam and decaying leaves, rich and heavy. Bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie, beautiful glow on the path, lighting their way like tiny lanterns. Thistle felt the cool, damp moss squelch comfortingly beneath her paws, while Bramble's heavy tread was absorbed by the soft earth. Fern moved like a shadow ahead, her keen eyes scanning. Silas glided silently overhead, a silent guardian. Finally they reached a small, hidden clearing dominated by 3 immense standing stones, taller than Bramble and covered in intricate, glowing lichen patterns that pulsed faintly. These were the whispering stones, ancient, patient, and wise. As the companions approached, the lichen patterns brightened, and a low hum filled the air, vibrating deep in their bones. It wasn't sound exactly, but a feeling, a resonance. Silas landed on the central stone. He closed his eyes, spreading his wings slightly, feathers trembling. He didn't speak aloud, but sent his question into the stones through thought and feeling. Where is the hurt? Why does the magic fade? Images flooded their minds, not seen but felt. The clear, cold spring that fed the silverleaf rain's essence, far to the north, choked by a sudden, unnatural slide of earth and rock after a violent storm. A delicate network of luminous crystal roots near the surface, responsible for drawing down the starlight frost, cracked and damaged by the burrowing of frightened, displaced creatures fleeing the landslide. The connection was severed. The lifeblood of the seasonal magic was blocked and broken. "The spring of tears is blocked," Silas translated, his voice grave. "And the crystal veins beneath the starlight meadow are fractured. Without the spring's pure flow, the silverleaf rain weakens. Without the crystal veins, the starlight cannot weave its frost. One imbalance begets another." Thistle shivered, not just from the cool air. "But what can we do? We're so small." Bramble nudged her gently with his broad head. Size isn't strength, little one. Remember the story of the brook and the pebble. Even the smallest stone changes the water's path. We each have our part. His deep voice was steady, comforting. Silas nodded. Bramble speaks true. We cannot move mountains, but we can clear a spring. We cannot mend crystal, but we can guide starlight. We must work as the forest works together. Their plan formed like dew forming on a spiderweb. Bramble, with his powerful claws and immense strength, would lead the effort to clear the landslide blocking the spring of tears. Fern, swift and agile, would scout the safest path north and carry messages. Thistle, small and careful, would seek out the crystal spider, a reclusive, ancient being who spun threads finer than moonlight and understood the language of crystal. Silas would fly high, using his owl sight to watch over them all and commune with the stars, asking for their clearest light on the night they attempted the mending. The journey north was arduous. Fern darted ahead, finding paths through dense thickets and across treacherous moss-covered rocks slick with autumn damp. Bramble followed, a determined force of nature, using his bulk to push aside fallen branches and his claws to dig at the packed earth and rock choking the once bubbling spring. Thistle, tucked sometimes into Bramble's thick fur for warmth, watched with wide eyes, feeling the immensity of the task. At the blocked spring, the sight was disheartening. A wall of mud, stone, and tangled roots completely dammed the flow. The water pooled behind it, dark and sluggish. The air smelled stagnant. But Bramble didn't hesitate. With a grunt, he began to dig, methodically, powerfully. Fern joined him, using her sharp teeth to gnaw through smaller roots. Thistle scurried around, finding smaller stones to roll away, her tiny paws surprisingly effective. They worked through the shortening autumn days, the amber light filtering down, glinting on their damp fur. Slowly, painstakingly, a trickle of water began to seep through the debris. Then a stream. Then, with a final heave from Bramble and a concerted push from Fern and Thistle, the dam gave way. Clear, cold water burst forth, singing over stones once more, carrying with it the fresh, life-giving scent of the deep earth. A faint, silver shimmer began to rise from the water, the first stirrings of the silverleaf rain's magic returning. Meanwhile, Thistle had a more delicate mission. Guided by the faint, musical humming only she could perceive, a gift passed down from her grandmother, who knew the paths of the shyest creatures, she ventured into a grove of luminous blue ferns near the starlight meadow. In the center, suspended between two impossibly thin crystal strands, sat the crystal spider. She was no larger than Thistle's paw, her body a translucent prism, her 8 legs like threads of spun glass. Her web spanning the clearing wasn't sticky silk, but a network of shimmering light, catching and refracting the fading daylight into rainbows on the forest floor. Thistle approached slowly, respectfully. "Wise weaver," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "The crystal veins beneath the meadow are broken. The starlight frost cannot form. The elder grove needs your help." The crystal spider paused in her luminous weaving. Her multifaceted eyes glimmered. She didn't speak words, but a series of intricate patterns danced across her web images of the fractured veins, thin lines of darkness interrupting the flow of captured starlight. Then an image of her own delicate threads, glowing with pure light. She needed starlight, the purest and brightest, to weave temporary bridges across the fractures, guiding the magic until the veins could heal themselves over time. Thistle understood. Silas is speaking to the stars. He will ask for their brightest light on the next clear night. The spider wove a pattern of ascent, a quick shimmer of silver. The night chosen was cold and utterly clear, the sky a vast, dark velvet canopy pierced by 1,000,000 diamond-bright stars. Silas perched atop the tallest whispering stone, his feathers fluffed against the chill, his eyes fixed on the heavens. He sent out a silent plea, woven from ancient owl song and the forest's need, carried on the crisp air. "Stars of the elder grove, lend us your light." mend the broken threads, weave the winter's dream. The stars seemed to listen. Their light grew brighter, sharper, pouring down onto the starlight meadow like liquid silver. The fractured crystal veins, exposed in patches where the earth had shifted, glowed faintly in response. At the edge of the meadow, the crystal spider waited. Thistle, fern, and bramble watched, breathless. As the starlight intensified, the tiny spider began her work. She moved with impossible speed and grace, her glassy legs darting. From her spinnerets flowed not silk, but threads of pure, concentrated starlight. She spun them across the cracks in the crystal veins, thin, glowing bridges that hummed with captured celestial energy. Where she wove, the fractures seemed to seal, not physically, but magically. The darkness receded, replaced by a flowing river of cool, silver light traveling down the veins, deeper into the earth. It took all night. The spider worked tirelessly, a tiny artisan under the vast, watchful sky. Silas maintained his vigil, his connection to the stars unwavering. Thistle, fern, and bramble offered silent support, their presence a warm anchor in the cold, magical night. As the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern horizon, the crystal spider wove the final strand. The network of starlight bridges pulsed once, brilliantly, and then settled into a steady, soft glow. The crystal veins were whole again, humming with restored power, ready to receive the frost. The return of balance was felt throughout the elder grove. The next silverleaf rain fell not long after, a gentle shower of shimmering strands that washed away the lingering staleness, leaving the air tasting of ozone and wet pine. Life seemed to sigh with relief. Plants perked up, their colors deepening. The forest's hidden music, the chirps, rustles, and hums, regained its harmonious cadence. When the first true freeze came, the forest folk gathered again at the Heartstone. The world was hushed, blanketed in pristine snow that sparkled under the moon. Slowly, magically, the starlight frost began to form. It wasn't patchy or thin. It bloomed in intricate, breathtaking patterns, ferns of ice, lacework galaxies, delicate snowflakes, each holding a tiny captured star. It covered branches, stones, and sleeping flowers in a luminous quilt, humming with the soft, ancient song of winter dreams. The air crackled gently, not with cold, but with pure, peaceful magic. Silas looked at his friends, the brave badger, the swift marten, the determined hedgehog, and the tiny, brilliant spider resting on Thistle's back. "We did not move mountains," he said, his voice warm with pride. "But we cleared a spring, we did not mend crystal, but we guided starlight. We remembered the oldest lesson, that the forest's strength lies not in one mighty trunk, but in the interwoven roots, the shared sunlight, the combined song of all its creatures. We are each a thread in the elder grove's great web. When one thread trembles, the whole web feels it, and when many threads work together." He gestured with a wingtip at the dazzling frost. "They can mend the world." Thistle snuggled closer to Bramble's warm fur, watching her breath plume in the cold, sparkling air. The frost patterns seemed to dance in the moonlight, whispering stories of resilience, cooperation, and the enduring magic born of harmony. The Heartstone pulsed steadily beneath them, a comforting reminder of the deep, abiding rhythm they all served. High above, the clear winter stars shone down, their light now flowing freely into the waiting earth, cradling the forest in a peaceful, luminous dream until spring's return. The elder grove slept, balanced, whole, and deeply content, wrapped in the silent, star-woven promise of renewal. Story 20. Lily had always felt the woods behind her cottage hum with secrets. Not the loud, boisterous kind, but a soft thrumming beneath the rustle of oak leaves and the chitter of squirrels, a vibration that tickled her bare feet when she walked the mossy paths. At 9 years old, she possessed a quiet curiosity, often spending hours tracing patterns in bark or collecting acorn caps that cupped rainwater like tiny chalices. Yet loneliness clung to her like morning mist, for the village children found her dreaminess odd, and her only confidant was an ancient willow tree she'd named Grandfather Whispers. One crisp autumn evening, as amber light spilled through the canopy, Lily discovered a stone. Not just any stone, it rested in a cradle of velvet moss near Grandfather Whisper's roots, radiating a warmth that defied the chill air. Smooth as a bird's egg, it shimmered with veins of gold and deep blue, pulsing gently like a sleeping heartbeat. When she touched it, images flickered behind her eyes, a hidden grove bathed in silver light, roots twisting into archways, and a faint, melodic cry for help. The stone nestled into her palm as if it belonged there, humming a tune only her bones could hear. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, Lily couldn't sleep. The stone glowed softly on her windowsill, casting dancing shadows that seemed to beckon. Pulling on her thick woolen cloak, she slipped outside. Guided by the stone's gentle pulse, she ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. Moonlight painted the path in mercury streaks, and the air smelled of damp earth and frost-kissed ferns. Suddenly the trees parted, revealing a sight that stole her breath. A waterfall cascaded not into a pool, but into a shimmering curtain of light. Behind it yawned a tunnel woven from living roots, glowing with bioluminescent fungi. Heart-pounding, Lily stepped through. The world beyond was a tapestry of impossible wonders. Trees bore lantern-like fruits that pulsed with soft colors, illuminating cobbled paths lined with flowers that chimed when the breeze stirred them. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than her thumb, darted through the air, trailing sparkles like miniature comets. This was Glimmerhaven, a realm hidden within the heart of the woods. But instead of joy, a pall of sorrow hung in the air. The lantern fruits dimmed intermittently, the chiming flowers sounded discordant, and the winged folk huddled together, their wings drooping. A small, furry creature with ears like velvet petals darted from behind a toadstool. "You're not supposed to be here," it squeaked, brandishing a thorn like a sword. Its eyes, wide and amber, held both fear and defiance. "Humans bring trouble." "I mean no harm," Lily whispered, crouching low. She opened her palm, revealing the stone. Its light swelled, bathing the creature in gold. The little being gasped. "The heartstone shard, but it's been lost for ages." The creature introduced himself as Pip, a glimmerkin tasked with tending the light vine, the source of Glimmerhaven's energy. "Our heartstone is dying," Pip explained, voice trembling. "It anchors all life here. When its shard vanished decades ago, the light vine began to wither. Now, the eternal bloom, the flower that renews the heartstone each season, won't open. Without it, Glimmerhaven will fade away by winter's first snow." Lily's quest unfurled before her. Find the eternal bloom and restore it to the heartstone. Pip, though wary, agreed to guide her. "You carry the shard," he said, his thorn sword lowering. "Maybe it chose you for a reason." Their journey led them through Glimmerhaven's marvels and perils. They crossed bridges spun from spider silk, where Pip taught Lily to step lightly so the threads wouldn't chime an alarm. They navigated the murmuring caves, where stalactites echoed with whispers of doubt. "You don't belong," the stones seemed to sigh. "You're just a child." Lily clutched the warm shard, its pulse steady against her fear. "Even small things matter," she murmured back, and the whispers faded. Deep within the whispering thicket they met Thorn, a badger whose fur was silvered with age, and whose left paw bore scars from a hunter's trap. He grumbled about reckless youngsters, but his eyes softened when Pip explained their mission. "The bloom lies in the starlight grotto," Thorn rasped. "But the path is guarded by the shadebriar, a thorny menace that feeds on fear." He insisted on joining them, his gruffness belying a protective wisdom. "Fear grows when faced alone," he said, nudging Lily forward. The shadebriar loomed at the grotto's entrance, a wall of black thorns that writhed like serpents, emitting a low, chilling moan. As they approached, the thorns lashed out, feeding on their anxieties. Pip's fear of failure, Thorn's old pain, Lily's loneliness. The shard's light flickered. Despair thickened the air. Then Lily remembered the stone's first vision, the cry for help. She realized the shadebriar wasn't evil. It was starved of light, twisted by neglect. "It's just scared," she whispered. Instead of retreating, she stepped closer, singing a lullaby her mother once hummed. Pip joined in, his voice a tiny chime, and Thorn added a low, rumbling harmony. The shard blazed, its light weaving into their song. The thorns stilled, then retracted, revealing a path dusted with starlight. Inside the starlight grotto, the eternal bloom awaited, a colossal flower with petals like spun moonlight. But it remained tightly closed, its stem choked by creeping darkness. The bloom needed a memory of pure, selfless joy to awaken. Lily hesitated. Joy felt distant in this fading world. Then Pip nudged her hand. "You brought kindness to the shadebriar," he said. Thorn nodded. "And you walked into the unknown for strangers." Lily closed her eyes, recalling the moment she'd first held the shard, the warmth, the sense of belonging, the thrill of discovery. Not for adventure, but for the hope of helping. She poured that feeling into the stone. The shard soared from her hand, embedding itself in the bloom's center. Light erupted, pure and blinding, filling the grotto, then surging through Glimmerhaven like a tidal wave of dawn. Lantern fruits blazed anew, flowers chimed in perfect harmony, and the winged kin spiraled upward in jubilant dances. The heartstone, now whole in its sacred clearing, pulsed with robust, rhythmic light. Pip wept into Lily's sleeve. "You saved us." Thorn rumbled a rare laugh. "Turns out humans aren't all bad." As winter's first snowflakes dusted the human world, Lily stood once more beneath grandfather whispers. The stone shard, now a humble pebble in her pocket, had cooled. But Glimmerhaven's warmth lived inside her, a glowing certainty that kindness could bridge worlds, that courage grew from compassion, and that true friendship often bloomed in the unlikeliest soil. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the willow's branches tapped her window in a familiar rhythm. Beyond the glass, fireflies danced in patterns that mirrored the Glimmerkin's celebrations. Lily smiled, her heart full. She wasn't lonely anymore. She was the keeper of a secret world, forever held in the gentle pulse of a stone, and the memory of a light that had healed more than a realm. It had healed her too. And in the stillness, the woods hummed their ancient song, no longer a secret, but a lullaby just for her. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there." Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. The little town of Willow Creek slumbered under a blanket of stars, and in a small house on Oak Street, young Leo couldn't sleep. Rain whispered against his window pane, and the usual comforting sounds of the creaky old house felt strangely restless tonight. His gaze drifted to the cluttered shelf above his desk. There, nestled between dusty dinosaur models and a slightly chipped mug shaped like a rocket ship, sat his great-aunt Mildred's music box. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple wooden cube, dark oak polished smooth by time, with a tiny silver key sticking out one side. Aunt Mildred had called it her window box and winked whenever Leo asked why. He'd wound it up countless times, listening to its familiar, tinkling melody, sweet but ordinary. Tonight, however, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from its seams, like trapped moonlight. Curiosity, stronger than sleepiness, pulled Leo from his bed. He padded softly across the cool floorboards and lifted the box. It felt warmer than usual. He placed it on his desk, the glow seeming to pulse gently in time with the rain's rhythm. Hesitantly, he turned the silver key. Instead of the expected melody, the lid sprang open with a soft click, revealing not the usual brass cylinder and pins, but a swirling miniature landscape. Tiny, perfect trees swayed in an unseen breeze, and a path of luminous pebbles wound towards distant, snow-capped mountains, no bigger than Leo's thumb. A scent like damp earth and wildflowers filled the air. Leo gasped. Before he could even blink, a powerful, gentle suction pulled him forward. He tumbled headfirst, not with a crash, but with a soft whoosh, landing on moss so velvety and green it felt like a living carpet. He was inside the music box. He stood barely taller than the tiny trees, in a world both impossibly small and breathtakingly vast. The air hummed with a low, resonant sound, deeper and more alive than the box's usual tinkle. It was the sound of the miniature world itself. His journey began there, beneath towering blades of grass that glistened like emerald towers. He felt a pang of fear. How would he get back? But it was quickly replaced by wonder. As he stepped onto the luminous path, a small figure darted from behind a clover leaf. It was a mouse, but not like any mouse Leo had seen. This one wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose and carried a satchel overflowing with minuscule scrolls. "Ah, a traveler," the mouse squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "Most unexpected, Bartholomew Quill, chronicler of the Whispering Vale, at your service." He bowed deeply. "You've arrived at a rather dissonant time." Bartholomew explained that the music box wasn't just a container, it was the heart harp of Willow Creek. Its gentle melody normally resonated with the town's quiet joys, its sorrows, its sleeping dreams, weaving a harmony that kept the ordinary world feeling safe and solid. But the mainspring, deep within the glimmering caves beneath the mountains, had fractured. The true music was faltering, replaced by that low, anxious hum Leo had heard. Without repair, the town's spirit, its sense of wonder, its quiet resilience might slowly fade. Leo's heart clenched. He had to fix it. Bartholomew, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Vale's geography and his nervous, twitching energy, became his first guide. Their path led them through forests of luminous mushrooms where fireflies danced complex patterns, across streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny pebbles, and up slopes of fragrant thyme. Near a waterfall that fell like liquid crystal, they met their second helper. Seraphina was a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a swirling galaxy of iridescent blues and purples. She moved with agonizing slowness, but her voice was like warm honey. "Haste scatters understanding, little traveler," she murmured, watching Bartholomew fret about time. "Listen to the stones. They remember the true rhythm." Seraphina taught Leo patience, pointing out how the humming changed pitch near certain rocks, how the wind carried faint, mournful notes from the direction of the caves. She spoke of balance and the deep, slow pulse of the earth itself. The journey wasn't easy. They navigated the shivering bog, where ground that looked solid turned treacherously soft, its sucking mud humming a deceptive lullaby. Bartholomew's maps fluttered uselessly in the damp air. It was Seraphina's calm observation that saved them. "See how the reeds bend, they lean away from the deepest sinkholes. Follow the bend, not the map." Leo learned to trust subtle signs over frantic plans. Deeper into the vale, they encountered the whispering willow's ancient trees, whose leaves rustled secrets and warnings in a language Leo couldn't understand. The hum here was a discordant wail, making Leo's teeth ache. Bartholomew hid behind Seraphina's shell, trembling. The trees seemed agitated, their branches lashing like angry arms. Force was impossible. Charging through would be disastrous. Wisdom was needed. Remembering Seraphina's lessons, Leo closed his eyes, blocking out the frightening sight. He focused only on the sound beneath the wail. He listened past the discord deeper, until he found it a faint, trembling thread of the heart harp's original melody, tangled and lost within the noise. It sounded scared. "Stop." Leo called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the cacophony. He didn't shout. He spoke with the calm Seraphina had shown him. "We hear you, we hear the fear. We're here to mend the spring, to bring back the true song." He hummed the fragment of melody he'd found, pure and simple. The lashing branches slowed. The wail softened to a confused murmur. A single willow leaned down, a gnarled branch brushing near Leo. He felt its fear of the silence, fear of the broken harmony. "We understand," Leo whispered. "We're going to fix it." The trees rustled, not angrily now, but with a sigh of weary hope. They parted, creating a path lit by the soft glow of their leaves. Finally, guided by the now clearer sound of the fractured spring's distress, they reached the glimmering caves. The entrance was a jagged tear in the mountainside, pulsing with an unhealthy, flickering light. Inside, the air vibrated painfully. At the cave's heart lay the source, a magnificent, coiled spring made of pure, resonant crystal. But a deep crack ran through its center, and instead of singing, it emitted that jarring, painful hum. Wisps of shadow seemed to gather around the crack, feeding on the discord. Bartholomew consulted his scrolls frantically. The scroll of mending, it speaks of starlight and spider silk, or was it moonbeam and moss? Oh dear, oh dear. Seraphina inched closer, her shell glowing brighter. "The crack drinks the light," she observed softly. "It fears harmony." Leo looked at the fractured spring, feeling its pain echo in his own chest. He remembered the whispering willow's fear, the deceptive bog, Bartholomew's anxious energy, Seraphina's deep calm. He remembered the true sound of the heart harp, the feeling of safety and quiet joy it had always given him, even before he knew its magic. He thought of Willow Creek sleeping peacefully outside the box, unaware of the struggle within. Force wouldn't mend crystal. Wisdom whispered something else. The music box's magic wasn't about loudness, but resonance. It wasn't about fixing the crack with material, but reminding the spring of its own true song. He needed to harmonize with it. Ignoring Bartholomew's panicked squeaks and drawing on Seraphina's deep stillness, Leo walked right up to the fractured spring. He placed his small hand gently against the warm, humming crystal, right beside the crack. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the flickering shadows and the discord. He reached deep inside himself, past his own fear, and found the quiet core of the heart harp's melody that lived in his memory, the simple, tinkling tune that meant home and Aunt Mildred's smile. He began to hum it softly at first, pouring into it all his hope, his newfound patience, his understanding of fear, and his love for his ordinary, extraordinary town. His hum was small, almost lost in the cave's noise. But it was pure. It resonated. The fractured crystal beneath his hand vibrated in response. The jarring hum stuttered. Leo hummed louder, pouring his whole heart into the familiar tune. Bartholomew, inspired, stopped fumbling with scrolls and added his own high-pitched, earnest whistle, weaving around Leo's melody. Seraphina began a deep, resonant drone from her shell, a sound like the earth's steady heartbeat, providing a foundation. Together, their three sounds intertwined: Leo's melody, Bartholomew's harmony, Seraphina's grounding bass, creating a new, beautiful chord that filled the cave. The shadows shrieked and recoiled from the pure sound. The crack in the crystal spring began to glow, not with a painful flicker, but with a warm, golden light. The light flowed along the fracture, sealing it like molten gold filling a seam. The jarring hum dissolved, replaced by a single clear, resonant note that swelled into the heart harp's true, glorious song, a sound of profound peace, deep joy, and gentle strength. It filled the cave, then spilled out, washing through the whispering vale like a healing wave. The trees sighed with relief, the stream sang sweeter, the very air shimmered with restored harmony. Leo felt the music vibrate through him, warm and comforting. He looked at his friends. Bartholomew beamed, his spectacles gleaming. Seraphina's shell pulsed with serene light. "You listened, traveler," she murmured. "You remembered the true song." The world around Leo shimmered. The luminous path glowed brightly at his feet, leading back the way they came. With grateful hugs for Bartholomew and Seraphina, a slow, gentle embrace from the snail, Leo stepped onto the path. The world blurred and he tumbled backwards with another soft whoosh, landing back in his desk chair in his own room. The music box sat before him, lid open. Inside, the brass cylinder and pins were back, but now they glowed faintly. The familiar tinkling melody played, but it was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of the Vale's song and the warmth of friendship. Leo carefully closed the lid. The rain had stopped. Outside, the town of Willow Creek slept on, but Leo felt different. He saw the ordinary objects in his room: the dinosaur, the rocket mug with new eyes. What quiet magic might they hold? He climbed into bed, the repaired heart harp's melody, a soft lullaby drifting through the room. It wasn't just a tune anymore. It was the sound of a mended spring, of wisdom found in patience and listening, of friendship that helped you find your own true note. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo smiled. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious heart and a listening ear. And that thought, warm and comforting as the melody filling the quiet room, was the most peaceful thing of all. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. But mice don't shred moonbeam charms. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the Whispering Woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley, I sent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints, no larger than her thumbnail, dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered, "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree, centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. The air hummed with a quiet magic, a gentle thrum felt in the roots beneath your paws and the rustle of leaves overhead. Here the boundary between the seen and unseen was as thin as a spider's silk on a dewy morning. Among them was a young fox kit named Fern. Her fur was the color of autumn bracken, tipped with russet, and her eyes held the bright curiosity of spring's first buds. Fern often felt a restlessness, a pull towards the deeper, shadowed glades where the oldest trees stood sentinel. Her grandmother, a wise vixen with eyes like polished river stones, would tell her tales by the light of glowworms nestled in hollow logs. "The forest breathes little Fern," she'd murmur, her voice a soft rasp like dry leaves skittering. "It dreams in seasons and speaks in the language of rain and wind. To live here is to listen." One crisp autumn evening, as the air turned sharp with the scent of frost and decaying leaves, Fern felt the forest's breath change. The usual comforting whispers of the wind through the pines grew strained, carrying a faint, discordant note, a sigh that sounded almost like pain. High in the canopy, the squirrels chattered nervously, their acorn gathering unusually frantic. Even the patient badger, Bramble, who lived beneath the roots of the great sentinel oak, poked his gray-muzzled head out, sniffing the air with deep concern. "The harmony stone," Bramble rumbled, his voice thick with sleep and worry. "Deep in the heart glade its light flickers. I felt it in my bones, a chill that doesn't belong." The harmony stone was a legend whispered through generations. Not a stone one could hold, but a place a natural formation of quartz and moss deep within the oldest part of Whisperwood. It pulsed with the forest's life force, its gentle light waxing and waning with the seasons, ensuring balance. Its dimming meant the delicate weave of the forest's magic was fraying. Fern felt a surge of determination, cool and bright like a mountain stream. "I must go," she said, her voice small but steady. "Grandmother said to listen. The forest needs us." Her journey wasn't undertaken alone. A young owl named Pip, whose feathers were the soft gray of twilight mist, glided silently down to land beside her. "The wind carries troubled songs," Pip hooted softly. "I will see the paths from above." A slow, steady tortoise named Moss, whose shell was patterned like ancient lichen, emerged from the ferns. The earth trembles faintly, Moss murmured in his deep, unhurried voice. I know the safe trails, I will guide your paws. Their path led them deeper than Fern had ever ventured. The air grew thick with the perfume of damp earth and decaying wood, sweet and heavy. Moonlight, filtering through breaks in the canopy, painted silver pathways on the forest floor. They navigated by the soft glow of foxfire fungus clinging to rotting logs and the gentle pulse of luminous moss carpeting stones. Fern felt the forest's ancient magic thrumming beneath her paws, a low, resonant vibration that spoke of deep roots and slow time. They encountered the hidden lives, shimmering moths, their wings dusted with starlight, guided them around treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. Tiny, iridescent beetles, guardians of the dew, showed them where the clearest spring water bubbled from mossy rocks. A family of stoats, usually shy, watched with bright, intelligent eyes from the shadows, their sleek bodies tense with shared concern. The forest was alive not just with creatures, but with a collective consciousness, a shared breath. As they neared the Heart Glade, the magical phenomena grew more pronounced. They passed through a grove where the leaves shimmered with captured moonlight, raining soft silver dust whenever a breeze stirred. Further on, they crossed a stream whose water flowed upwards in a gentle spiral, defying gravity before cascading back down in a shower of liquid diamonds. Pip reported seeing a glade where autumn leaves swirled in complex, beautiful patterns, guided by unseen currents of air, painting ephemeral pictures against the night sky. These were the forest's expressions, its joys and sorrows made visible. Finally, they reached the Heart Glade. It was a small clearing dominated by a massive, ancient oak, its trunk wider than 3 badgers. Nestled within a cradle of its enormous roots was the Harmony Stone. It wasn't a single rock, but a cluster of milky quartz veins erupting from the earth, covered in a thick, velvety blanket of luminous green moss. Normally it pulsed with a soft, steady light, like a captured moonbeam. Now its glow was sickly, flickering erratically, and a deep crack had appeared in the largest quartz vein. From the crack seeped not darkness, but a chilling, unnatural gray mist that seemed to leach the warmth and color from the surrounding air. The vibrant moss around it was wilting, turning brittle and brown. Fern's heart clenched. The discordant sigh she'd felt earlier was a palpable ache here. The glade felt heavy, suffocating. Bramble had spoken of the stone, but Moss, whose memory stretched back decades, shared deeper lore. The stone draws its strength from connection, he murmured, his voice heavy. Roots speak to roots, mycelium whispers beneath the soil, the rain shares its secrets. This crack, it severs the whispers, the forest forgets how to sing together. Pip fluttered down. The gray mist gathers strongest where the oldest roots of the sentinel oak touch the stone. It spreads like frost. Fern remembered her grandmother's words. Wisdom is often held in the quietest voices and the simplest acts. Balance is restored not by force, but by mending the connections. She looked at the flickering stone, the dying moss, the chilling mist. Mending the connection. How? She padded closer, ignoring the unnatural cold emanating from the crack. She pressed her small nose against the wilting moss near the stone. It felt brittle, lifeless. Despair threatened to rise, but then she felt a faint vibration beneath her paws. Not the stone's discord, but something else. A thread of warmth, incredibly faint, pulsing from the ancient oak itself. She looked up its mighty trunk, towards the canopy lost in darkness. Pip, she whispered, can you find the highest leaf, the one touched by the first star? Pip tilted his head, then launched himself silently upwards, disappearing into the inky blackness. Minutes stretched, filled only by the stone's erratic flicker and the chilling hiss of the gray mist. Then a soft rustle, and Pip landed gently, holding a single, perfect oak leaf in his beak. It was drenched in starlight, shimmering with captured constellations. Fern took the leaf carefully. She remembered Moss speaking of mycelium, the vast fungal network connecting trees. "Moss," she said, "can you find where the strongest roots of the oak touch the earth, away from the mist?" Moss, with his deep connection to the soil, slowly ambled to a spot several paces from the stone, where thick roots nodded above the ground. "Here," he rumbled. "The heartwood speaks clearly here." Fern carried the starlit leaf to the spot Moss indicated. She laid it gently upon the root, where the bark was warm and alive. Then she pressed her small paw against it. "Listen," she breathed, not just to her companions, but to the forest itself. "Remember the sky, remember the stars, remember the rain." She closed her eyes, pouring all her focus, all her love for the whisperwood into that touch. She felt Pip land softly beside the leaf, adding his silent watchfulness. She felt Moss settle his heavy shell against the root, lending his deep, earthy stability. She felt the collective hope of the watching moths, beetles, and stoats from the shadows. And the forest listened. From the starlit leaf a thread of pure, cool light snaked down the root. It met the deep, resonant warmth rising from Moss's connection to the earth. Pip's silent vigilance added a thread of focused clarity. Together these threads flowed along the root, beneath the soil, towards the fractured harmony stone. As they reached the crack, they didn't attack the gray mist. Instead, they wove around it a tapestry of starlight, earth strength, and quiet focus. They touched the wilting moss. Where the threads touched, the moss began to glow faintly, a weak but determined green. The glow spread strand by strand, moss blade by moss blade, reclaiming the ground around the stone from the gray chill. The quartz veins began to hum, a low, resonant sound that grew stronger. The erratic flickering steadied. The gray mist recoiled, thinning like frost under a rising sun. As the last tendrils dissolved, the crack in the quartz shimmered, not sealing shut, but filling with a soft, golden light, the light of connection restored. The harmony stone pulsed once, strongly, then settled into a steady, warm glow that filled the glade with a sense of profound peace. The air lost its chill, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and healthy moss. The heart glade breathed again. The ancient oak rustled its leaves in a sigh of deep relief. High above, unseen but felt, the wind resumed its gentle, harmonious song through the pines. Exhausted but filled with a quiet joy, Fern curled up at the base of the sentinel oak, the restored warmth of the stone radiating comfort. Pip nestled into her fur, and Moss settled contentedly nearby. The shimmering moths drifted like falling stars, and the fireflies emerged, their tiny lanterns blinking in a peaceful, synchronized rhythm. The stoats slipped away, their mission complete. Fern watched the steady pulse of the harmony stone, its light reflecting in her tired eyes. She understood now. The hidden lives weren't just neighbors, they were threads in the same tapestry. The magic wasn't just in grand phenomena, but in the quiet whispers of roots, the shared strength of companions, the simple act of listening and remembering. The wisdom passed down wasn't complicated. It was the understanding that balance came from connection, from each creature playing its part, however small. The forest settled into a deep, contented silence, broken only by the chirp of a single cricket and the distant hoot of an owl Pip's father, perhaps calling the night watch. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and damp earth, cool and clean. The moon, high now, bathed the heart glade in silver, making the quartz veins gleam and the healthy moss glow like emerald velvet. Fern felt the steady, reassuring thrum of the forest's life force beneath her, a gentle lullaby woven from starlight, earth, and the quiet pulse of the mended stone. Her eyelids grew heavy, the adventures of the night softening into dreams of rustling leaves and warm, golden light. The whisperwood held its breath in peaceful slumber, its ancient song of harmony flowing once more, deep and true, cradling all its hidden lives in the quiet magic of the night. And Fern, nestled safe within its heart, drifted into sleep, knowing she belonged to something vast, beautiful, and eternally balanced. The forest hummed its contentment, a sound felt more than heard, as deep and peaceful as the roots that cradled the sleeping earth. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe. As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the whispering glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. Very well, it said finally. I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companion's quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly, a tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings, warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Silas, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Silas said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Silas held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden vale. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Silas's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Silas understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Silas saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Silas returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Silas didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. the world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. "Turn back," they hissed. "The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing." Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. "But without change there's no bloom, without rest no awakening." She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the Heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping, Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind. As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves, and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listen to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight even at noon, lived a community unseen by ordinary eyes. Here moss grew thick and soft as velvet, cradling tiny villages beneath fern fronds and within hollowed roots. The air hummed with a low, sweet resonance, the forest itself breathing in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like shy sprites. In this realm, the seasons weren't merely marked by the calendar, but by the shifting breath of the heartstone. This wasn't a stone one could hold, but a pulsing nexus of energy deep within the oldest oak, its rhythm dictating the forest's magic. When spring arrived, the heartstone glowed emerald, and the whisperwood erupted in luminous blossoms that chimed softly in the breeze, their scent a heady mix of honey and rain-washed earth. Summer saw it blaze amber, warming the streams and coaxing fireflies into intricate, swirling dances that painted the night with living constellations. Autumn turned it russet, and the leaves fell not just with color, but with whispered stories that settled like ancient parchments on the mossy floor, waiting to be read by those who understood the rustling language. Winter brought a cool, sapphire light, weaving frost into intricate lace on spiderwebs, and silencing the world into a deep, expectant hush. Bramble, a thoughtful hedgehog whose quills shimmered with captured dew, was the keeper of the dew cups. His duty, passed down through generations of his family, was to collect the first morning dew from the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal flowers. This dew, infused with the heartstone's magic at dawn, was essential. It nourished the shy glimmer roots that anchored the forest floor, their delicate tendrils weaving a net of stability that prevented erosion and kept the magic flowing smoothly. Bramble took his responsibilities seriously, his small paws moving with gentle precision each morning, the cool liquid like liquid starlight in his tiny cups made of woven grass. One crisp autumn morning, as the hearthstone pulsed its russet light and the air smelled richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, Bramble noticed something troubling. The stream near the moonpetal glade, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, was dwindling to a mere trickle. The moss-skinned tiny beings woven from lichen and moonlight who tended the forest's moisture flitted anxiously above the exposed, drying mud. The usual symphony of frogs and crickets near the water's edge had fallen silent, replaced by an uneasy stillness. The glimmerroots near the bank looked pale and listless. "This isn't right," Bramble murmured, his voice a soft rasp against the unnerving quiet. He remembered his grandmother Quill's stories. She had spoken of a great dryness long ago, when the streams faltered because the connection to the hearthstone's deeper currents had been blocked. "The forest breathes together," she had said, her voice like dry leaves skittering. "When one part suffers, the whole feels the thirst. Balance is the root of life here." Driven by concern, Bramble knew he had to seek counsel. He journeyed deeper into the whisperwood, towards the root spire, the immense, ancient oak where the hearthstone pulsed most strongly. Its bark was deeply furrowed, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and tell stories in the dappled light. Nestled within a cradle of thick roots lived elder fern, a venerable badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of centuries. Her den smelled of dried herbs, rich loam, and quiet contemplation. "Elder fern," Bramble squeaked, bowing his prickly head respectfully. "The stream by the moonpetal glade weakens, the mosskin are distressed, and the glimmerroots thirst." Elder fern stirred, her deep-set eyes opening slowly. She sniffed the air, long and deep. "Ah, young Bramble." The dryness returns, a whisper on the wind. Her voice was low and resonant, like roots shifting deep underground. The hearthstone's autumn pulse is strong, yet something disrupts its flow beneath the earth. The great stones that channel its water song near the sunken ridge have shifted. An earth tremor, perhaps deep and silent. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The balance tilts. "But what can we do?" Bramble asked, a tremor of worry in his voice. "Without the stream." "The forest acts as one," Elder Fern replied gently. "No voice is too small, no effort insignificant in the symphony of healing. Seek Willow, the swift squirrel. She knows the paths above, and gather the mosskin. Their touch understands the language of stone and soil." Bramble scurried back, his tiny heart pounding with purpose. He found Willow leaping effortlessly through the canopy, her bushy tail a banner of russet against the autumn sky. She listened intently, her bright eyes wide. "Sunken Ridge, that's a tricky climb, but I know the way. I'll see what the stones are doing." With a flick of her tail she was gone, a blur of movement through the golden leaves. Next, Bramble approached the shimmering cluster of mosskin, hovering anxiously near the dwindling stream. Their tiny forms glowed faintly green and gold. "Elder Fern says you understand the stones," he explained. "The Heartstone's water song is blocked near Sunken Ridge. Can you help guide us?" The mosskin chimed softly, a sound like tiny bells and rustling silk. They swirled together, forming a shimmering cloud that pulsed with agreement. "Light," their collective voice whispered on the breeze. The journey to the Sunken Ridge took them through parts of the Whisperwood Bramble rarely visited. They navigated carpets of fragrant pine needles, crossed clearings where giant mushrooms glowed with an internal, soft blue light, and skirted pools reflecting the fiery autumn canopy. Willow met them at the ridge, her expression grave. Below, nestled amongst giant, moss-covered boulders, was the problem. A recent landslide, likely caused by heavy rains loosening the earth, had tumbled several enormous stones directly onto the mouth of a spring. The water, meant to bubble freely and feed the stream below, was now dammed, pooling uselessly behind the rockfall. The air here felt heavy and stagnant, devoid of the forest's usual vibrant hum. "The stones are too big," Willow chattered, her voice tight with dismay. "Even the strongest badger couldn't move them." Bramble looked at the impassive stones, then at the shimmering moss-kin cloud, and then at the patient, wise eyes of Elder Fern who had quietly followed their progress. He remembered his grandmother's words, "Balance is the root of life." It wasn't about one strong force, but many working together. "The stones hold the water captive," Bramble said slowly, an idea forming. "But water seeks its own level and its own path. Mosskin, can you feel where the water wants to go, where the earth is softest, most yielding?" The mosskin pulsed brighter, swirling down to the base of the rockfall. They touched the damp earth, humming their soft, resonant song. Tiny points of light began to glow in the soil, tracing a faint, winding path around the largest stones, leading downhill towards the blocked stream's original course. "It wants to flow here," the mosskin whispered, their lights tracing the path. "But the way is narrow, choked with fallen earth." "Then we dig," Bramble declared. "We dig the channel the water yearns for. Willow, can you find others? The rabbits with their strong paws, the moles who know the earth." Willow bounded off instantly. Soon rabbits with powerful digging legs arrived, followed by several moles whose sensitive noses twitched as they assessed the mosskin's glowing path. Even a family of patient tortoises offered their sturdy shells to help shift smaller rocks. Guided by the mosskin's illuminating touch, showing exactly where the earth was softest and the water's pull strongest, the creatures worked together. Rabbits kicked loose soil, moles tunneled beneath roots, tortoises nudged debris, and Bramble used his strong snout to clear smaller stones. Willow directed from above, pointing out the clearest route. It was hard, muddy work. The scent of damp earth and crushed ferns filled the air, mingling with the tired but determined breaths of the workers. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of lavender and tangerine. Finally, as the first stars began to prick the twilight, the new channel was complete, a narrow, winding trench following the path of least resistance, illuminated by the mosskin. Bramble, his quills matted with mud, gave a signal. The creatures carefully removed the last small stones, damming the new channel near the pooled water. With a soft, grateful gurgle, the pent-up spring water found the new path. It wasn't a roaring rush, but a gentle, persistent flow, like a sigh of relief. It trickled, then streamed, winding its way down the mosskin-lit channel, finding its way around the great fallen stones, singing softly as it went. Back towards the thirsty glade. They followed the water's journey back through the darkening woods. The sound of its return was the sweetest music, a gentle chuckle growing stronger with every step. When they reached the moon-petal glade, the mosskin were already rejoicing, flitting above the strengthening stream, their tiny lights reflecting like diamonds on the darkening water. The frogs tentatively began a croak, joined hesitantly by a cricket. Bramble rushed to the glimmy roots. Carefully he poured the precious dew he had collected that morning, now cool and starlit, onto their parched tendrils. Almost immediately, a faint, healthy glow began to pulse back through them, spreading like a soft green light across the forest floor. The forest's deep, resonant hum returned, stronger and more peaceful than before, vibrating softly under their paws and in the air they breathed. That night, as the Heartstone pulsed its deep sapphire light for winter's approach, the creatures of the Whisperwood gathered near the restored stream. Fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water, weaving constellations that mirrored the sky. Elder Fern rested near the bank, a gentle smile on her weathered snout. "You see, young Bramble," she murmured, her voice blending with the water's song, "harmony isn't stillness. It is the constant, gentle adjustment, the listening, the many small voices working together. The forest remembers its balance, guided by those who listen to its whispers and feel its needs. Bramble looked around at the rabbits, the moles, the tortoises, the shimmering mosskin, and swift willow. He felt the cool night air, smelled the clean scent of flowing water and the rich promise of frost, heard the contented symphony of the night creatures, and saw the soft glow of the revived glimmeroots. The magic of the Whisperwood wasn't just in the Heartstone, it was in the interconnectedness, the shared effort, the quiet wisdom passed down and acted upon with kindness. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter began to drift down, silent and soft as thistledown, landing on his damp quills and melting into the singing stream, Bramble felt a deep, warm peace settle over him, as comforting as a moss-lined nest. The forest breathed easily once more, its ancient heart beating strong and steady in the starlit dark. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moonpetals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moonpetals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moonpetals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moonpetals? Was he the walls stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelin's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. "These see what wishes to stay hidden." With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Misses. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley. a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. Magic always has a reason, he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints. The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. I didn't mean to cause trouble, it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks. It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. I just wanted someone to notice. Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can't see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders, or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. "Why me?" Tobin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Leila, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. "A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the Veiled Vale, places even we Glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants." He fluttered his wings nervously. "We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela?" Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oakhaven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent Glimmer folk depending on her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I will help." A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered Glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the Veiled Vale awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled vale. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood, but be wary, keeper, the shadows there. Listen. The journey through the vale was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the vale she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. "You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows." His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. "The song is not something you hold," Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. "It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence." The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. "Too high, too hard, you'll fall," but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the Crystal Falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. "The sentinels test worthiness," Tobin said. "They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it." Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the Whispering Glade, the gateway to the Heart Tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadows struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child. Your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. I choose light, she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled vale pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. You did it, Keeper, you saved the heart, you saved the veil. He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. You will always be our keeper, Layla, he said softly. The veiled vale remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you. He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled vale humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimblebee's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the whispering woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the whispering woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste." Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the whispering woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master?" "Mr. Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed: the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice, it was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. "Mr. Filbert," Leo whispered urgently, "do you have anything sharp, but small?" The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them." He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. "You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north." Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge, that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced through sycamore leaves, and the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. In this quiet corner of the world lived a boy named Leo, whose favorite pastime was combing the pebbled shores of the singing river. Leo had eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old stone bridge hummed when the wind blew just so. One misty morning, Leo's fingers closed around a pebble unlike any other. It was no larger than a hazelnut, milky white, with a single amber streak swirling through its center. As he wiped away the river silt, the stone pulsed warmly against his palm. Then, clear as birdsong, a tiny voice whispered, "Carry me to the whispering woods." Keeper Leo nearly dropped it in surprise. The pebble, it seemed, was no ordinary stone. It was a heartstone, a fragment of the world's oldest magic, and it had chosen him. That night the heartstone glowed like captured moonlight beneath Leo's pillow. Its voice, soft as dandelion fluff, explained its purpose. The woods are fading, their songs grow faint. You must restore the balance. Leo packed a satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his coziest woolen scarf. With the heartstone nestled in his pocket, radiating gentle warmth, he slipped into the dawn-lit forest. The whispering woods had always been a place of rustling secrets, but now an unsettling silence hung between the birches. Leaves curled brown at the edges, and mosses lay dull as faded velvet. Leo's first helper appeared as he tripped over a gnarled root. "Mind the ankles, young traveler," chuckled a voice like dry leaves. A badger named Bramble emerged, stout, gray-muzzled, and wearing spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble, a historian of forest lore, explained the crisis. The wood's heart song, a melody woven from roots and rain, had frayed. Something stolen its harmony, he sighed, polishing his spectacles anxiously. Their path led deeper, where shadows pooled like ink. Here they met Piper, a kingfisher whose feathers shimmered teal and copper. Piper could hear the faintest vibrations in the air, the music of the unsane, she called it. "The sadness comes from the crystal caves," she trilled, landing on Leo's shoulder. "But the way is guarded by the thicket of thorns. It bites." True enough, ahead loomed a wall of brambles, each thorn glistening like black ice. The thicket wasn't merely sharp, it was sorrowful. As Leo approached, the heartstone pulsed, translating the vine's mournful creaks. Alone, always alone, no sun, no song. Piper fluttered nervously. "We could find a way around. It might take weeks." Bramble suggested digging under, but the roots ran fathoms deep. Leo knelt, heartstone glowing in his cupped hands. Wisdom stirred within him, not force, but understanding. "They're not guarding the caves," he realized softly. "They are lonely." He placed the heartstone gently against a gnarled stem. Instantly the vine trembled, its thorns retracting slightly. Leo hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a simple tune of comfort. Bramble joined in with a rumbling bass, Piper with a fluting descant. Slowly the thicket parted, not in submission, but in relief. Vines curled like welcoming fingers, revealing a path dappled with sudden sunlight. "You listened," murmured the vines, their voices now soft as ferns uncurling. "No one ever listens." Beyond lay the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen starlight. But the caves wept. Tears of liquid quartz dripped from the ceiling, pooling in silent misery. At the center stood the source of the woe, the harmony spire, a crystal column that usually pulsed with light. Now it was fractured, its glow dimmed. Perched atop it was a small, shivering creature, a rock wren named Shale, whose nest had crumbled in a tremor. Each time she shifted, her claws scraped the spire, deepening its cracks. "My home," she chirped desperately. "All broken." Piper darted forward. "Shoo, silly bird, you're hurting the woods." But Leo raised a calming hand. He felt the heartstone's warmth spread through him, weaving together the threads of what he'd learned. Bramble's lore, Piper's attunement, the thicket's loneliness, and now Shale's fear. force would only shatter the spire further. Wisdom whispered a different solution. "Your home isn't gone, Shale," Leo said gently, pointing to a crevice brimming with soft moss. "It's waiting for you." He placed the heartstone at the spire's base. Amber light bloomed, touching the fractures. "Bramble, tell her the story of the Cave of Echoes, where nests never fall." As Bramble spun tales of resilient stone nests, Piper trilled a soothing melody. Shale cocked her head, curiosity replacing panic. She hopped toward the mossy niche, and as she settled, the spire's cracks sealed with a sound like chimes. Light swelled, warm and gold, flooding the caves. Outside, the woods sighed. Leaves unfurled emerald bright, mosses plumped like velvet cushions, and the air thrummed with 1,000 rustling harmonies, oak bassoons, fern flutes, brook babble percussion. The heart song was restored. As thanks, the woods gifted Leo. Bramble presented him a spectacles cloth woven from spider silk, for seeing clearly. Piper dropped a blue kingfisher feather, for hearing deeply, and Shale chirped a new lullaby into his heart. Leo returned to Willow Brook as dusk painted the sky lavender. The heartstone, its amber streak now a contented glow, nestled once more in his pocket, a quiet guardian. That night, as crickets sang outside his window, Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand spells or roaring power. It lived in listening, in kindness that mended broken things. He fell asleep smiling, the forest's lullaby woven through his dreams, knowing the world hummed with secret wonders waiting for a gentle heart to hear them. And in the whispering woods, if you press your ear to the oldest birch, you might still hear 3 friends, a badger, a kingfisher, and a boy, singing the world whole again. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these 2 worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, 2 beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens not to examine a jewel but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewels' daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. But it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels and your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. "I will go," he said, his voice firmer than he felt. "Tell me what to do." Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. "Stay with Arania, little light. Watch for me." The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. "Show it," he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. "Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates." The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the nightshard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the two remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. "The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger?" Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the two remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift. A tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dew-keeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come bright and jeweled.